Colorado, California, Illinois, Michigan. Everybody's got evidence, and the military has it all, according to Trump. So where is it? Will it be presented prior to a national emergency? I think it's got to be. They've got to prove it out. Then he declares a national emergency. Well, okay, if we have had fraud elections and now we've proved it to you, the American people, here it all is, not from Trump's mouth, from third party. It all has to be done through the military and believable. It can't come from Donald Trump's mouth, even, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think that's fair that our audience is wondering what's Trump going to do.
Right.
We can't have business as usual. Go ahead, Roger.
No.
Well, we are actually already under state of emergency from
Yes,
Executive Order 13848 in September
2012.
2018. That the first line in that is the president's declaring a state of national emergency over foreign interference in the elections.
Yeah.
So the state of and one thing that really surprised me was that Biden renewed it every year. So that there is an existing state of emergency. Now that's different from what Juan's talking about. Juan is talking about a national security state of emergency.
Yes.
Which is another level where Trump essentially becomes he can order the military to do these things then.
Thank you for pointing that out, Roger. That's exactly right. It's a national security emergency. That word is important because that does take it to the next level where
Right.
Trump essentially as president can pretty much mandate anything at that point.
Yes. Well, under the existing one, it's most of the way there actually. If you read the NDAA and if you read these documents about the president declaring a state of emergency, in my opinion, it's already there. He could have done any of these things in 2020. I mean, he could have ordered SEAL Team 6 to go in and seize all the ballots in Georgia after the water main broke,
And when you ask why they didn't do that, Roger, the answers I get from my military context is because the American public couldn't handle the truth back in 2020. Now we can handle the truth.
Yeah,
I got to jump out
that's
for
what
a
I was
minute.
talking about, getting to this critical mass of acceptance of the need for it.
Yeah, that's the point, is critical. I got to jump out, talk to IT. You guys can carry on. Joanne, give me one more question before I jump out.
I have a good one, and I can speak to it, actually. So
Okay, go for it. I'm out of here. I'll be right back.
So Candace says, and hi, guys, by the way, and thanks for all you've done.
Hi, Joanne.
So Candace says there were a lot of fake J6ers who were feds pretending to be MAGA. Now, as the case may be, I have done a lot of work with a lot of J6ers, people who were brave enough to go. I don't like to collapse it. But what do you guys think of that? Do you think there were feds? I've heard suspicious things. I do know I had a friend who was on the violent side of the Capitol. You might know her, but I can't say it on a public broadcast. But she said she literally saw, they weren't Trump people. So there's definitely Antifa agitating it, right? Dressed as Trump people. But then there was also
feds
from the MAGA side. Well, yeah, feds pretending to be MAGA. Yeah. But then there was also feds infiltrating real patriots who wanted to get involved and like actually encouraging them to go, or have you heard about things like that? So it was like all mixed.
I get a lot of that.
Yeah, I had at least
I know that's
I wonder why Christopher Wray hasn't been indicted for lying to Congress. Because he said clearly that no, there were no agents. And Kash Patel found in the burn bags there were 280 something FBI agents there
undercover.
That day. Okay, and just recently, a couple of weeks ago, a congressman who's on the committee that is investigating the bogus J6 committee, he said that they started planning J6 5 months before J6.
I believe it.
Their planning was to prevent Trump if Trump won. Their planning was to disrupt it if Trump won. To stop the counting of the electoral ballots if Trump won. That's what they were planning. Because they couldn't see any way that Trump couldn't win, which is the way it was. Trump couldn't lose. Okay? And so it was 5 months. They planned it, and after the election was rigged, they turned it to keep Trump from actually stopping the investigation. This goes to the Brunson case. Brunson's case is the indictment, basically, or it's a complaint that the people who voted to count those ballots in the objection, the senators and congressmen that voted at the end of the objection debates to count the ballots from those states, knowing that they were illegal, okay, violated their oath of office and violated several federal laws like misprision of treason, okay, because if you know that something illegal is happening and you fail to report it, you're pretty guilty yourself of the same
You're
crime.
complicit. You're complicit. Yeah.
Okay, guys,
there's-
let me jump in on the Brunson case before I have to pop out again, because this is very interesting. The last time I saw Lloyd Brunson, I was ribbing him really good because we haven't heard from the Supreme Court. It's on the docket. It's been on the docket. There's been no news out of the Supreme Court. And I asked Lloyd, come on, Lloyd, you know what's going on. Did they rule in your favor and you know it? He has an NDA. He can't talk. Well, why would they make Lloyd Brunson sign an NDA? If the Supreme Court wasn't going to rule in his favor, why would it be under NDA? I don't know. I'm just saying, but the body language I got from Lloyd was, I can't say anything, followed by a wink and a smile. And what percentage of Congress would that remove, Roger? Do you know what percent? I think 2/3 of Congress would be gone.
No more quorum.
I actually spent a whole day with Loy and Juan back in 2022, and we talked a lot about what January 6th actually was and what happened.
This meeting I had with him, where I'm telling you, he winked and smiled, was 2025.
Well, he's
May God bless the Brunson brothers.
Yeah,
I'm telling you
what he said to me
amazing.
is that he doesn't know anything. He said on Nino's show many times he's not got an NDA, that basically what he says that they have not closed this case. It's sitting on the shelf, and if they want to, they just go pull it off the shelf and decide. They can do whatever they want. That's what he says, is they did not decide. They have it on the shelf. And one thing I pointed out to him is, maybe they're keeping it on the shelf because if Congress starts doing something to harm them, like stuffing the court, then they pull it off. They have that's a sword of Damocles over the Supreme Court has over Congress. Okay. Now, how many people would it take out? That was something that was very interesting to me. And so around at the 2024 election, I got the list from the Brunson case, and I set up two spreadsheets, one for the Senate and one for the House. And I did on the spreadsheets, okay, who is still there that was there on January 6th and was in those debates. Okay. And basically the original number was like 380. It was like 94 of the senators voted to count the ballots. Okay. So 94 out of 100 senators. Okay. Except that Kamala Harris wasn't there. Okay,
All right,
Kamala
well,
Harris was at the
I gotta-
DNC headquarters.
Sorry, guys, I got to jump in. We are running behind now. Roger and Charlie, thank you guys so much for sticking around, and very valuable conversation. I hope people have taken a lot of golden nuggets from this. I think you guys dropped a lot of good information. So thank you both very much. Appreciate it. And Roger, I may see you later today, but thanks.
Okay, I'll be around anytime you need me, Scotty.
All right. Thank you, Charlie, so much. We'll see you, my friend. Thanks, Joanne.
right.
We'll have you back
I
soon.
can follow, so yay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring in a good friend of Tina's, the man who's been manning the fort, holding the fort down for Tina, hosting her show. His name is Apollo. Apollo, good to see you, my friend.
Thank you, Scotty. I super appreciate everything that you're doing, and Tina is super appreciative. She's taking care of some things on her end right now, but
Well,
I've heard a lot of great speakers.
I hope she drops in later. I'm going to leave this in your capable hands. You have a guest coming on, right?
Yeah, I should have some people popping on with me shortly.
Okay. Well, I'll stay on until somebody pops on. So you have somebody to talk with. Unless you have something you want to embark on by yourself, which feel free to. If you've got something you want to, it's on your mind, go ahead and fire away.
Well, I mean, firstly, I just want to thank everybody, and that certainly includes you, Scotty. There have been so many people who've been reaching out, and I just want everyone to understand a little bit of who Tina is as well. And I see we have Joe here, but she has been out. It has been a definitely a readjustment period for her. She's had some very emotional moments, as many of you can probably imagine, and she is trying to take it easy. So there have been so many requests to have it on interviews and bring her places, and she is trying to get back on her feet and work those out. So we will get back to you. And she does have some hurdles that she has to jump through because she is on parole. She's not just a free woman yet. So I just would ask everyone to be patient, and we have a list of so many, and Tina's immensely grateful to everything that people have been praying and sending her love, and the people who've been supporting her. So Scotty, I want to thank you. I know you put in a ton of work into this, and thank you for doing all this for Tina and for everyone who's been keeping her name in the public mind, because it's made all the difference. And what she has done cannot be allowed to be in vain. She has sacrificed a great deal, and she still has a long road ahead of her.
She sure did. Apollo, I don't think I can do enough for Tina. So this is nothing. Joe, good to meet you. Good to see you. You're looking good. We're a couple of old stroke victims at this point in our life, right?
Wow. Well, I guess so. Yeah.
We'll have to have a conversation about that. But Joe, I'm going to leave you with Apollo, and you guys take it away.
Great.
Well, Joe, first of all, this has been the first time I've been able to talk to you face to face. How are you feeling? I know you had quite a few weeks.
Yeah, I'm feeling, I guess, pretty good. It's been May 2nd is when I had a stroke. I was actually at the time packing that evening, getting ready for an early flight to St. Louis to be with my brother Jim, who had heart surgery lined up that week. And here I had a stroke. I knew right away what was going on. Never had one before, but I just had relatives that had it. So I got to the hospital quick. Was 4 days in the hospital, supposed to be another almost month in rehab. And thanks to everybody's prayers and lots of prayers, I was out in half that time. About mid-May, I was able to get out and been home and just kind of continuing to work on recovery, but doing well. My only real challenges are working with this right hand, which I need to, continue to work on my writing and my typing skills with my right hand. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. I'm walking around and really blessed. When I talk to other people who've had strokes, it's like, my God, I am so blessed. So feeling good and grateful to be here too, Apollo. You've done some great work, by the way, helping Tina over these years, and my hat's off to you for sure.
Well, you have been doing a lot of writing, and over on your side, so the thanks are mutual. You've done a lot of work to get Tina's name out there and focus on her case. We're very appreciative to you too, Joe. And I'm really, really glad to see you doing better. I'll be praying for you to, get use of your hand back. My father had a stroke last year,
Wow.
just at the end of the year, right at the beginning of December, and so that was a difficult period. So you've been in my thoughts, having just gone through that
Yeah,
with
thanks.
my father. So
Yeah, thanks so much. And as I was thinking about Tina and what she's been through, nobody can ever really know what that was other than her. It had to be absolutely horrific. I've talked to some of these January 6ers and the hell they went through, some of these guys in solitaire and all that, and just the terrific abuse from our government. Tina certainly received it. The two things that really stuck out for me is once she called me from prison and talked to me. She said, "Joe, this is going to be one of the most important things I want to share since I've been in here." And she talked to me about the supremacy clause and how her attorneys thought that, there was an angle here in that the supremacy clause from the U.S. Constitution. I looked into it after, we talked. I spoke to a high level individual in the Trump administration, and we talked through this. Supremacy clause does say that if there's a conflict between states and the federal government, basically the federal government holds the trump card. And in this case, Tina absolutely was doing her job, and then the state steps in and tries to, not just tries, but indicts her and throws her in prison. So, the federal government and the work she was doing for the federal election should have trumped all that, and it never was recognized by the state of Colorado. But I thought it was a great argument. And then we went through, and I remember working with our friend Marty and went through this list, inventory of all the times that the federal government was involved in this thing. FBI was involved early on. There was that conference call in Mesa County involving both Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray that were on it before she was ever even indicted. There was the U.S. attorney that was involved in this. They raided her home. The FBI did. The FBI raided other individuals' homes related to this, like Sharona Bishop and Mike Lindell. They went after him, took his phone. So there was a lot of federal involvement in this, and they had a great argument. I guess the second thing I want to mention today that really grabbed me about Tina was one day I got an email from a little lady from Colorado who's a friend of Tina's, and she's written, I guess in the past, and she provided me some information that Tina had provided to her that said basically, if something happens to me, I'm not suicidal. And we put that up and at joehoff.com and at Gateway Pundit. And about 2 or 3 weeks later, I get an email, and the email came in from this lady. She says, "Hey, can you please get that article to President Trump that really moved me?" And she said, "I'm Tina Peters' mom." That really rocked me, and we put that up. And so this is kind of hell that Tina's gone through, and it was real challenging for all of us, really, to see just the horror that she had to live through. So, it's great we're celebrating her, freedom from that prison, anyways, for now, and celebrating all that she's done.
Yeah, well, there's a lot there because what they've really done, they've in the media narrative, but then also in many ways in her case, they've prevented her actual evidence from being seen in the proper light. And that's a travesty that still needs to be rectified. But I'm going to ask you just a quick question, since this is kind of the theme of the day. Because I know when I met Tina, but when did you first meet Tina? Like, what was your first experience with her? And then we have Johnny with us, and I'll go to him.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think about that myself. I remember watching from afar. I didn't go to the Lindell's first symposium, and suddenly she showed up there. So that was when I first heard about Tina Peters. And I actually think she really provided a spark to that event that Lindell did in South Dakota. That was a bit bizarre in some ways, but that piece from Tina was like, oh my God, this is some really great evidence. And so that's when I first heard of her. I think I first met her. I'm thinking I met her at the second Lindell event where they did the put together selection code. And that was that was aired that night in Springfield, Missouri. I think that's when I met Tina. I think she was there then. And that's it. I don't think I ever met her since. I've talked to her. She called me on the phone. This is the kind of lady that Tina is. Here she is in prison. She's going through the hell she's going. She calls me. And a couple of times I missed it, which was really a bummer. You know, you're like, God, I really would have loved to talk to her. This time she got through and we talked. And one of the things she says is, Joe, how are you? You know, here's this lady in prison going through hell, unjustly imprisoned. And she's asking me how I'm doing. Again, that too moved me. It just says a lot about the type of woman that Tina is. So, yeah, I think that's it, Apollo, to answer your question. Long answer, but yeah.
Yeah, she's still like that. She's been out now just over a week, and still half the things she talks about are the women in the prison. You know, she talks about other people still more than herself. And that just is who Tina is.
Yeah.
Johnny, thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and tell us how you met Tina, because I don't know that one. Or how you know her.
I was thinking about that while Joe was talking, and Joe, it's good to see you too, man. I'm glad you're getting through the trials you've been going through, man. I heard you had a little rough go there, so good to see you, man. Well, Apollo, that is a very interesting question. How did I encounter Tina Peters for the first time? And that actually would have been through our friend Mermaid. And I used to co-host a show with a friend that's no longer with us, named Yig. And God, this is, maybe about 4 years ago now. And she, through networking, Mermaid had connected with Tina, and Yig was able to interview Tina. And then she came back, and I was actually fortunate enough to meet her on an audio interview. And later, as I grew this platform that I have, America Rising, along with my co-host Sean, we had Tina on several times, and we're covering her situation. And I have a very active and engaged family over at America Rising, full of patriots that watch and love and support Tina and have been through this fight all the way. And the sacrifices that Tina have made is absolutely astounding. Really, who I am isn't important. It's what Tina is doing right now for the state of the elections, which are under duress in our country, in my opinion. And I believe that she is the ultimate, in not in any negative context, the ultimate Pandora's box to fix our elections with what she will uncover ultimately. And my hopes are, I know her work is not done. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, amen. Well, first of all, I know your audience has been wonderful, and you have too, covering what's been going on with Tina. So a big thank you to you and your audience. You have an awesome crew over there. But yeah, I agree. Her stuff is pretty pivotal. They like to spin around what she actually found, and they try to narrate around why she did what she did, because it wasn't actually because she was a MAGA sympathizer. They try to say it was all about some conspiracy with Trump. She thought the election was fine. She thought they ran good elections, and then people from her community started telling her, hey, you need to look into these. There are these issues here in this county. So it was her constituents who elected her. And it was in the election after the 2020 general. It was municipal elections that caused her to start looking into these things, because people told her, hey, we're in this community. These things don't make sense. Please look into these things.
Yeah.
They have since bastardized that narrative so much. And so, you have Jetta Griswold, this whack job who's now running for the highest, legal position in the state for attorney general, who has been on record as breaking, a number of laws, including one that she passed because of Tina Peters.
Yeah.
And she's on record as having deleted all these election records, violated state law, pushing through this trusted bill that had uncertified programs. It's a joke. It's a complete joke. So
there's some passwords posted here and there. Yeah. There's no problem. Everything's fine.
Yeah. It's just it's a clown show. And it's now been, 606 days. Tina was in prison, years of, just unbelievable lawfare and people attacking her from all sides before that. And they're doing this to people all over the country. They're doing it to other clerks. They're doing it to, of course, the President Trump and a lot of other leaders who are coming through and trying to do what's right. So what Tina served as is a big lesson to all of us of how quickly it will be taken from us if we don't fight for the freedoms that we're supposed to have in this country and fix these elections. We have a very, very dark road ahead of us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to know how big of an impact, and I haven't shared this yet. And I was thinking about what I was gonna share when I came on here. One of my best friends was one of the hostages that was released in Venezuela. And let me tell you, in prisons in Venezuela, people knew Tina Peters' name. So she had quite an impact. People understand that our elections in foreign countries, they even understand because their elections are under duress too. Just look at Smartmatic, Dominion, everything that came out. I mean, we can get into that whole diatribe too as well. But she has such an impact that it's people are going to have the ability to get their voices back. And I think that the hell that she's been through, and it's hell, I can attest to that firsthand, it is going to be a light for people to power the path forward to get our elections back to same day voting. No more of this mail-in ballot. These ballots that they're pushing in and injecting into to push these elections over the line, and then the way that elections will be refereed going forward, I think that Tina is going to have a huge impact on it. So none of this is forsaken, and I agree with your sentiment. This is a celebration today that this is, but the fight is far from over. Far from over.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is a celebration of a lot of things, but it's certainly not over for Tina.
100%.
Joe, I'll ask you. You said a lot of brilliant stuff there, Johnny, and I appreciate you never losing sight of a lot of those things. But we have one of Tina's main concerns is day by day we get closer to another election, and it seems like we're still fighting these things, and a lot of these narratives haven't really been, they haven't won the day yet. We still have the same people pushing the same things, and those who have been bringing forth evidence and identifying things that are impossible in a free and fair country with real elections. There still seems like a hang-up. I have a lot of hope, and I think that we're going to get a lot of these solved. But the time is ticking. That's one of the things that most concerns Tina. She's out now, and she's like, we still got to fix this. They threw me in prison for this stuff. What's going on? How do you think this looks over the next 6 months as we are now at the 250th?
Yeah, I guess for me, a couple things. One is I think we, in a large sense, we are winning. We made this argument back in 2020, and a lot of people didn't agree with us. And more, I see people online saying, "Man, I know exactly what you're saying now." Some of these big names that have got podcasts as well say, "I thought it was garbage when they were saying that a couple of years ago, and now I totally agree with it." And now I think with this California election, I think more and more people's eyes are waking up to it. I mean, Pratt and what's going on there, and of course, you can already tell you already know who's going to win that governor's race because it's a joke. So. That's it. We've been highlighting this, and the good news was a year after the election of 2020, in about 1 year, they did a poll at Rasmussen. 62% of Americans, according to their poll, American voters, said that the election was stolen. 65% said that January 6th was a setup. That was all due to us. That was all of us on social media, podcasts, etc. The conservative right, we were pushing that message, and it's easy to push because it's true, and so already 2/3 of Americans were seeing that we were right. I think that number's gone up to closer to 80% now, and I based that on a recent poll at Rasmussen too, that said something like 78% of Americans believe the government's weaponized. So that is consistent with all the messaging we've been saying, and that's not coming from our mainstream. Think about it. The mainstream's become nothing, and we are everything, and they're trying to destroy us in various ways. I think some people get paid off. They take the millions and run and destroy this effort, but the core base is still right here, and we're all saying, no, this is garbage. So I think there's, like you said, Apollo, there's going to need to be some work. I think Trump's working on it, but I think the American people are going to demand it. Here's another thing too. They said, "Oh, Trump's going to lose this election. It always happens." Well, that's a lie. And because we've never seen a guy like Trump, and we've never seen a moment like this, and Americans are tired of this stuff. We are seeing more and more every day how absolutely grotesquely, destructive these liberals have been to America. They were acting like fascists. And so we know that. And I just believe that this weekend, the next few weeks with the America First is going to be huge. You're already seeing these great clips coming across the social media of these foreigners coming over here and saying, man, this place is safe, it's clean, it's great. That message is going to continue to, push. Tonight we got this big UFC event in the White House. We've got motorcycles flying through the air. We're going to have massive fireworks. There's going to be massive scenes. And I've got a granddaughter. It tells you how old I am, but she's telling me, I've never been so patriotic in my life. It is awesome what's going on. That's going to rocket President Trump through the ceiling, and everybody's going to be behind him. And we're going to get this thing done. Thune doesn't want to do it. He's a crook. We all know that. Like many of the Republicans, let alone the Democrats, they're just communists. And we just got to continue to point that out. And I just believe through this, we're going to get it done. Apollo, we're gonna get it done. It's gonna happen because it's 80% anymore. You can't screw 80% of the population. No. It ain't gonna work. Only in a communist regime, and we're fighting. We're not going communist.
Let me piggyback one thing off that, Joe. You made a great point, by the way. That was fired up, and I loved every minute of it. We went from trannies on the White House lawn to UFC events. Okay, we're winning. All right, you're making valid points, sir.
Great point.
No, that is a good point, and I agree with you. You see, especially the important one. All of what you said is important. People realizing that it's all rigged, and but you said one that I think is undervalued, or at least undersold right now, which is that the young people. I think there's this surge of patriotism because there's so many that are so disaffected and have been, they've just had their childhood and their mentality ripped from them and shredded, and a lot of them don't know which way is up. And you see this still in a lot of the grooming, so many things that they're pushing at children. But so there's a big chunk of them that are going to need to be rescued. We're going to need to be able to come back and see, wow, they lied to me and they took away so much from me when I was so vulnerable and so young. But there's a lot of them that don't get headlines, and they're more the ones that are just quiet, and they try to they're amazing kids, and they study, and they look around and they see, wow, this doesn't really make sense. Where's my place in this world? But they love this country, and they realize that because their own family, because some of them have seen their own family and the values that their family has raised them with are under attack, they're going to come out, and the next generation is going to be really powerful. I really think that, and that's a really, really big deal, because it doesn't matter what we fight for if there's no one left to pass that off to, who's going to carry it. We're in deep trouble. So that's it's just something that I'm very, very grateful for, because we've seen more and more of that, and those are the future that we really need to invest in, and what we need to remember we're fighting for. Because we don't want to be thrown in a gulag. But how long do we have left here? I have 5 younger siblings, nephews, nieces, God willing, my own children one day. What do you leave for them? And Tina, when she's been fighting, she thinks about her son that she lost. She thinks about, her own children, all of these people who don't have a voice, and she knows it because she saw exactly what they're willing to do to cover it up. So I just, my little monologue there, but
can I mention one? Yeah, Paulo, if you don't mind me mentioning one thing, because I think you're really nailing something there too. We're winning so big that Norm Eisen tries to shut down the UFC event, and even an Obama judge turns that bunch of crap down. We are winning. These guys are looking more and more like idiots, like radicals, like communists, because that's what they're doing. Everything they're doing is just far left. And so I think that really, it's the momentum is massive on our side. There's a huge tidal wave, and I think that's just going to continue to flow. And people look back, and they now look at the January 6ers, and they now look at Tina Peters, and they have this vision now that no, they're not stuck in prison. They're not dying in prison like a communist regime. No, they got set free because this is America, and people now are going to have the faith and the strength and the grit and the courage to move on and just say screw you to this government when it's killing people like they did on January 6th. And COVID. COVID. And so people are going to stand up now. What we've done is we've given them, I think, more faith in this country, and that we are going to stand up. We're not going to allow this outrageous behavior to continue, whether it be in Colorado or across the country. So it's really, maybe the ramifications of this are going to be incredible.
Yeah, and to both your guys' points, Apollo, you just mentioned about, Tina's drive and being worried about others and who's going to carry this forward and so forth. But that to me just defines the absolute acts of selflessness. And we've seen so many acts of selflessness, and Tina has exemplified acts of selflessness in my humble opinion. And to that point, also carrying it forward, we're kind of, I see hope there, Apollo, because we are seeing younger people that are now getting more involved and more active. The kids are not stupid. Young people are not stupid, and they're looking for something. And what I've seen, and I described this a few years ago, I'm so glad that I'm really seeing this more to fruition now. It's almost like we've gone through the dark ages to like a renaissance, literally, in this information war. And it's still a tough battle. Don't get me wrong. We're still fighting the same stuff. It's a big good. You look at the Bible. This is good versus evil. But I also feel a Christian revival has really encompassed this country and taken over. So many positives. I can't agree with what you guys are saying. And yeah, who's going to carry this forward? Well, I am starting to see hope towards that and light at the end of the tunnel. So I couldn't agree with you guys more.
I agree with that. And I'll just say a short thing on that. You mentioned a Christian revival, and that is extremely important. But I think one thing that has started to happen, especially since COVID, is that people are, and I might piss some people off by saying this, but you have seen a shift from the same way that people just bowed down to the state and to the health authorities who said, yeah, take this thing, and oh, your kids are dying, oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I mean, that's just the protocol. Yeah, you can't go in and see your dying family members, have your funeral from a live stream, all this ridiculous nonsense and these mask mandates, keeping people out so they didn't have advocates when they were in the hospital and they were ventilating them to death. Just absolute crimes against humanity. But you also had the church. You had a lot of the churches who were supporting that, and they were not acting as they should have. They were essentially bowing down to the state as well and acting as mouthpieces for this agenda, as they do in some ways for this radical gender dysphoria issue and brainwashing kids. You have LGBTQ pastors who talk about it like it's somehow related to God, and God is a tranny. I mean, those are words I've heard. And they didn't stand strong and say, this is not what the church is for. They didn't stand for the people. They instead became puppets, and they supported, and even the Greek church was very upset. The Greek Orthodox Church, they shut down during some of those times as well. And that is a huge issue because the people follow those authorities. And thankfully, we've seen a lot of people begin to differentiate what is the authority that they claim to be and what is the authority we should really follow. And so I think you're going to have a revival of people, finding and rediscovering in their own lives and personally, not because someone told them, not because there's a logo or anything like that. What does it really mean to have faith for me in my heart? And how does that define how I act and how I choose to live in this life? And what are the things that mean to me? What are the things that in my heart I will not allow anyone to take from me because they are between me and God? And it doesn't matter if a church or a police officer or a doctor comes in between them. Those are the relationships when we talk about faith and Christianity. Those are the things that I think have been subverted in so many ways by institutions, and it's just as bad as education. In many ways, I think worse so. And I think that's the kind of revival that we're seeing and that we're going to continue to see, is that people seek God and not a church.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it, man. Couldn't agree more. And I think that's what will get people fighting even harder at the end of the day. Because it's like you said, if the headship of the church is defiled, well, it's about the people, and I think about the faith. This is a crazy thing to me. The faith of Tina being thrown into the lion's den, being thrown into the fire, so to speak. Not to get overly like a biblical reference here, but to come out of that after everything she's been through, if that doesn't inspire people, and I'm taking that off of what you said, Apollo, I don't know what does at this point. And I think that's the difference between us and the radical left, is there's a meaning here. Yeah, we have our problems and issues. as far as, different viewpoints and conservatism and the way we look at the country. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, our faith is what guides us through this.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, Johnny. The thing that grabs me is this has been a all-encompassing attack against everything, especially everything good. I think there was emails from John Podesta a decade ago talking, maybe that were released in the Podesta emails, that where he's talking about going after the Catholic Church, things like that. And basically that's what's happened. I've been waiting on this piece of Vigano, Archbishop Vigano, who was excommunicated from the church. Has got a piece coming out. Got a guy in the know, and where he confronts the new pope, and he challenges him about, what do you believe in? Because this last pope, Francis, was, a lot of people think he actually stole the pope, the popehood, whatever you call it,
the papacy,
the papacy, from the prior pope. So, and then this pope is just continuing that. And so this effort by the left has been not just through government, not just through education and institutions, but it went to religion too. And it's attacked the biggest church in the world, the Catholic Church. And it's still recovering. It's got a lot of work to do. So this has been an all-out affront on everything good. It just really, then when you step back and you look at it, it's just totally evil, just like communism is. They'll just kill you. It doesn't matter,
Yeah, they go after the headship of the church. They go after the judiciary system. They go after corruptible government. This is like the principalities in high places. They go after the election management systems, and that's how they institute the communism that we're fighting right now. And we've been given a country, and it's up to us. It's a republic, excuse me, and we've been given the opportunity to keep it. I know I'm paraphrasing a quote a bit there, but it's a hell of a fight. For sure, 1,000%.
Okay, so here, an open question to both of you. First of all, everyone who's watching, please share this. Thank you to Scotty for putting this on for both of you.
Thank you.
We are trying to lift Tina up because she has been absolutely, her life has just been torn apart. So if you donate to Tina, tinapeters.us, it's the only place to donate to her. You share her site, send her prayers, whatever. But tinapeters.us is the place to be. So here's kind of an open question for both of you, because I know we think about, we have all these problems, and we certainly need to figure out a way to solve them, especially with new elections coming up. We hope that there's going to be some big things coming from on high pretty soon, but ultimately it is in our hands to hold all levels accountable as the people, because the nation is built of people, not of laws. And then are supposed to pass sensible laws and decide on those, and then choose to enforce or not based on that idea. So I know we hear a lot of time we're a state of laws, we're a nation of laws. I don't actually think that's true. But what would you like to see for the 250th? Obviously, yes, free elections, but sometimes I like to switch up and think, okay, I know what we don't want, but what do we want? Like specifically, especially when we think about, we have all these children who have had reality destroyed for them, or they have come to see just how bad things really are in their schools. And we have so many who haven't had the opportunity to really get an education because they've just been brainwashed. And we have so many health issues that now are starting to get addressed. Research coming out, proving things that, stay-at-home moms have known, or homeschool mothers have known for decades, and they've been laughed out. The CDC talking about vaccines, talking about dyes and preservatives. There's all these things coming back that have been, kind of the inside joke in households, but on television with all the officials, it's just been a conspiracy theory. So, what would you like to see? I'll start with you, Joe.
Great question. I think, and by the way, it's great being with both you guys. And if I don't say, and if Tina's listening, man, we love you, Tina. We just think,
absolutely.
Now you're a hero. Now you're a hero for the ages, Tina. And well done. You kept it together, and now you're a leader for all of us. So just keep going. We love you, and we're with you all the way. As far as like what you're saying, Apollo, I guess the thing that hits me, I'll just say from the political front, really, I'd like to see all our politicians, there's various reasons for why they're not, but I'd like to see them all fighting for America, fighting for the American people, doing all they can to make things better. And we see glimpses of that with President Trump, how he's cleaned up DC, both the crime and the city itself, how we can have great times, lots of fun. This World Cup and stuff is really taken off across the country. There's so much that these guys can do that they're not doing now. And in both parties, but to me, especially this Democrat Party is so toxic now. And they're doing things like trying to shut down the UFC event tonight in the White House. It's stupid. 80% of Americans are against that, just like 80% of us want free and fair elections, just like everything else. I'd like to see our politicians, no matter how it's done, start really fighting for America, not fighting for the destruction of America that's been going on for quite some time.
And then Johnny.
Well, I'll add a couple things into this. I think the first thing that I'd like to see, and most importantly, I think there's over 300,000 children, in my estimation. I know they've rescued quite a bit. There's 300,000 children out there missing right now. It doesn't matter where in the world they're from. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. And I give a lot of kudos to this administration, but every one of them needs to be found. And that type of this type of evil never needs to happen again. There's no point where children should be in these situations anywhere, not only especially in this country. We need to be the leading example, but anywhere in the world. That scourge is something that God commands us to protect the young ones, to protect his flock. And we need to make sure that we're winning that war first and foremost. Also, something that I'd like to see change, and I would like to give a shout out to all the veterans out there. I know, obviously, Tina's son, Remington, was a decorated veteran. And my father was also a veteran. He's no longer with us. But I would like to see our veterans treated better. Not just, the VA stuff and all that. I mean, all the way around. The respect that we show our veterans. And some people in some states and different places in our country exemplify that. And there's still that vile hatred that's there that needs to be extinguished. I want to see our veterans exalted to where they belong. The opportunities, the sacrifices that they're given are just these unsung heroes. Some heroes, their stories will never be told. That's definitely one thing that I would like to see change in this country, the attitude to that. And then just I'll end it on, for all those people going through whatever struggle, or, in the times that we're doing well. It's easy to look for God in struggles, but it's hard to remember to thank him when we're winning. Just remember to thank God today. I'll end it on that.
That was spot on, both of you. And, to your point, Johnny, it's there was a big campaign like back in 2020, 2018, the whole Save the Children thing became quite a thing. And since we've seen a lot of officials, a lot of powers agencies use a lot of tools and technology at their disposal and manpower to go after normal Americans. You see it in other nations. They're doing the same thing.
Yep.
They're neutering their own population.
Yep.
And excusing absolute, just demonic behavior. And they push it under the rug to go after people for what is essentially thought crimes or speaking out against the state or
Spanish Inquisition.
Because you say something insensitive to some hypothetical minority or whatever, you can't use a word. And you send a meme, you put things on social media. You see this all over in England and, in Germany. And they want to push a lot of this here. We've seen them go after children, slam them to the ground because they weren't wearing a mask. But we don't see, there was, thank God, just a big sting in the last few weeks where they rescued thousands of children, I believe, and they caught a bunch of people running a big trafficking ring.
Yep.
Yeah, those are things that are not pleasant to hear about, but thank God we need more of those.
Yep.
And I'd like to see more of these supposed politicians, as you said, who were supposed to represent us, Joe. I'd like to see those people actually advocated for instead of just, whitewashing and saying that we need to be respectful of whatever animal the child thinks they are this year. It's just like at the end of the day, that's what's at stake. It's not just, our vote didn't count. It's our vote didn't count, and they will rape and pillage and destroy our nation and our children, and we will be sold as chattel for the rest of our existence if we do not fix this. So I just want to thank both of you. Made great points there.
Not a problem. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Apollo.
Okay, so what are you most grateful for now that we're in the summer of 2026? A short one to both of you.
Every breath I take now, because life is a gift, and I don't think I looked at life the way that I did, especially over these last few years. Don't get me wrong; it's not without its trials and tribulations, but I'm just thankful to be alive, and just thankful that Jesus has forgiven us for our sins.
Oh, that's great, Johnny. I'm really grateful that Trump won this election. I'm really grateful for Tina being released, the January 6th was released.
Amen.
We've had a lot of real big wins. We know there's a lot more to do, but we got a lot to be grateful for this 250 years. I think we are setting it up for another long period for this country if we continue to fight and really actually, like Johnny's saying, follow those spiritual mission that we all have. More than anything, this thing can work really well. This country's great. This country's a great country. We need to keep
Nothing
saying
like
that.
it. Yeah, no place like it.
Yeah.
Amen. Scotty, I see you back here.
Yeah, I'm back. Johnny, nice to meet you. I
Likewise.
don't believe we've had the pleasure to meet before. Joe, I've got a question for you. You wrote a great article. By the way, joehoff.com, great stuff. Cranking it out even after a stroke. Pretty impressive, Joe.
Thanks.
Your article, How the Deep State's Color Revolution Ensnared Tina Peters and What Her Freedom Means to Us All. Would you address that? It's so interesting how everything's connected, isn't it? The color revolution, Tina, her imprisonment, it's all because the same group of satanic people have been running the show.
I think that's it. We're finding out. It's just whether it be, we mentioned earlier here, Apollo and Johnny and I, just this maniacal group of people that has gone after not just the politicians, not just the education systems. They've gone after our churches. They're ultimately going after our souls. And anybody that stands up and gets in the way, especially those Biden years, which really are, as Johnny mentioned, those were the dark years. That was when, evil was running the show. And it was the color revolution. It was the ability that they were using to really make everything upside down. The world was upside down. I saw a great picture of an example of that this weekend, or just over the last 24 hours, maybe. They show the White House under Biden, where you got trans on the front lawn. This year, we've got a UFC event tonight, and it's just night and day. And so that's what was going on. They were using that color revolution technique to really take over everything. And God help the people that got in the way, whether it be January 6ers, whether they be reporters like myself and my brother. We've been through hell, or no matter who it is, it's been really a challenging time to stand up against these monsters. But Tina showed us all. You do the right thing, you hang in there, and you will be free. And that's why we were talking earlier too about this. It's like Tina's and these January 6ers are giving people a lot of hope today, because they fought, they did the right thing, and they they didn't apologize for it, and they're free today. So anyways, yeah, that's there has been an effort to destroy this country, and in every way. And under Biden, we saw it, and we're seeing what this country can do when it's not, when people that are leading aren't trying to destroy it. And I'm really looking forward to the next couple of weeks, guys. I'm getting excited about it. There's a lot to be, thankful for and celebrate for in this country,
Yeah, amen. I get more excited every day. I mean, it helps to have Tina out to, be able to see her smile again and see her get her life together. But there's so many people, including all of you on this call, have been working for this country, sharing information, trying to get the truth out. And there's so many people who we couldn't begin to name in every county in this country, except maybe one in Montana that has like no people in it. But but who've been fighting on the elections and been dealing with a lot of the same things at different scales. And I'm grateful that despite as bad as things have gotten, we still have a nation, and we have administration that is actually looking at these things. So I'm grateful to be here with all of you today and for everything that you're doing to support Tina too. So to all of you, I have a big thank you.
Yeah,
Joe,
Absolutely.
great
It's an
to
honor.
have you. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
I'll be checking out now, guys. But thank you so much. Really, God bless you for what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Joe, thank you, and please be well. I'll be praying for you, and keep us updated.
Yep. All right. Thanks. Thanks for your prayers. Appreciate it. I'm doing great. Thanks to
Thanks
you.
so much,
See you later, Joe.
God
Get
bless.
Take care.
God bless, Joe. Yeah, thank you guys for having me too. I'm going to duck out as well, but thanks, Scotty. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Johnny. Appreciate
Appreciate
you coming
it.
by.
Not a problem. Anything for Tina, man. So
All right. I lost Apollo. I don't know if I did not intend to lose Apollo. There he is. There he is. Hey, Apollo.
How you doing, Scotty?
Thanks for sitting in, man. Gave me a little bit of a break. Was able to get hydrated, eat a little something. Maybe you come back in the last hour. Join me and David
Yeah,
Clemens.
I can come back. Yeah, I can come back for sure.
All right, that'd be great to have you in the last hour. We can spend a little more time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll message you too, because we'll have a special guest at some point too.
Awesome. All right, we'll see you later. Thanks again for sitting in. Hey, Ann.
Hey, Scotty, how are you?
I'm good. I think we got a time zone issue here. You were scheduled for 1 to 2 Eastern, but you're here now, so better late than never.
I got a text from Mermaid. It was 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's my bad then.
That's okay. That's okay.
She handled the schedule, so I originally had you down for 1. She did tell me she moved you, so that's all good.
I just landed. I just came in from New York City, and so I landed, got home, turned on everything, and ran in.
Well, you don't look like someone who just traveled all day. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was only a 2.5-hour flight. They have a great nonstop flight now from New York City, from Kennedy to Vero Beach, which is about 40 minutes from my house. So it works out. I don't have to go through Palm Beach anymore, which is a lot more hectic. It's one flight a day on JetBlue. So it's you literally get off the plane, walk down the stairs outside, you get blasted by 96 degrees. It's super hot here right now, and get in the car and go home. Super easy. So here we are.
So, Ann, before we bring in another fellow who's going to join us, John Dowling from the John Dowling Show, tell us what's like your favorite Tina Peters story. Everybody's got a story about Tina.
Oh God. Probably when I first saw her was when she showed up in the cyber summit, the cybersecurity summit that Mike Lindell does. I didn't even know who this woman was particularly. I'd heard vaguely about some woman that had information about and could prove that the machines had been manipulated, and they had, flip-flop votes, et cetera. And then this hero shows up on a plane after they raided her house in Mike Lindell's cyber summit, where he was attacked, if you remember all that. And there was a big brouhaha. But that was when I first learned of her. And then I got to meet this national treasure and hero, and she's become a personal friend. To go with that, it goes without saying to say that she's been in our daily prayers. I mean, I know millions of people have been praying for this woman around the world, because they know that if America falls, the rest of the world goes with it, because we really are that last beacon of freedom, even though we're severely under attack right now. And they don't like anything that's happening that's for the positive in our country, like people like Tina Peters standing up. Then I got to meet her, get to become friends with her. And she was a darling. She came out in, I think it was going on 3 summers ago now, in Aspen. And we had an event there where we were basically confronting the International World Economic Forum's community of complete demons and losers in Aspen. And we did our own opposing symposium of health and freedom and election integrity. It was Sharona Bishop, myself, and some other folks that were out there. It was really quite fascinating. And Tina came to support and show up. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, she was under attack. She's was trying to figure out is she going to go to prison or not. This is before the trial started. I mean, this is in the very beginning, and she came out, and I got to get to know her. Invited her to stay with me for a couple nights, and she was just delightful, absolutely delightful. So to say that I think of her as a national treasure is probably an understatement, because she truly is incredible what she has endured, sustained. And when I was in Colorado earlier this year, Scotty, I was there for a month visiting family and working from Colorado. I had alerted the La Vista Correctional Facility a month before my arrival, several times when I was there, only to no avail, because I was trying to go see her and get an interview, and they didn't even respond. They completely ignored me, didn't return phone calls, definitely didn't return any of my emails or forms I filled out for their website. So they really were doing everything they can to make sure Tina felt like she was abandoned and all alone. It was really just disgusting. And then I just realized this woman is gold. She is hardened, and she is got God in her spirit and her soul, and she is fighting for all of us. And that's really what 56 men did 250 years ago when they gave up their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to do exactly what they did and build this country, be those brave men and women that fought for the revolution. And Tina Peters is one of them. She's definitely one of them. She'll go down in history.
With Tina, it's never about Tina.
No.
She is she's the antithesis of self-centered. She's the absolute opposite of a self-centered person. She can walk in any room, and almost everybody's going to fall in love. Anyone who gets to talk to her will love the lady. I remember my story, my Tina story. I haven't told you yet. I'm going to tell it now, and then I'll bring John Dowling in. We were doing an event at a small little theater in Ramona, California, and it was an election integrity event. Mm-hmm. Not ironic. She was invited for a reason to speak.
Of course.
And it was pretty tense. We had done a couple of events, but I just remember I wasn't feeling well at all. The room was like tense. There was some, I don't remember the external issues that were going on, but it was, a bunch of pros getting together to do an event. Not a really a tense thing, but some external thing was going on. Tina walked into the room, and as if the angels had summoned her. Could hear that sound effect you hear when you make an angel sound. Thank you. I wasn't going to try that. That is what we all heard. And Tina brought the temperature of the room down. Her hair, her face, her complexion, her just aura about her. You just want to give her a big hug, don't you?
Yes.
And so
yes.
She's the most huggable person. So I remember her walking into that room, completely changing the dynamic of the room and changing the actual, literally changing the temperature of the room. It was really a hot, muggy day, and I think people were just a little ornery maybe, but she walked in the room, and man, the whole room changed. It was not surprising. Now that we know her, that's, not surprised at all by what she had done. I'm going to try to bring John in. Give me a second, John. I'm getting there.
Technical difficulties. Running a live and switching a show is not as easy as people think.
Hey, John, how are you?
Scotty, how are you? Good to see you, Ann. Long time no see.
No doubt, John. Good to see you. How have you been?
I've been well. Thank you for asking. Just adjusting to my new home in Tennessee, so I'm not too far from you.
Wonderful. How do you like it?
Love it. Love it. People are great.
Yeah.
It's really
Good.
great. Yeah, just
Good,
an adjustment.
John, we know you'd rather be playing music than podcasting. I know you want to go back to that full time, but John, tell us what is your favorite memory or Tina Peters story?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. Let's set the table with that, and knowing you both fairly well. Honestly, my favorite Tina Peters story is her getting out. Quite honestly, just seeing her break free. I haven't had the good fortune of, like Ann and others, to meet her, but I'm certainly very familiar with her story. And as I listen to you both share, my sentiments are the same as yours in the aspect that very Christ-like, very sacrificial, almost like a combination of Christ-like and the forefathers, where It was all about doing what's right instead of what's popular, being sacrificial for a bigger cause, something that's bigger than herself, like the aforementioned people that I was talking about. But just seeing her get out, and the fact that she stood for integrity and still does, and that she saw wrong and she sought to right it. And I'm just grateful that she's out now, and I'm excited that we're all galvanizing together to be able to help get that message along with her in conjunction to see it through. And then to be able to, hopefully help raise some funds that will be able to allow her to have a quality of life so that she can celebrate with us as we cross the Rubicon of the finish line here.
Love that.
Well, we've all spent time around Tina, interviewed Tina. The last time I was able to interview her, she was actually calling me from prison, and she only got 15 minutes on her calls. And she only got a half hour on the phone. So our first 15 minutes were up. She called me back. We got on a second 15 minutes, no video, audio only. And I just remember, no matter where she's at, no matter what she's doing, I got that same warm download that I always get from Tina Peters. It didn't matter if she was sitting in prison talking to me on a prepaid card or whatever they give them in prison to make a call out. And you could hear it on my end receiving her call. You're receiving a call from a federal correction facility. And you expect somebody to get on that's down in the dumps, wants to bitch, moan and gripe, prison sucks, the food sucks. Not Tina. Tina was upbeat, ready to go at it, and doesn't matter her circumstances. She's not giving up the fight. Thank God, because the deep state, the oligarchs, the politicians, the media, our enemies, the ones on the wrong side of the spiritual war, they're not giving up the fight either. I don't see them waving white flags. So thank God we got people like Tina and Ann and John that aren't waving the white flag either. What would you say? There's any let up, Ann, from the deep state? Are they giving up an inch?
Oh no. I mean, just look what's going on in current events, right? I mean, they're trying to sabotage this peace deal that President Trump's trying to get done. I mean, this was, this turned into one of the 2 weeks to flatten the curve, turned into how many months to stop this crazy war. And every time we get close enough to it where they start, you feel like maybe something's going to happen, the deep state, gets involved. And it's not just 2 countries here that are fighting, or 3. It is every country has their own deep state factions involved, and they're meddling big time. This is the eternal war. This is the good versus evil war. And they are doing everything they can to make sure we don't get out of it, because the more we come together, I heard earlier, I was listening to the show the last hour, and you all were talking about the 80%. Joe Hoff was talking about the 80%. Well, it is really apparent that 80% of the country isn't nuts. Okay, we're not crazy, because if that was the fact, and I just came back from New York City, and I can tell you where I was down, further south near between Empire State Building and the Trade Center. So, but the people weren't crazy down there. There's a few, like you see some homeless people, but by and large, these are peaceful, happy people. And the Knicks won last night, so it was a little nuts all over the city. But people want happiness, they want freedom, they want joy in their life. They don't want to be bothered by the government. Yet you continually have the deep state bad actors, which have been paid by the international banking cabal for millennia now, to continue to foment hostility and foment war, foment weaponized human migration. And again, it's all about usury. It's all about the banking system. And if you have a real election and people can actually say, we don't want the Federal Reserve anymore, we want to go back to sovereign money, to gold and silver, as our Constitution prescribes, as it's biblical. Hello, this goes back to the Bible, the original law book. They don't want that. So they can't have fair and free elections. And they're going to persecute people like Tina Peters. And she is, to your point, John, Christ-like, because she took it all and stood in the gap for every single one of us and said, I'm not backing down. I'm not pleading. I'm not going to lie. You're not going to let me show my evidence in court. Fine. Shame on you. Shame on you, and let the world see it. And the world does. And so to go back to Joe and the 80%, yeah, 80% of us are good people. There's a 20% that are either unfortunately mentally insane, or they're just possessed by demons, or they are demons. And that is what is attacking. And they do still have their hands on the levers of power, but only because we give them the authority to have those levers of power. And I'm talking about agency government. I'm talking about the IRS. I'm talking about the Federal Reserve. These things aren't in our Constitution. And until we finally stand up and go, we're pulling that authority back. We don't give you authority to do these things to us. Until we as a country collectively come together and do that, we're going to continue to be abused by the few that have their hands on these levers of, quote, power. But they don't have authority over us. Only God does. And God gave us the second covenant nation, and we need to stand in that authority ourselves and push back hard. And that is what Tina Peters stands for.
Ann, you mentioned the central banking cabal a couple of times. Federal Reserve, central bankers, the oligarchs. It's all the same deep state.
Always has
John,
been.
I'm gonna come to you because I know where you stand. There is a big conflict of who's going to win the financial war. I know we're winning the spiritual war. I know we're winning the information war, or Trump wouldn't have won in too big to rig landslide, right? I believe we're winning any kinetic war that's going on in Iran, which, by the way, is a deep state stronghold that they've got to eradicate, like Venezuela, Iran, Ukraine. These are all deep state strongholds. When it comes to the financial war, people who have confidence in Trump in every other aspect somehow think he's going to lose to the central bankers, and we're going to wind up in a CBDC, central bank digital currency system. What say you, John Dowling? Are we going to a sound money system with asset-backed currency that Ann spoke about, or are we going to a central bank digital currency?
Well, first of all, Scott, you know where I stand on this, because you and I have done so many podcasts on this, and Ann did a nice summation on the whole of Tina Peters, and of course, everything that encapsulates what she's done and is still doing. There's no doubt that we're going back to an asset-backed economy. If you look at what's going on, Scotty, with the nation of Iraq, they're already putting their cabinet together. The corrupt Iranian proxies within Iraq are already stepping down. They're getting ready to come July after the 4th with President Trump to return to the international stage. This week, you've got Warsh coming in with this FOMC meeting, where he's going to sort of re-educate people about how to rethink about interest rates in the aspect of dropping them completely. And what is that? What happens when you do that? You QE, about the printing machine. You get rid of the old Federal Reserve note. What's going to happen there? Cryptos, particularly decentralized cryptos, not CBDCs, to your point, coupled with precious metals, will absolutely skyrocket, which is going to find its way into the foreign currencies, so we can all be on a level playing field, which President Trump, as you know, said in his very first term back in March of 2017, I believe, right in the Oval Office, in the White House lawn there. So it's all culminating to a touch point. We should see the Clarity Act get passed here shortly as well. So we know the enemy thinks they're going to get their agenda filled, but actually God always has the last word, and he's going to do a 180 that they don't expect. And it says, the late, great Kim Clement said, a seminal why now moment, where we're going to see this whole thing juxtaposed and flip on his axis. And I think the second half of this year is going to make the first half of this year look like child's play. We've seen a lot in the first 6 months. We ain't seen nothing yet what's coming the rest of the year.
Well said, John. I'm going to go to you, Ann. Any path or avenue or way to a CBDC that you see, or do you agree with John that that's not going to happen?
Well, President Trump did put that in executive order that we're not going to have any CBDCs. I am, until I see that the cryptos are actually all going to be backed by some asset. I mean, look, BRICS has already gone to asset-backed economies. They settle all their trade imbalances. For instance, I use this example all the time, so forgive me for those who've heard it. But Brazil and Russia trade oil and soybeans. Clearly, whoever's sending soybeans is going to owe some extra money because they don't equate to the same amount of money as oil. So they settle their debt and their balances in gold. They've moved in that direction, which is something we've needed to. We've been off the gold standard for too long, and it's resulted in massive inflation. Cost of living, everything is out of control. And, more and more people can't afford to own homes. They're 40 plus years before they can get there. So until I have assurances that we are only using asset-backed cryptos, so it doesn't turn into another fiat, we're at risk for going right back into the same exact cycle of a fiat currency, whether it's crypto or not. To me, it doesn't matter. If you don't own it, you don't have it. and the deposit trust, the DTCC, they're the owners of last resort of everything in the stock market. If you own a certificate that says you have 100 shares of a stock, unless you actually have that certificate of shares, but when you register it, if you take that certificate and give it to Schwab or Fidelity, whoever, that actually means the DTCC owns it, and you don't. You've now give it, it's like a custodial certificate of, kind of like your car, your license certificate. All these things are certificates, which means the state owns it. It's a ward of whatever the organization is or the agency is. So unless you physically have it, like this pen, I can write a financial instrument to trade derivatives of this pen over and over and over. But I'm the one that really owns the pen, and I could sell this derivative to you over and over, but I might decide not to deliver. Those are called failure to delivers. And we see that in our financial system, and the Western banking system is built on derivatives in the quadrillions. And if people all of a sudden wanted to cash in on their derivatives and get their derivative, whatever it was they bought a derivative of, there wouldn't be enough of that asset to go around, and the system would collapse. So we've got to just get rid of that system. And I think tokenization is one way to do it. There's other companies out there like Abex, which are now using legal title over their own proprietary system, all open source, by the way. But this is the direction of which we need to move. We cannot be beholden to one system that sells something over and over they don't have enough to fulfill. We're seeing it with gold, with silver, and so on and so forth, which is why people are moving to the physical realm. So to answer your question, until I know that we have assurances that no matter what it is the government says is going to be the currency, if it's not backed by something real and not fractionalized, but real and whole, I'm skeptical, and I'll always be a big gold and silver buck because I'm going to physically own stuff. It doesn't mean I'm not in commodities. I am. I do own commodities. I do own some stocks. But I don't keep my exposure really heavy in that sector. I stay in the physical because I think it's real. I know it's real.
Yeah. Well, you make a very legitimate point. Until we see the cryptos backed by something real. A couple of points.
Can I make one more point? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead,
I meant to say this because, between the Genius and Clarity Acts, you are basically opting back into the system where they can track and trace. For instance, the IRS is going to know every single transaction you have on Bitcoin because it's all being routed in and out of the same financial rails that are the existing financial system. To wit, how many billions of dollars in crypto? I think it was like 300 or 400, right, John, of crypto, 3 or 4 billion from Iran that we took because we can. So, sorry. Go ahead, Scotty.
All good points. So, number one, I don't know how the U.S. could maintain any position in the world if it doesn't go to an asset-backed currency because of the BRICS. The BRICS have abandoned fiat money. They're already working in an asset-backed capacity. So we have to follow suit. I believe the BRICS now represents those that are members and those that have applied. It now represents 70% of the world population that's off of a fiat system. So that's encouraging to me that if we don't follow suit, we're on an island, right? We're on an island all by ourselves. Number two, tokenomics seems to be the way to do this. I call it tokenomics, but all these tokens that will be apparently crypto, some of them on the rail that actually move transactions like XRP and XLM that are actually part of the system, built into the system that move things at high speed. If we don't have crypto backed by real assets, then we really will never have a peer-to-peer. This whole system is supposed to be peer-to-peer on a blockchain, crypto backed by assets, every token backed by something. And by the way, it would not have to be gold and silver. I know for a fact that there are 209 sovereign nations, and in 2009, Google Earth did a study on in-ground assets of all the 209 sovereign nations, and they didn't know the purpose of the study. I had a friend working on that. He worked for Google Earth. What are you looking at in-ground assets for? 2009, I was just reading The Creature of Jekyll Island, understanding the fiat system. So I certainly don't understand what the hell they want to know about in-ground assets. Well, we now know they were looking at the in-ground assets to value currency, because if you're South Africa and you're wealthy in diamonds, well, good, real asset, use it to value your currency. Colombia will actually be able to use its crops of coffee to value currency. So the in-ground assets are where this has to go. And if that is not what is going to back the tokens and all the crypto, and they back it with some fiat instrument, and we're screwed. Then you're right, Ann. They'll know everything we're doing. Then you're in a China-like system where you go to the grocery store, you open the red meat, right? You go for the steak. They tell you you've already bought your allocation of red meat this month. You'll have to eat the worms. Sorry, get your protein from worms, right? So I just hope that, and I do believe, I do have the confidence that with Trump and all of the military guys I know and everybody that's backing, say, currency will be backed by real assets. I'm hoping it's not a wives' tale and a fairy tale. I'm hoping it's real, because if it's not, I don't see any other way to do this. We end up with fiat digital currency. We're back in the same boat. John, I know you're absolutely from your source certain it's not going to go that direction. But, you know, until we see it, like Ann says, until we actually see it and we know it, and it's being recorded on the blockchain as such, right? We don't know until we know, kind of a thing. I'm going to switch gears on you guys because you're both conversant in this subject. The apparent existential threat, beside the deep state and the fiat money system, to the United States right now sure appears to be the Islamic Caliphate pushing Sharia law in the West. I'm looking at England, maybe lost for good. Looking at France, lost for good. God bless the Irish. They're standing up and they're fighting. I saw a video of the Irish going through it looked like a lower income housing place, and they were tearing the place apart because the Muslims were all living there. They were burning the housing down, looking for the Muslims. Literally, the Irish want to throw them out of their country physically. They want to take them to the border, throw them out. This existential threat, the Islamic Caliphate, do you believe, Ann, that it is a convergence with the deep state agenda, or is it a coordination, or maybe a bit of both?
Oh, I'd say it's a bit of both. I mean, look, the red-green axis has always been a threat to Christianity. Well, more the green, but the fact is the red will use the green to attack a Christian nation, and they have no issue with it.
Useful idiots, right?
Yeah, the friend of my, the enemy of my enemy is my ally kind of a thing. And at the end of the day, America has been the only country ever to rebuke a regime, go out and say, okay, everybody, you have equal rights. Everybody has equal rights. Doesn't matter who you are. If you come here, you can go out and make the best of whatever you can. And we started out where you got a piece of land and you owned it. You own the mineral rights and you own the space above you and you own the parcel that you got. Now we are renting everything back. And again, this is an attack on our system that comes right straight out of the central banking system and coming right back to, to a British colonial rule, which the Brits were famous for this. They would use the enemy of their enemy as their ally to take down their immediate enemy, that was the target of whatever it was. And I do think that the deep state has various, it's a mosaic. It's made up of a lot of different entities. And, it's funny. I'm going to just pull my thoughts over to the side of this podcast for a second and just bring something into this equation here. Michael Yon put out a piece earlier, and he's talking about, it's time for the pawn to fall, and he calls Israel a pawn. And he references Israel, not the people, but the government of Israel, and the nation state, which is created by the city of London, the Brits, and Lord Rothschild, right, and Lord Balfour, put this the state of Israel together. And the people that are running the state of Israel are no different than the people running the central banks and the city of London. And so that in of itself, we've been weaponized, and our force, our might, our growth, our wealth has been weaponized by those same people, not the Israelis, the biblical Hebrews that the Bible talks about. Just like the American people aren't going over and bombing Iran. We are victims of everything that's going on because there's good people in Iran that are cheering for freedom, and they're cheering for us to help liberate them. But you've got the IRGC, you have the mullahs, you've got the Iranian people who have been oppressed, some who are fighting. So you see, there's just a soup of everything going on. So at the end of the day, you've got to look at who really wants to be free as God intended for his people to be free, because God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't set up people that are different ethnicities, different color, different languages, different culture all over this planet to say, now go to war with each other. That's not a benevolent God. That's not a righteous God. And, he doesn't make that mistake, but Satan sees that and goes, oh, you're different looking than that person. You're a girl, you're a boy, you're this, you're that. I can now pit you. And, this is the kind of ethos that we're fighting in a broad scale. But then you see what, intelligence communities can do, which is why, this discussion with the Senate Intelligence Committee and House Bill 224 and Senate Bill 622, they are absolutely going to, merge our intelligence communities together to the best of their ability to use against us, just as they have been. Hooray, FISA expired. They can't, legally spy on us anymore on our telephone calls. It's just such a bigger conversation, Scotty, that you have to sit back and go, okay, what piece can I take down? Because it's an elephant. And I'm going to send this crew of people over here to attack this aspect of it. We're going to send John over here to do this and Scotty over here. And eventually, when we all keep chewing at it and attacking the system from all the angles of fifth generation warfare, like Flynn talks about, we can take it down. But people have got to get educated as to what all the 5Gs are. How many different generations of warfare are going on, and where can I fit in to play a role? Where's my expertise? Where's my passion? And I know I'm kind of hitting a lot of points here, but it's much bigger than just, can we do it? And is it the red-green axis? How many different aspects of the red-green axis are there? A lot.
You're hitting a lot of points because everything's so connected, right?
It's all connected.
So, it's like the hip bone's connected to the thigh, but everything's so connected here. It's unbelievable how connected. I want to go back to a point before I forget. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is one of the reasons I believe we're heading to a non-fiat world. There's two world leaders who hate the central banks. Vladimir Putin threw the Rothschilds out some years back. And my understanding is Xi Jinping does not like to control the central bankers because he wants to be a real dictator. He can't be. The Central Bank of China is not his bank. So if Putin and Xi are on the side of Trump to get rid of the central banks, that's my belief, that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And put Xi and Putin and Trump in a room, they might not agree on a lot, but I think they would agree central bankers got to go. So that's my hope. John, I'm going to go to you with the question. I'm getting some feedback. Maybe that's your computer, John. Is the caliphate, the Islamic push to bring Sharia law to the United States, to Texas, Dearborn, Michigan, Patterson, New Jersey, where they're already implementing Sharia law? You can say, well, it's not law, it's unconstitutional, but they're living in communities under Sharia law. They're even going to stores and telling the stores, you got to sell halal foods, or you're going to start paying us a tax. You either join them, get beheaded, or pay them a tax. You can't capitulate to these people. So the point is this Islamic caliphate a convergence with the deep state central banker agenda, or are they in the back room smoking hookahs together, coordinating activities, or both?
Well, again, Ann articulated a number of touch points, I think, that encapsulate sort of the overall equation, but I'm with her that it's a combination of the two. I've always, as we've discussed on many podcasts before, Scotty, that those haven't seen us, it's a cult. It's not a religion. It's under the guise of a religion, but it's actually cloak and dagger. It's the one world beast system cult that they want. And it's funny you mentioned Texas. I have a good friend who lives in McKinney outside of Dallas, and she's been telling me the last couple of weeks we've been talking that she's seeing more of an uptick, an upsurge of more Muslim caliphate taking over the businesses and trying to set up mosques. And I know Texas has been ardently trying to bat that down with legislation to kick that out. But I can tell you here in the South where I am, that's not going to stick. And we have our Second Amendment here, guns and Constitution Bill of Rights, and the South that prides themselves largely on that. But we need the nation collectively to do that. And where I came from in California, they've been infiltrated for many years. And when Ann was talking about New York, I used to live in New York City from 98 to 2008. And I remember seeing very vividly in 2001, the discussion of halal meat served. I was like, what is that? That doesn't even sound like anything I know or would want. And it's an agenda, and it's a parasite. And little by little, it starts to find its way into the ecosystem of things. And it starts to take over the whole system unless you cut it off full force, much akin to crabgrass on a lawn that was perfect and pristine before it gets in there and it starts finding the holes. And if you don't plug it up and fix it, it takes over and becomes the lawn. And I think that's what we need to just be, as a nation, ardently aware of. Again, a lot of areas are stepping up and saying no, but we need to definitely be on guard against them. And it's not about hating anybody. It's just being spiritually aware, having our eyes open, and just knowing what's right from wrong. And it's not an agenda of peace, in my opinion, by any means. It's propaganda. It's an agenda to take over, and anyone doesn't think like them is just going to get run roughshod. And so we need to stand up against it and say no and kick them out wholesale.
Well said. You both seem to go in the same direction with different points. I think it's a lot of golden nuggets there. Before we circle back to election integrity and election fraud, I want to remind everybody we are here one day, one mission, and one community to lift Tina into her next chapter of her life. And that only happens through your kindness and generosity by donating to Tina Peters at tinapeters.us. There is a donation button on the site. You can't miss it. tinapeters.us on the homepage. Look, if you can afford to donate and you're here, just please do so. I don't know why you'd be waiting. If money's tight, maybe you need to pray on it. We're here many more hours, so go pray on it for a little while and come back. If money's tight, we understand. And if you can't donate and you don't have any liquidity to donate, we understand that too. And you're welcome to stick around and take advantage of the great information and great guests. In a little while, I'm going to round up my buddy Tom Kaz. Tom is a very up-and-coming country rock musician that has written a song for Tina called Bring Her Home. He wrote the song while she was in jail. We didn't know she was going to get free, but the message really encapsulates Tina, who she is. It's kind of a jailbreak song for Tina. Great, great song. I think this song is going to be a hit. Tom is a very talented guy. So that being said, again, go to tinapeters.us. Please donate. Let's lift Tina up. So, Ann, you are an investigative journalist extraordinaire. I've watched your work for years. When you dig into something, you don't go a little bit down the rabbit hole. You go all the way down the hole. You go down, 50, 100, wherever those tunnels are, the deep state tunnels underground, you go all the way down to those.
Sometimes.
You have investigated election fraud probably prior to 2020. I'm guessing you were looking at it before that. What do you think is the outcome? Is all this evidence that's been collected? We know the evidence is there. Trump has said it's there. The military has it all. Is it going to come forward? Is it going to be exposed before the midterms? And then there'll be a part 2 to that.
Oof, great question. It has to come forward before the midterms because we have to make some radical changes. Trump has got to use any one of the national security issues and make sure elections fall into it, because it's already been determined by CISA that our election equipment is part of our national security. We know we've had foreign interference, so it should be very easy to get that done and to protect our election equipment. But we still have very, very dirty voter rolls. And until we get the voter rolls cleaned up, I mean, this is how they're stealing elections easily. It's been theorized that that's how Massey lost 10,000, absentee ballots show up. And we can't validate if these people are on the voter roll or not. We know we have bad voter rolls here in Florida. I've spoken to people, and that apparently the local supervisor of election in Palm Beach County wanted to have a meeting with me because I was roasting her over this very subject. They won't clean up the voter rolls that have people who shouldn't be voting on them. I can tell you a personal story about it, but trying to keep this high level and not go down, individual cases here and there. We don't have clean voter rolls. And we also know these machines are still connected to the internet. No matter what they say, they're still connected. They can still change the machines. They have passwords that are on the internet for anybody to get access to. So if this doesn't come out, we're in trouble big time, because nothing's going to change. Maybe we need to postpone having an election in November till we can get all this straight, because I don't feel good about any of the elections that are happening right now. And, President Trump has got to, at some point, after we have a good time here partying for America's 250, he's got to say, you know what, Tulsi Gabbard, who, stood down from her position, told me that we know that there's been massive election integrity issues. Perhaps maybe we should do something about it dramatically. And, the federal elections, whether it's Congress, Senate, or presidential, those have to happen on one day, and the same day, for everybody across the country. The president has the right to go in and say, you know what? We aren't going to use machines for that specific election. If you guys want to use machines for your mayoral races, your state rep races, whatever. But when it comes to the federal stuff, we're not going to use machines because we need to know if we're really getting clean representation. And right now we're not. We know we're not. You've got a Congress and a Senate full of deep state actors that take money from AIPAC, hand over fist. And we know that, Israel has not the people, just the government, the deep state intelligence communities, the same people that work for the central bankers in London that are still trying to get America back. So I'm not an anti-Semite when I see these things, because you have other countries that have meddled in our elections, Venezuela, for instance, Iran, for instance. It's not just, but we know that we have these bad actors. So why do we continue with it? Why are we merging our intelligence community forever and to try and make it a law with another country? I'm sorry, that's not a sovereign nation. So I don't know that we're going to get this fixed, honestly, before November and then the election rolls around. I hope perhaps we have to pause things in order to ensure that we do have safe elections, Scotty. This is a very big worry for me because here in Florida, and I'll land the plane after this, we have the establishment, which is pushing a guy named Byron Donalds, who has a criminal record, bank fraud record, writing bad checks. His wife has, laundered $10 million through one of my state reps, multiple shell companies, so she could get money back in her pocket. He can't even spell, according to some of the recent posts today, doesn't know how to spell achievability. But, and he supposedly has an Optima Foundation charter school foundation for charter schools. This is problematic for me. This is a guy who doesn't have the grassroots behind him. And yet Susie Wiles, coming out of the administration, who was also Bibi Netanyahu, deep state campaign manager, is pushing him up to the front. And you've got a guy like Paul Renner, who is clearly the straw poll winner over and over and over, and phone bank poll winner over and over and over. He's a guy running for governor, and the deep state and the establishment doesn't want that guy to win because he stands for medical freedom and has a stand for health freedom endorsement, in addition to elimination of property tax to liberate us more. He wants to cut 30% of our state budget so that you can afford to eliminate property tax. I mean, this is a guy that's saying, I'm going to stand on the 10th Amendment. And so, this is why the midterm elections are so important to these guys. They don't want people like Paul Renner in there. They don't care what we think. And they continue to do this over and over. So President Trump is going to have to take that hard decision and say, great, you guys can have your elections, vote on your machines, but for the federal stuff, Congress, Senate, no. And governor, no. These are things that are bigger than just the state. So you are going to get rid of those machines. And I don't know if he's going to do it. I hope he does. I'm praying that President Trump does this, Scotty.
Well, you said the thing that's key to me. Do we have time to get this done before November 5th? And I say the only way we have time, Ann, is if indeed they've been working on implementing everything that needs to happen in the background, that it's already being worked on, that grand juries have been convened, that they're already looking at the fraud, that they're already in position to prosecute, that Trump is supposedly, and we're going to have Juan O'Savin on this evening, who's going to tell us that Trump is going to issue a national security emergency before the election, and then he's going to write an executive order that says A, B, C, and D. You got to have paper ballots, no machines. You got to count the votes the same day. You got to have an ID, blah, blah, blah. All these things that are going to fall under National Security Act and executive orders. If they don't do that by August or early September at the latest, how would they possibly even think about using the National Guard or ICE to implement this at a ground level? You're going to need somebody to implement it to make sure it happens, because we know locally, statewide, we've got all kinds of corruption where politicians won't abide by anything the federal government says or mandates. So it's got to already be in work, by the way. If it's not already in order, if they're not already working on the implementation, it's not going to happen by November 5th.
I agree. And, every single position in state and federal government is a matter of national security at this point, including the governor races, because not one governor, not even Kristi Noem, stood up during the Biden regime of reign of terror when they were invading our country and repelled the foreign invasion under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3. They could have repelled these people and they didn't. Instead, they bust them, flew them to Martha's Vineyard, whatever. And that doesn't fly for the American people because all we did was, we got a headline out of it and a laugh, ha ha. Oh, yeah, we're sending them to your blue state. Well, okay, but they're still here. And now you've got Tom Homan trying to go around and get the really, really, really bad guys first, get them out so we can at least protect American lives. We really need to get rid of these machines, and we got to clean up these voter rolls. Those are the two things. Otherwise, we don't have a country because we don't have free and fair elections. By the way, Tina Peters is texting me. She wants you to know she's ready. So I don't know if you've extended a link to her, but
she's got a link. She can come on anytime.
Okay, so then I'll just tell her she can come on. Well, Tina, you can hear this.
She's got the link, so she can come in anytime, and I'll see her pop up. John, I'm going to come to you for the same question, but before we do, Ann mentioned Bibi Netanyahu and Israel a couple of times. I feel I get a little more leeway talking about Israel because I have a grandfather that escaped from a concentration camp in Poland that is a Jewish grandfather, so I can say things and not be accused of being anti-Semitic. You said the key, not about the Israeli people. It's about the government, the deep state players, and Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi's been a very bad boy over the years. He's played both sides of the fence. He's played at the deep state side. He's played with the good guys, a master at both sides. He's a chameleon. And I believe that it's true. Israel is a major foothold for the deep state. The Rothschilds funded it, brought it to life in 1947 as a home for who? The Khazarian Mafia, as Scott McKay will tell us later today. And I think just like they did in Venezuela, just like they're doing in Iraq, in Iran, like they're going to do in Ukraine, I think they'll bring the Israeli deep state under control. God bless the Israeli people. I have friends there. I have cousins there. They're like us, the Americans. They don't like their deep state players. Bibi's under trial in his homeland. Bibi's on trial in Israel already for corruption. He's standing multiple charges of corruption. His own people are fed up with him, just like we were with Sleepy Joe. So, John, back to you. Talk about the election integrity. What's it going to take to get us back to free and fair elections? Do we have time to implement what's necessary, and can we pull off a free and clean election in November?
Well, again, you both have sort of answered the question for me with your insights on the matter. But I would, the first thing I would say is I don't even know if we're dealing with the real Bibi. First of all, I really think that he's been dealt with. So I don't know which iteration we're dealing with. Number one, number two, Q said it best. Saving Israel for last. You kind of alluded to that, and I think that's happening. This is a multifaceted conversation, like many of the previous questions were. So there is a lot of nuance to it, of course. Do we have time? Yes. Are we cutting it close? Yes. This feels a lot like a sporting event where it's in the fourth quarter with a handful of seconds left, and next play wins or loses the game. And I think that's how I look at this whole thing. But I do also agree with what you said, Scotty, about this thing has been in the works for many, many years. President Trump, as you both know, was asked to be in this position decades ago. So our military doesn't do anything hodgepodge or willy-nilly. There's a lot of planning and foresight that goes into it. But, just looking at the economic front, he's got to start getting some wins here in July, because it takes 90 days to get a full quarter cycle to get a GDP reconciliation where people can see the needle moving. And that would put us in July to October, a month before the midterm. So if it stands to reason we have to get a financial, not just a bump, but a massive spike, and we also have to get a geopolitical one as well. And so can it be done? Absolutely. Will it? I pray and act on faith as a Christian that it will. And as you said, you're dealing with the Khazarian Mafia, which is no different than, like Ann said, the Rothschilds, which is tied to America, which is tied to the Vatican. It's all intercorrelated. We definitely need to see the oil and the water separate, and the wheat separating from the tares of the chaff right now. I think we're coming in a crunch time, and we need to get serious about getting some visibility of results here pretty soon.
Well, I would agree with everything you just said. That's for sure. And again, because the evidence isn't in our face. I see no evidence that they've been working on implementing elections the way that 107 is going to talk about. I see no evidence that Trump's going to declare a national security emergency and mandate all these things that they can implement at a state and local level without the judges suing Trump, without the deep state politicians interfering. I just don't see any evidence. So it's hard to believe when you don't see it. But yet, John, you and I have sources, and I know you have sources. We're being told it's happening. Don't worry. Stay calm. Have faith. Trust.
I think Scotty froze.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think he was going to say, trust the plan. The only
Trust
plan
the
and the only plan, first of all, the only plan I trust is the Bible. Second, the only person I follow blindly is Jesus. So,
Yeah.
It's my duty. It's my duty to, there she is. Hey, Joanne.
Hi, you guys. I think I'm a little glitchy too. Am I? Or am I okay?
Yeah, you're a little glitchy.
A little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. We had a storm in Sedona, but
Huh.
Scotty's in Puerto Vallarta, and he's doing his best with his internet. I mean, he lives there. He's not
Right.
vacation.
Yeah.
Right.
So I kind of came in as the last minute backup exactly for this kind of stuff.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Well, let's
Tina
talk
should be
the question out. Talk about anything.
Tina should be popping in any second. I was just texting with her. So hopefully
Well,
she's going
Could
to
you
pop in.
send her the link? Because I
did.
I don't know if I have the correct number still. I know she had 2. So
Yep, I did. I sent to her the correct link.
Nice to meet you, Joanne.
Right now.
nice to meet you, John. I haven't met you. Yeah.
No, I haven't, but I've heard good things
What
about
am
you.
I seeing? The John Dowling podcast.
Yeah,
Let's
meager.
check
It's
it
not at Ann's level, but we do our best.
Oh, stop.
Ann and I had a couple of shows
No,
for
man,
years.
level.
I have to get her back on, but I.
My friend.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Ann, I did want to ask you a question actually on the subject that what Scott kind of interweaved. So we'll take this opportunity maybe to do that. And in the interim, waiting for Tina to come on. I wanted to get your opinion on something.
What's that?
So we were talking about Netanyahu and the financial and the geopolitical aspect. Once President Trump does officially, this surreptitious back and forth with keeping the deep state on their heels about when the peace deal will happen, won't happen, the sort of yo-yo effect that we have going. When that actually does get signed between the U.S. and Iran, do you expect Israel to attack the Bashir nuclear power plants of Iran? And if so, how soon after from the peace deal is made?
Oh gosh, I can't speak for what I think they're going to do or not do. I think probably the theory that I heard that actually resonates with me the most is really what Michael Yon is presenting, because if you look at historically, what have nations fought over for years and people, it's routes and resources and ideology. And Iran has always sat in the middle of major routes and resources, east, west, north, south. And because of that, that's why you have all these factions. And let's not forget that in 1953, we went and installed, the Shah of Iran against the will of the people. We overthrew a good election and put our guy in there. And when our guy was no longer useful, there was another uprising. And then today we have the clerics and the mullahs and the IRGC. So you've had Iran became completely destabilized. The British, did very well with oil from the early 1900s. The British Navy ran on free oil for decades because of British Petroleum, and they went in there and quote discovered the oil, which was basically sitting on the surface of the freaking country, but they took it. And that's what we've always done. The colonial empires have gone and taken resources all over the world. Africa is clearly under attack right now. You see a lot of China in Africa, a lot of new infrastructure going up. And it's not because the Africans are doing it. It's because they're being funded by countries that want their resources. And so I don't speculate when or who or how, but I think the who, is that Scotty trying to come back? I heard something. Yeah, and I'm sitting here, Joe Altman. Yeah, you're right, China. Joe Altman's texting me. He's like, China's been in Africa for decades. He's absolutely right.
Oh, yeah,
BRICS has been around for 25 years. This is nothing new. That coalition of countries has been around for a long time. And yep, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. we are up against an age-old ideology of getting routes and resources. And Michael Yon was positing, I saw him on Alex Jones. He did a great segment yesterday or the day before, I'm not sure when, about this very fact that, these straits and these canals and trade routes are critical to controlling resources from east to west and north to south. And so he's looking at canal in Greece. He's looking at the Panama Canal, which I've been to many, many times. China had the hold on that on both sides of the canal. And they don't anymore. The Supreme Court in Panama kicked him out. And so they're pissed, obviously, because that was critical to their, BRICS, to their Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. And Israel is also vying for the same routes and resources. They want control of it, but it's not, is it really Israel or is it the bankers? Because let's go back to the City of London and the derivative system and the fiat currency financial instruments that aren't backed by anything. They need routes and resources in order to prop up their failing fiat currencies, and the dollar being one of them. So they can't allow that to happen. So they're trying to steal routes and resources. So you're going to see China and Israel be, really at war with one another. But is it really going to be Israel, or is it really the bankers, which comes back to the, City of London? And so it's not the biblical Hebrews, it's the Khazarian Ashkenazi Jews, which were formerly known as the Radhanites, as Michael McKibben would educate you, which came from the early China Silk Road, going across the east into into Europe, and all the different breeding with different people along the way created this this group of people known as Radhanites. And when they started the City of London in 1067 and created, usury, interest on loans, they realized they were hated. And so they changed their name to Ashkenazi Jews, which weren't really biblical Hebrews at all. But that's how this complete, mishmash, where people think when you say Jew, you're just anti-Semitic. No, we're specifically talking about the government of Israel and the central banking cabal. They're one and the same people, and they originate from long, long time ago, and they have no problem at all sort of being chameleons to be whoever you want them to be, so they can steal from you and rob you blind over a system that's completely corrupt. So China, what is Joe writing? It was formalized in 2017. Yes, hide behind good Jews. That's right. They hide behind the good Israelis. Exactly. So, Oh, here's Joe. There he is. He's talking to me on chat. He's coaching me. Thanks, Joe.
He says, come on in here.
I know way too much about the China connection to Africa. I spent 6.5 years in
That's right.
in Africa, most in the east, west, north part of Africa. So I understand that China would come in and buy up all the resources and just put down a few roads.
Mhm.
So yeah, crazy time, and I've been called an anti-Semite of late. The ADL just designated me as a anti-Semite because I talked about the synagogue of Satan Jews that hide behind the Jewish people, and they do real harm. That's why you have the 18 and 19-year-old young people that were walking out of the Holocaust Museum that were gunned down because they were gunned down because of the bad things that people like Bibi Netanyahu have done diabolically over the last couple of decades. So I mean, it's not a victimless crime, and we keep running away from it.
Well said.
Oh, do you guys? I'm so sorry to interrupt. Give you a heads up.
Do I need to hop off so Tina can hop on? I don't want to keep the audience waiting for Tina because of me.
There's Scotty. Power went out, but he's
There he is.
there. He is. All right.
All right, I'm back. Hey, Joe, how are you? Good to meet you.
Brother, good to meet you.
So, is she back in the studio? Let's see if Tina's here. I
didn't
heard she
see
was
her.
coming on.
Bye, Ann. Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
Joanne.
Ann, good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah.
John, come back later. I'll text you when.
Okay, sounds good, brother.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
You want me to hop off, Scotty? I don't want to. Like I said, I want Tina to come on. People really want to see her.
Yeah, you guys want to hang out a minute until Tina comes on? Let's see if she's here.
Sure. However I can help.
Sure.
All right.
While we're waiting, please donate. Go to tinapeters.us and donate to Tina. I mean, this woman stood in the gap for all of us. She really stood in the gap. And as from where I'm seeing it, she's no different than the J6ers. She stood up for what was right, what was just, and she's absolutely being crucified by a corrupt state, a corrupt judge, and really a corrupt governor. It's disgusting what they did. what they did to her, particularly as Joe knows, she got a letter that said, make sure you back up the systems because we're coming in for a trusted build. So,
And she asked the county first to make the copy of the records for her, and they
Right.
declined. Right?
They
So this
declined.
was- I mean, there was just people that were giving her bad advice. She didn't have to go through any turning off the cameras. They made it look like it was a criminal act, and frankly, she just had people that frankly, I'll say, let her off a cliff. And Tina was just trying to do the right thing, make sure she could investigate the systems that were there. She uncovered massive amounts of fraud, and to this day, no one has taken the now 4 reports that were created seriously, even though they've been validated by people that even used to run Sandia Labs. So these are, they're just they wanted to punish Tina so that nobody got to the bottom of it, but it looks like we're gonna get to the bottom of it anyway.
yay. Let's get to the bottom of it. So Tina Peters.
Tina's not here yet, so we can keep the party going until she shows up. You guys are all welcome to stay. If you got to cut out, feel free to do so, of course. We were talking about election integrity, Joe, and you are very well versed on the subject. Our conversation was, if we have time before the midterms to implement the things that we're being told, national security emergencies, executive orders mandating the things that make a fair election, do we have time to implement that?
Yeah, we do have time to implement it. And you look at the executive order that specifically spelled out the fact that mail-in ballots could not be used in this midterm election. The problem is the states are actually defying that mandate. So Colorado just sent out mail-in ballots and did not turn over the voter rolls. They're basically running rogue, which is an act of sedition. So whether or not President Trump takes the next step, which is to sign off on the War Powers Act, or starts holding the states accountable and arrest the people inside of the states, specifically governors, secretary of states, and attorney generals, remains to be seen. I know that President Trump does not have an appetite for what's been happening in these different states. We saw what happened in California. We can see it with our own eyes. It doesn't even take a forensic anything to figure out that they're stealing elections when someone that couldn't fog a mirror got more votes than Spencer Pratt in California. So, and that's Smartmatic machine. And how do you actually indict the powers to be inside of Smartmatic and still have them running elections inside of our country? It's just it's antithetical to where we are. So I do think that over the next couple of months, you have the ODNI report, you got the executive orders, you have the SAVE Act, which John Thune is standing in the middle of, kind of like having bad leadership over in Israel. We have selected leadership on both sides of the aisle here in the United States. So we have a captured environment where the people really don't matter. And I think President Trump's fighting an uphill battle. And now with Tulsi Gabbard stepping down, the CIA going in, picking up 40 boxes, just a lot going on right now. And but I think that President Trump recognizes that this is the battleground to be won, and nobody has an appetite for the Democrats at all. Yet we have pretty pathetic leadership on the conservative side as well. So he's going to have to put his fist down and have what I call a Julius Caesar moment. He's going to have to step out and really make some hard decisions and ignore the media. And what I saw, and I'll kind of end it on the the bookend of this. What I saw with President Trump when he sat down and with Meet the Press and had that interview is that he has no appetite for bullshit. He has no appetite for it. And he is basically saying that you're corrupt. The system is corrupt. The elections are corrupt. We do not have free and fair elections in any of the 50 states, whether it's the dog and monkey show that you have with ranked choice voting, that's a black box that they didn't mathematically figure it out, or Dominion voting systems, now Liberty voting systems with the same substructures, ES&S, Smartmatic, Clear Ballot. They're all this Hart InterCivic. They're all the same substructure. They all have to go through CIDA, which then has to go through Edison. So it's all built the same way. They can steal elections from the bottom of the barrel, from the mayor's race in a small town, all the way up to the federal elections as well. So he recognizes it. He has all the information in front of him. All he has to do is pull the trigger. And I think what you saw in that interview is that is what is going to happen next. There's indictments going to be handed down. That's what Kash Patel was talking about. And I think we'll find ourselves in a better position where we can vindicate Tina Peters, and really get to the bottom of what's been done to so many people over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Oh, Scotty,
you're muted, Scotty. There we go.
Joe, thank you for the depth of the answer. It was a lot more than I anticipated. I apologize, folks. I'm on a street where they're working on the power lines. It's very loud here. I hope you can hear me well. I believe Tina's here. We also have our next co-host. I'm going to leave you, Ann and John, in the room. So we'll have a party with Tina. Why not bring everybody in? Very unconventional, but hey, why not? So give me a second. I'm going to bring everybody in here. Sleight of the fingers here.
The Brady Bunch.
Love it. There she is. Oh, wait, she popped in.
Yep.
We had her for a second. My machine does not want to cooperate. All right, we're getting there. Tina Peters, you look wonderful. It's so good to see you. Can we all give you a big hug? Let's give Tina a hug. Everybody give Tina a hug.
Big kisses.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, you're going to make me cry.
Oh, no, you're going to make me cry. It's so good to see you,
It's amazing
Tina.
to see you, Tina. I also want to introduce Garland and Tamara Favorito. When we're done partying with Tina, we'll let Ann and John go, and we'll bring in Garland and Tamara. Tina, what say you? What do you want to tell the audience?
I'm so grateful. That's the words that I.
Wow.
It's okay, honey.
Yeah.
You're so loved. You
Take
are
your time.
Take your time. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Tina, you have tens of thousands just on Twitter alone, on X. You have hundreds of thousands of posts about you. I went and looked at it before I came on. I said, how many times did her name at Real Tina or just Tina Peters come up? It was hundreds of thousands. You are so loved by so many around the world. You represent, the Joan of Arc for ages right now, because as I said, as America
I like
goes,
how that ended though.
yeah, well, yeah, but you're here. You rose to the occasion. In fact, you should be on Mount Rushmore. You really should. What you've done for our country and really for humanity. It's just incredible what you stand and represent. You're just so loved, and I'm so happy to see you. And I'm so mad at your warden. Your warden really pissed me off in February.
Well, I got one of them fired. Well, actually, he walked.
Good.
He said, "F this place," and I got the criminal sergeant or captain that was running the place. I got her moved to another prison. So
good.
There's a lot that we accomplished, even on the inside of such a horrible place like that. And I'm so appreciative that you guys, all of you, Garland, Joe, you and John, Scotty. Oh my goodness. Thank you for putting this on. Coming home, it just brings back how fragile our liberties are. And, of course, I'm not out of the woods yet. As you know, the clemency, he pardoned 35 people, complete pardon. But all the media can talk about the radical, hateful media can talk about is the one person out of 9 that he granted clemency. And, they want to say that I'm not remorseful and those sort of things. The left will always lie. Could I have done things differently? Oh, now knowing what I know now, oh yeah, I could have done it really, really, really differently had I known what we were going to find. And that's the important thing, I believe, is that what we found and the foundation of the the corruption that has been going on for far too long. And I only wrote 2 people while I was in prison, and both letters went to President Trump. When President Trump called me the other day, and I was very grateful for that phone call, and very humbled, I told him, I said, I only wrote 2 people while I was in prison. I got thousands and thousands of letters, and I'm just so humbled and grateful because you guys were and still are the wind beneath my wings. You know, God has put us all in this place to affect change. But what I told President Trump was, I said, you know, I feel discouraged. I feel discouraged that after 5 years of, you know, what we found through the Mesa County reports, 5 years that, you know, this has not, that people are still complaining about it and they're still uncovering more and more fraud, but nothing has been done about it. And so I hope to be able to speak with him about this personally and find out exactly what is being done and where we're going from here. But you guys are all my heroes. You know, I came home to if I look a little a little shiny, my air conditioning went out, so I'm not going to be calling anybody in until Monday because they charge triple on the weekend. So we're toughing it out. If I can tough it out in prison, I can tough it out. You know, there's my brakes went out on my truck, spewed brake fluid all over, and so that was another, you know, $2,500. So Scotty and all of you, I do appreciate, and all those that are out there listening, for, you know, just putting the clarion call out to help me. And you know, it's real difficult for me to ask for myself because I was just telling an interview that I did this morning for someone out in California, and we know what's going on in California and New York City and Virginia and Georgia. I mean, all across the country and in 72 countries around the world. You know, I said, why do we keep being surprised at these? And that's what I told the president. I said, why is everybody acting surprised when a person like Mondami gets elected, or Spanberger, or, you know, what happened to Spencer Pratt? I mean, why are we still acting like, oh my gosh, you know, how could that be? We know how it's happening. And I believe Trump could sign an executive order to get rid of the machines and say that that a vendor cannot have that much influence over our elections. I mean, this is a national issue. It's a worldwide issue. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what is going to go on. But I'll pop in and out. I've been watching all of you, and I'm just so grateful. I loved watching Roger Fuller and all of his knowledge and everybody else, you know, and so I will pop in and out during the day if that's helpful. But I really want this to be about everything that we need to fix and everyone out there should be fixing. So I'll just take some questions. I can tell you stories about prison that are funny.
My first question, Tina. Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
No, that's good.
First of all, you're the most welcome guest here, so don't feel like you have to sublimate yourself. This is typical Tina Peters, you know, not wanting the spotlight, not wanting the attention. By the way, your brakes and your AC going out, that's an omen for people to donate. Don't forget to go to tinapeters.us, everybody. But Tina, tell everybody, I know the answer because I heard you tell Steve Stern. What was your first meal when you had a chance to eat? What did you eat?
It was my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and it continues on. A big, thick, juicy steak. Yeah. and salad with fresh veggies. A friend of mine, Barbara, made me this wonderful salad with all kinds of fresh veggies. That's something that you don't get in prison, and the nutrition there is horrific. You drink out of plastics. My toothbrush was this big, and so that's what I had, was a steak, big, thick, juicy steak, and many after that.
Tina, are you a Golden Glove boxer now? I saw you punch a lady. You took a good shot at her, that woman that attacked you.
Yes.
I thought you were a Golden Glove candidate.
It's interesting because when that happened, immediately it was sent from this captain that was running the prison, was sent to the media because they wanted to clip that very strategic shot of me immobilizing her, is what I was doing. So what the people didn't see in what was released in that film was between the door and this big cooler. And you might wonder why you would have to have a swamp cooler in January. Well, it was because the prison that I was in, the boiler rooms and things like that were so hot that in my cell it was 91 degrees, and so we would fill up these coolers. So I went to fill it up, and this girl just freaked out. I mean, this was a woman who had stabbed her boyfriend, was intercepted by her brother, stabbed him. The next day, she stabbed him with life-threatening injuries that sent him and she only got 6 years. So,
wow.
So she came in with a punch, and I happened to grab her hand, her wrist. And I happened to have enough reflex to put my arm up like this to shield my face. And I don't know if anybody's seen the pictures of the bruise, but and they charged me, didn't charge her. And but when I came out of that closet, I could understand how someone could be provoked. Prison is a really horrible place. I did earn the respect of the women, many of them, but it took a while. It took standing up to them, chest to chest. I'd be with an inmate that was threatening me, and something inside of me, I just don't back down. And chest to chest, and I just looked at this one inmate and I said, "Do you want to add another 15 years to your sentence?" And she kind of, and I heard later she was going around asking people, "Can she do that? Can she do that?" And they said, "Yeah, she can do that." The DOJ came in, as many of you know, because of our president, to investigate. It was horrible conditions, a lot of mold. The women started, I was helping them understand their rights. So I had the ARs, the administrative regulations, printed out in 2 big books, so I could show them that you don't have to spend 2 months in the hole. They're only allowed to keep you for 15 days. I remember when they had me in the hole, this CO, correctional officer, walked by, and I said, "How long am I going to be in here?" And she said, "Well, they keep people up to 2 months." And I looked at her and I said, "They can't do that." She says, "Oh, your ARs." And I said, "Yeah." And she knew, but they depend on the inmates not knowing their rights. I'd like to be an advocate for inmate rights, because what happens behind those doors, no one sees. So that's one of the things that, along with, of course, the elections and whatever God calls me to do, I'd like to do that.
Wonderful. Tina, what do you want history to tell of your story? What do you hope history gets right about Tina Peters?
That I was innocent, that I did not breach the computers, that I did not have an unauthorized person in there. And I think that's a narrative that the left has gotten away with for far too long. Every time I see their talking points, the Mockingbird media, they're always saying unauthorized person, and that I didn't have the right to do an investigation, which clearly keeps the light off of them. So I think that's what I would like, is that, like what the DA said when they were sentencing me, and we tried to get that moved till after the election. And he said, I want to send a chilling effect to every election official in the United States. We need to have the ability and stand up for the right to question our government, and without fear of retaliation.
That's right.
I think that's probably what I would want. I remember when the girls were, I would advocate for the women in prison, and they say, oh, well, I don't want you to get in trouble. There was so much fear. And I'd say, oh, what are they going to do? Throw me in prison? Oh, I'm already here. And then I'd say, oh, maybe they'll throw me in the hole. Well, I've been there 4 times. So I think people need to understand that there's only so much they can do to you. And death was not, and of course, that's something we have to be careful of these days, because people like Jena Griswold, like Weiser, like Dan Rubenstein, who should be protecting the people, right, put out such rhetoric that we are, that it causes violence against righteous citizens that are just standing up. One of the things that he said, Rubenstein, and of course, people need to understand that Rubenstein was not the driving force behind what happened to me. It was Merrick Garland. It was Joe Biden. It was, you guys know all this. I'm preaching to the choir. And A.G. Weiser, who's now running for governor, who should never be allowed to be governor. Jena Griswold should never be given the most powerful attorney title in a state like Colorado. But these people, they want to keep that control, and we have to dismantle that control and take our state back and our country back.
John, I'm going to let you drop in a question before we cut you loose.
Okay, thank you, Scotty. Well, Tina, it's an honor to meet you. I've not been able to talk to you before, but I'm very well familiar with your story, and thank you for the privilege of having me here today with you. I did want to ask you, when you talked to President Trump in prison, you expressed your discouragement. What was encouraging about what he shared with you that gave you hope to go forward in the aftermath of you being released?
Yeah, well, we will be having that conversation in the future, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity. And we didn't talk in prison. We talked after I was released. Gotcha. And they were very careful not to let media in. Just people had to put on their visiting thing friends. So I am encouraged, because I think he's as you guys know, he's a very smart man. He doesn't always reveal his hand. And so I am encouraged. I'm encouraged. What I told him was I was discouraged because it'd been 5 years. So we all want this to happen like right away. And every time I would see, like I said, the elections be stolen, and I go, oh yeah, 51%. We know about that, right? You know what that means. So that's, I am hopeful. I just don't think that, I want to talk to him. I want to make sure there haven't been gatekeepers around him, but I don't.
Oh, great.
So that's probably would be my only concern. But there's people that I believe now God's given me a place that I hope I can get those answers, if that's the answer to your question.
Thank you for that.
We are so grateful that you told the president that is exactly the message that he needed to hear. It's resonating throughout the country, where there's so much frustration built up and on all of our supporters. And so I want to thank you for that's exactly what he needed to hear. I thank you for telling him that. And of course, I also want to thank you for all the forensic reports. And we use that here in Georgia all the time, referencing your documents, and we have corroborated everything that you revealed in Colorado. We have corroborated that here in Georgia.
Yes, thank you. And there's so much more to come, with what you're finding out through Ed Solomon and through a lot of things. When you see Republicans voting to increase property tax,
Yeah.
That should be a red flag to everybody.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. So, we have, and it's just now the action to, there should never be a vendor that has that much control over our life. Just period. It should be the good intelligence that's protecting us, like CISA, which is I don't even want to get into that rabbit trail, but yeah.
Well, hopefully now CISA is somewhat better. I guess they've dissolved their election department, but the DOJ, the FBI, it should all be somewhat better than the one that got you. But you have really you've earned the platform that you can stand on now and keep getting this message out there, because you have become a movement, Tina. I have never seen anything like it. These last 20 months, we have, every single week, we have talked about you on our statewide calls, and people, if we decide to put it at the end of the 2-hour call instead of at the beginning, they were putting in the chat, well, what about Tina? What about Tina? Did I miss it? So I've never seen anything where somebody could go away and we can't physically see you, to stay so much in people's minds and in their prayers. And these statewide or nationwide prayer meetings, it's really been amazing. But I think it's just a testament to who you are. You are a person who loves other people and stands for what is right. And I think you have given a lot of people around the nation really the gumption to stand up and keep saying what is right. We're not going to give into it. So bless you. Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, then
Very well said, Tamara. Thank you. John and Ann, I'm going to I don't know if you guys can hear me, but John and Ann, I'm going to dismiss you. Thank you so much, both of you, for all your time. Great information. Left a lot of golden nuggets. Thank you, guys.
Bye, guys. It was an honor. Thank you, Tina, for coming. I'm just so blessed to see you. Love you so much, honey. And my text message stands. You let me know when. Okay.
Right. Thank you so much.
Much love to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Bye-bye.
Good to see you, Joe.
Hey, Tina, it's always good to see you. Just so you know, Scotty, we have a $10,000 match right now from Annette Valera out of Colorado. It's a $10,000 match.
Praise God.
That we've been talking about these matches to come in that I worked on last week. I just sent a text message saying, "What's up?" Nobody's been talking about the matches, right? So I'm encouraging some other people to put some matches up. So I do want to say this with Tina. Tina knows I love her very, very, very much. I tend to get a little bit more angry about how they treated Tina, a little bit more feisty about it. But this telethon is about securing Tina's future. And so the people that are listening, I know that you've probably given to Tina. I've given to Tina. It doesn't matter about what you did in the past. This is like, we got to raise $1 million. We got to raise $2 million. There's still legal fees to be paid. But more importantly, we've got to get Tina to a place where she can breathe, take a breath, right? And that's going to require her to be able to not have to worry about things. If she wants to retire, great. I hope she goes back into public service and we get just a few more years of her being the Secretary of State in Colorado or working in Washington, because she is the Nelson Mandela of our time. But I just want to remind everyone that reach into your pocket give to this. Go to tinapeters.us. You have to be willing to live up to the sacrifice that Tina did for nearly 21 months. So
Very humble. Thank you. I'm going to pop off because I know there's a lot of people that are waiting to get on, and I'll come back on. I'll come back on later. But I wanted to leave you with this. So the DA in our county put out horrible things about when they found out that I was coming back to Mesa County, and that's because I'm on parole right now. I'm still under the Department of Corrections, Colorado Department of Corrections thumb. And so the DA Dan Rubenstein put out there that I'm not welcome in Mesa County, that the people do not want me here, and all other. I don't read all that stuff. I just, I just glance and get the flavor of it. But I just want to tell you, last night was the first time that I have been. Oh no, actually it was Friday night. First time I've gone out in public because of my safety, and I went to a Ted Nugent concert here in Mesa County, and met his wonderful wife Shemaine, who was amazing, and with Ricky Schroeder and Rich Wyatt and Ricky's new wife Julie, and just wonderful people. And so I had asked Ted, I said, I don't want to, I told Shemaine, I said, I don't want him to call me out or whatever, because I want to be cognizant of the prejudice of some people, that it could affect his fan base. And so I'm standing down and with Jared and Paulo, and their security for me and some others. And the people kept coming up. We were between the stage and the corral fencing that separates the rest of the crowd. And I'm standing in front or to the side of the stage, and people kept coming up to the corral fencing, trying to get somebody's attention, asking if I would come over. That's how to get to me, is the people, not what they've done to me. And they would ask me. And one that was very notable was a woman and her son, her husband and her son, and they were standing there. And she said, "My son is blind, but we would like to get a picture with you and to tell you that even the blind see the truth about you."
Wow.
So
That's
it was
beautiful.
very heartwarming.
That's
All
awesome.
the people that were just giving me, just waving and telling me thank you. And
Good.
so
So
that,
not everybody has believed the media there in
That's
Mesa
right.
County. You know the truth.
right, exactly.
And
So
Tina,
if
go ahead.
it's okay with you, because I want to hear what you guys are going to say, I'll tune in for a little bit. And then we're going to I'll come back in, because there's someone else that I want you guys to say hi, that I'm going to go visit this afternoon. And by the way, the host of my show, Apollo, today is his birthday. He shares a birthday with our great President Trump. And so I want to give a shout out to our great president and tell him thank you so, so much. I've always been behind him, even when they were 17. And I believe he's the greatest president there's ever been. I appreciate his pardon. I appreciate everything he's done to stand behind me and stand for what's right. And I trust him implicitly to continue to lead our country to where we need to go. And thank you for my team, and the supporters, and for all the people that have stood up and refused to be quiet. And not been afraid. And I hope we'll continue to build on the
Tina,
foundation.
you bring new meaning. Tina, you bring new meaning to the idea of taking one for the team. You took one for every American patriot in not just the United States. Tina, you became a global movement. I have listeners on Sovereign Radio in Colombia, South Africa, Canada, Australia, Romania, and I have a Romanian journalist that wants you on his show. So you are taking one for the team, and that is a team of global patriots around the world that know what you did and how you stood for we the people, not just we the people, United States, but the world, because the world knows it. As America goes, the rest of the world goes. So thank you so much. We'll see you back, and you took one for the team, my friend. That's for sure.
Thank you. And watch the movie about Bolsonaro. What happened in Brazil is what they want to happen in every country. And so get ready for that movie that's coming out. And thank you so much, Scotty. I'll pop in later when it's convenient. And thank you. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
And Tina, one last
Tina.
thing before you pop off.
We'll see you later.
I'm sorry.
One last thing before you pop off, Tina. We our volunteers put together a tribute video for you. I think you've seen it. I think we played it on Joe's show once, but it's on our homepage, voterj.org. Maybe we'll get that in if there's time permitting today.
Thank you.
Garland, would you give that URL out? Because I have some bandwidth issues with the power going out and won't be able to play it. So tell everybody where they can see that video.
Sure. It's voterga.org. It's on the homepage. We have had it up top for about a year, but it's now about the fourth thing down on the homepage. And it's a tribute video that our volunteers put together for Tina. And it's pretty touching.
Yeah, it's a 5-minute video that we actually did the Christmas after she went into prison, but it's been updated, and the end of it shows her freedom. So it's a very special video.
And we had our volunteers put that together. And then we had a contemporary Christian artist here whose song we borrowed for. It's called Sing Like the Battle Is Over. And it's really appropriate, I think, now that Tina's out. We didn't realize it was going to take this long to get her out. But now that we can rejoice, but the battle's not over, exactly as Tina is saying.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to come back to Garland tomorrow. Is it Tamara or Tamara?
It's Tamara.
Tamara. Any way I can pronounce it, I pronounced it the wrong way. Tamara,
That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to go to Joe because you are running for an important position in Colorado. I believe you're running for chairman of the Republican Party. Is that correct?
Well, I was. We lost by proxy, so I didn't realize that they could just basically load up proxies. It's kind of like harvesting mail-in ballots.
Right.
So we had 5 debates. Out of the 5 debates, I collected about 80% of the vote collectively across those. But the same thing happens in Colorado that happens across the country, and that is the mechanisms by which they put people in positions of trust and authority are manipulated. So I showed up and they had about 30 volunteers that had 5 proxies around their neck. Nobody was able to actually do a verification of the proxies. No one was allowed to call for a verification of the proxies. So it was 2 rounds, and Craig Steiner was actually put into position as state chair. So, which is good. Now, I did tell them they only got 1 shot, but everything that I said would happen if I wasn't made chair did happen. They can't raise money. They don't have an office. It's right back to attacking each other. It's much like what's happening in the Republican Party, I think, across the country. It's a purposeful kind of breakdown of the leadership, and that's why we get leaders like John Thune. That's why we get people that are inside of Congress that get amnesia when they walk there, is because no one holds them accountable. It's like a club, and we're not in it.
Right.
Yeah.
George Carlin said it. So, Joe, I assume the man they installed is a rhino.
I don't actually know if you call him a rhino or if you just say that he doesn't have the ability to look. They don't even have a functioning party. They're $400,000 in the hole. And, I was able to raise almost $3 million on phone calls to start out if I was to take over. And just to show you how bad it is, he picked up the phone, or somebody in his thing when he became the chair, picked up a phone and called two of the donors, and both donors said, if it's not Joe, I'm not giving you any money. So the good news is that those donors are like, hey, Joe, go create an IEC, go create a PAC, and we'll just give you the money and let you get good people elected. So, the same outcome is there, but the Republican Party, its anemic right now, it should be thriving, and they're just not, because they can't get out of their own way. So Rhino is probably a good word for what's happening in the party in Colorado, but Craig Steiner, I mean, he's a decent man. We just, again, having the ability to strong arm your way through it. I have a more Trump approach to things, and he's going to have this kind of wait and see, and that's not the leadership we need today.
Well, I'm sorry to hear the outcome. You're clearly the kind of guy I would be voting for, because they couldn't afford to have you in that position. They couldn't afford the outspoken, true patriot. They know what you represent, and they just couldn't afford to have you in that position, I assume.
Well, they ran 4 hit pieces over and over and over and over again, 4 days in a row on all the media outlets in Colorado. And Lauren Boebert actually went on Kyle Clark on the Friday before the vote to basically say that, to denounce me for the words that I never used. Again, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm partially Jewish. And they went out there and they created these narratives that just weren't true. But Scotty, I got over 10,000 emails in a 6-week period of time of people saying, over 10,000, saying, I will come back to the party. You are the chair of the party. And I was like, man, I will wreck it, Ralph. I will make the party someplace that people want to be in, that represents the interests of the people. And right now it's just same. And you're right. They don't want someone strong in that position. They don't want strong leadership, and they don't want someone that has the business acumen that I have, that obviously would lead us to us being a thriving party in the state of Colorado.
Okay, well, so what's the next step for Joe Altman?
I'm going to continue to help Tina, but for the most part, I'm going to do my podcast. I'm going to finish out this lawsuit with this goofball Eric Coomer. That he's had to admit that now is a call. He's had to admit that he had access to the Dominion systems and was talking to Serbians. He's had to admit a lot of different things between my case and Patrick Byrne's case, and so I'm going to finish that off. But Scotty, I think that I'm going to be behind the scenes, helping on the structural side. I don't really have an appetite for politics. I don't like crappy people, and and it just doesn't fit me, right? So I'm going to get back to business. I'm going to do the things that I've been good at for the last 25 years, and I'm going to serve my community. But I don't know. Right now, I think it's time. I think the ship has sailed. President Trump has an opportunity this year to fix things. I hope he takes it. But if he doesn't take it, I'll be the first one to tell you that it's been a colossal waste of my time for the last 6 years, because we have done so much. And that's not being negative. That's just saying, listen, the line is in the sand, right? Garland and I have had this conversation. I've had this conversation with Tina. What Tina said is what every patriot that has been fighting for 6 years is thinking. And that is, make my sacrifice worth it. Do what's necessary to get rid of the machines, get rid of the mail-in ballots, and arrest the people that have caused massive damage to our country over the last 2 decades, right? That's what we want. And frankly, that's what Tina went to jail for or prison for 21 months. She didn't go to prison so that she could be a beacon of light for the hope of the future. She went to prison because she uncovered election fraud. And frankly, we should honor that. We should honor it by making sure she's protected. We should honor it by getting rid of the mail-ins and the machines, and getting back to a place where we have equilibrium across the country. That's what I think.
Amen. So to the favoritos, tell us what's going on in Georgia. You are at the center of the fight of Georgia election integrity. I understand there are have been some grand juries convened in Georgia. Is that correct?
Well, it's a lot. There's so many things going on, Scotty. I guess we would have to stay. First of all, the FBI has come in and seized the ballots here in Georgia. These were the Fulton County 2020 ballots. We know that there were counterfeit ballots. There were all kinds of problems with that ballots. We know that Fulton County backloaded at least 17,000 results. Backloaded 17,000 ballot images. They have 17,000 votes that they have no ballot image for. So they electronically manipulated the results in order to make Biden come up and win for by a margin of 11,779. So that's one thing that's going on. The other thing that I think would be interesting, and I know Joe would be interested in this, is that we have filed a case to vacate Dominion certification. We've sued the EAC to vacate the certification we use the 5.5 version. Colorado, I think, is on 5.11 or 17. I can't remember that. We just upgraded. So we're trying to vacate that on the grounds it was never originally certified properly to begin with. And we have unrefuted expert witness testimony from both Clay Parikh and Ben Cotton. We have got forensics that show that the voting system, at least one of the counties, the only county we've been able to get, has been electronically altered and programmatically altered. So that case we have got that case in appeals. Our other case is also in appeals on the Fulton County ballot case. But we think that the FBI might help us out there. That evidence that they used to seize the ballots was based on our preservation order that we had put on the ballots back in 2021, and also in addition to the preservation order, we also had 5 areas of probable cause that was based on evidence that we had given them. So we're pretty thrilled about that.
And then just this week, we had the state legislature had put a law on the books in 2024 saying as of July 1st of 2026, the QR coded voting system is illegal. So the Secretary of State had 2 years to fix it, but did nothing. So here we are with July 1st right around the corner. Nothing was done in our legislative session earlier this year. So on Wednesday, they're convening a special session of the legislature to try to determine what are they going to do. And of course, there's a movement underfoot by the establishment and the governor to just move that date out to 2028 so that we continue to use the Dominion QR coded system. But there are a number of senators, mostly senators, some in the House, that are going to push back against that. So we are publishing the People's Bill, which gets us back to hand-marked paper ballots, hand-counted. So we're going to push that just this week. So we'll see where it goes.
And Joe would appreciate this too. It's a national issue here because the Georgia legislature has said, no, you cannot use QR coded voting systems here in Georgia. It's consistent with President Trump's executive order 14248, March 25th, that he signed. And so they're sending a message nationally that no, QR coded voting systems are unverified. There's no place for them to be used. So that includes all of the Dominion Democracy Suite systems, and it also includes all of the ES&S Express votes, which have the same setup. So that's the bulk of electronic voting systems that's being used in Georgia, throughout the country right now. So it's really, really significant, Scotty, what's going on here right now, nationally.
Wow. So interesting from state to state, yet the theme is universal. election fraud is not isolated. It's widespread from Colorado to Georgia. California is probably the communist state of California is really, I know they dumped 300,000 ballots in the streets, and they have a racket game where BLM picks the ballots up and delivers them to a processing center. So they dump them in the streets as if they're giving them to voters. Oh, they'll say we're dropping them off in an apartment. There's 10,000 apartments in a complex. They'll drop 30,000 ballots there and say, well, it's for the residents. They can just pick up their ballot and vote. Well, who's picking up those ballots? BLM is picking up the ballots. We've got it all. Gentleman's got it all on video. It's a racket. They sell these ballots, by the way. BLM gets paid for every ballot they pick up and bring to the processing center. Or why would they do it? They wouldn't do it for nothing, obviously. Joe and the Favoritos, I'm going to take you out 1 minute. Don't go away, please, because I want to make room for some diamond pins that are going to be auctioned off. So give me a minute. I'm going to bring in David Wolf, who is the purveyor of these amazing diamonds. David, I'll bring you right in a minute. Hang in there. David, are you there? I know you're there, sir. All right. Well, let me load up the picture of the diamonds. So the story is that David, as he'll tell us, was hired by I believe, one of the insurance companies in the Twin Towers, 9/11, and he was to determine the value of assets in a box, in the contents in a box, which turned out to be diamonds. And he purchased the diamonds and bought them and has set them. Let me see if I can get this picture up. He has set the diamonds in the shape of a pin. Let's see. Where is it? Do we have some diamonds on screen? No, we don't. All right. Well, Dave, you tell the story much better than I did. So why don't you go ahead and I'll get these diamonds up on screen so we can auction them.
All righty. It's such a pleasure to just be part of this team. I've been watching all day. The information, the integrity, and to see Tina's face earlier was just such a heart-rendering blessing that I'm sure we all feel for her. So with that said, I was blessed as to have the skills, to acquire the skills, to be able to appraise as a master gemologist appraiser after 45 years of being in the jewelry business. I was so fortunate to be able to be part of the World Trade Center recovery of safety deposit boxes that were compromised by the World Trade Center collapse. And we know, excuse me, I think I lost you. Can you see me?
No, we have lost the video. Let me see what happened here. I don't see any of us.
All righty. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Continue. I do hear you. We're going to see you again.
There we are.
There you are.
Yes.
The picture is supposed to be in that space right there. I don't know why it isn't, but let's go ahead and continue the discussion. We'll get them up on screen.
I can't really tell if these are clear enough. But at any rate, I was part of the recovery process and of the safety deposit boxes that were taken out of the wreckage of the World Trade Center. And I didn't know what to do after I had after I had taken possession of these diamonds that were recovered. They weren't able to be returned to one rightful owner. So instead of giving them to one person who claimed they were theirs, because these were remnants, these were pieces of jewelry that were in the wreckage of the Trade Center, recovered but not identifiable. And so at the end of the appraisal process, I was able to obtain these diamonds legitimately. You know, they were paid for at market value, and I preserved them for over 20 years. And I just left them in the safe. And then the J6, you know, Fedsurrection set up, just, you know, pulled at my heart. And through Jonathan Gross, who pro bono represented quite a few J6ers, I was able to get to Jonathan and then get to Trennis Evans, who is a J6er and has a beautiful show now on RAV. And anyways, he was my conduit to be able to get this design of a J6 flag out, you know, in the open here and to be exposed. And what I want to do is try to raise money for Tina, who I consider to be just the mother of all the J6ers. I mean, she just, you know, like I said, I mean, her heart, her soul, she was tested and she stood in the gap and she became probably the centerpiece for exposing this global cabal. And I just had to, what I want to do is I want to donate a flag of her choice to Tina. If she will accept the flag, I just feel like she is the most deserving of any of the other J6ers. We already have some that have gone to J6ers, but she is the next in line. So whenever you get her back on the show, I would just be thrilled if she would be able to come on and accept the flag.
Well, I think we can encourage her to do that, and I certainly will. So next time she comes on, you'll stick around, and I'll bring you back. I'm having trouble. Joanne, if you can come in to the show and share the pictures, I think I sent you the flag pictures or some flag videos. Maybe you can share them. But I have an idea, David. We don't want to lose this opportunity to auction these. We can put them on a website. You have a website, right?
I have a website. It may be a little confusing because there's things on that website that aren't available. They're already called for. Mm-hmm. And but there are examples on the website. And if you want, I can give you the website.
Yeah, give the URL out. You've got 3 pins that we were going to auction off today that range from $2,900 to $3,900 as a starting point.
Yeah,
I apologize, losing a great opportunity to show the diamonds. The diamond is set at the top of the flagpole. That's where he put the diamond. It sits at the top of the flagpole. Maybe you can hold the picture up close. Bring it all the way to your camera.
Okay.
I know it's. There we go. Bring it all the way up there. Excellent. Okay, so the diamond is on the flagpole, and you can see the pin, and he's got 2 pins and a necklace. The smallest diamond is like a tenth of a carat, I believe, or
these are 1.5 to 2.5 pointers, which are small stones.
Small, right?
But they're collectible pieces. It comes with a, you know, it took me a good 6 months to come up with just the wording and what I felt this means to the world, that these should be preserved as collectible items that bring together the calamity, the catastrophe of the World Trade Center, which we all know there were bad hands involved in that. And and then the J6 event, which we know was, again, a setup. And so I, swore that these diamonds were preserved from the World Trade Center and that each flagpole of this pin would be set with one of those diamonds that I preserved. And it brings together two historic events, and it makes these flags collectible. And so,
not going to pick it up on my phone.
Yeah, well, these are 18 karat gold. Like I said, I designed the concept. There's a J in the flagpole and the rope. I don't know if you can see it. Symbolizing J, and then there's 6 stars in the blue banner, in the blue field, and those 6 stars are for J6. And so these are symbolic flags. If anyone wants to purchase one of these, it comes with a certificate of authenticity stating that I preserved. Oh, I just saw one of the pictures.
Joanne, are you able to bring it up?
Well, each flag then has a diamond from the World Trade Center. Oh, there it is.
Okay, thank you, Joanne.
Okay, so for instance, this flag I actually donated to Trennis Evans. Okay, and he wears that flag proudly every time he podcasts or broadcasts. And so that flag is his. That's an example of one that's not available. If someone wanted a flag like that, I have 5 other diamonds that can be manufactured with that exact marquee. It's shaped like a football on the top. It's just a dynamic, it's for somebody who's bold and somebody who can handle a big shape like that, a big diamond on top of the flag. And so if somebody wanted to buy a flag like that, that flag would start at $4,900 to $5,900, depending on the quality of the stone, the quality and the size. But that's an example. And anything that is purchased because of your telethon, I can guarantee a minimum of $1,000 for Tina. And on some of the bigger flags, we would be able to get her upwards of $2,000 per flag.
David, can you give out I believe it's an email address where people can contact you, questions, or make a bid? I'm sure people are going to have questions before they bid because we're not able to really get a good glimpse of this, but where should they reach you?
They can reach me at my name, David, at justappraisers.com. Just Appraisers is double P and it's plural. So if they want to contact me by email, I'll respond. I'll pick up any email that comes in, as quick as possible, and I'll be able to work out an arrangement where if they want to purchase a flag, then we can guarantee Tina will get a nice little. We'll try to fix her brakes and we'll try to get her back and defend her butt because she is just indescribably courageous.
Well, let me say a few words here. These are pieces that are crafted using diamonds recovered from the World Trade Center site after September 11th, as David said. Think about that for a moment. These aren't really just pieces of jewelry. They really represent the resilience and remembrance and the enduring spirit of the American people and Tina. What Tina went through with her flight in prison and what we went through as a country, the resilience with 9/11. There's only 3 of these pins being made available. When you make a bid, you're not just acquiring a collectible, you're becoming part of a story. Spans one of the most significant moments in American history in helping support a woman many believe has paid a tremendous personal price for her conviction. So, David, thank you. I'm going to have you back again later. We really appreciate you coming in Thanks so much, and I'll
Okay.
talk to you later. Joanne, if you can remove the picture, I'm going to bring our guest back in. SG, I see you in the green room. We'll get to you in a minute. Having trouble, lots of technical issues today. I'm not sure if Joe is still here, but Joanne, if you can take the picture down, that'd be great, so we can get back to. If you're there, Joanne, and you can hear me. All right. Well, Favoritos, you're back, and I want you to tell our audience what's going to happen in Georgia. What do you see the outcome exposing the election fraud? Is it going to happen? Can we get back to fair and safe elections? What are you thinking?
I think we have to, Scotty. And we can't lose this country, as Tina has said, as Joe has said. And there's a lot of us down here fighting to get back to it. And we have made some progress over the last 5 years. We have gotten a lot of legislation passed. Unfortunately, it's just around the machines. It was important, but we need to get rid of the machines. And I think we're there. We're at this tipping point where we have an opportunity to get rid of them. And maybe we continue to use the scanners for tabulation, but having enough hand counts that we can all feel good about the elections.
Yeah, I think we're also, as Tamara says, it's going to happen. We're trying to get this done for 2026. If not, it will happen for 2028. We will get rid of the Dominion voting system here, and hopefully we won't buy another one, so or another similar system. But we're putting in place where hand counts, that sort of thing, we think might go through. The other thing I think is going to happen is I think we're going to see indictments from the federal government on the Fulton County ballots case here in Georgia. I would expect there would be a slew of them. And here, right, the cover up, Scotty, is probably even bigger than the crime itself. It's been a massive cover up here in Georgia.
Interesting. We're trying to get that picture down, I know.
Yes, there we go. We got
All
it
right.
down. It came back up.
All right. Continue, please.
Well, I think that what we were saying was we're talking about, I think we're looking at indictments for the counterfeit ballots that were injected back in 2020. I think the FBI has got 5 areas of probable cause. We know that 3,930 ballots were double scanned. We have senior poll managers, witnesses, and subpoenas, depositions concerning the counterfeit ballots that they saw during the hand count audit. We know that there was electronic manipulation of the ballot images. We know that there were 17,000 ballot images missing. So we have 17,000 votes for which there are no images, no source documentation. And I think I'm forgetting 1 or 2 along those lines.
But I think it's also important to point out that nobody's refuting the evidence. They're ignoring the evidence. And with the FBI coming in, seizing the ballots and the records for 2020 and conducting a criminal investigation, which I think, like Garland said, indictments are coming. And I think that's what we need to have happen down here so that no longer can our evidence just be ignored.
Well, I think Joanne's going to try to queue up that video and play it. I just don't have the bandwidth on my end. I've sent her the video. We're going to try to load it up and play it. If not, we'll make sure your website is given out again. So how long have you guys been involved in election integrity?
Well, I've been involved in it for 24 years, going back to 2002 when Georgia bought the first unverifiable DRE voting system. And that was, we tried to stop that all the way back 24 years ago. It was obvious that the system was not verifiable to the voter. It didn't even have a ballot. It couldn't be audited by the election officials. It couldn't even recount a race. It just reprinted the previous unverifiable results. So, so that's what's coming up. I think it's just been continued. We actually 17 years later, the U.S. District Court agreed with what I said in 2002. The U.S. District Court agreed with it, and then they banned the old machines, and then the Secretary of State went out and bought another unverifiable system, and that's where we are.
There's a place that breaks the silence, a sound that slays the giants, a voice that breaks down every prison door. When we lift up our voices, praises go before us, for we know the battle is the Lord's. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome. The King is overcome. I remember every victory, how he wrote my story, the moment that I crossed from death to life. So if the battle rages, I'm safe here in his presence, for I know he's never lost a fight. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The King is overcome.
Once you drop that ballot off, you're trusting someone else to record your vote for you in the manner that you cast it. It's my job.
Victory is mine before my eyes can see. Now there's nothing that can keep me from my promise. No, I won't be moved. My hope's in you. His light breaks through the darkness. Now there's nothing that can keep me from my promise. Victory is mine before my eyes can see it. Now there's nothing that can keep me from my promise. No, I won't be moved. My hope's in you. His light breaks through the darkness. Now there's nothing that can keep me from my promise. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The king is overcome. I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open.
You know you're doing the right thing. And when you know that God has called you to do something, you can't turn away. Sometimes the process takes you through some very difficult times. But I'm at peace with this. And the more they come after me, the more determined I am to do the right thing. There's a lot of Americans out there that want to save this country. We have to keep beating the drum. We have to keep getting the truth out there. You know, there is nothing else but the truth. There's a scripture that says, you know, that not to lose heart in well-doing, for in due season you will reap if you faint not.
Dean, I can only imagine what you've been through. You are the real hero. Hands to heart for you.
I'm gonna sing like the battle is over. I'm gonna dance like the war is won. Every prison door swing open wide. The king is overcome.
All I could say is wowza. That is one emotional video. That is a beautiful, whoever did the editing, the composition, the really beautiful. And I saw, Tamara, you haven't changed much. I saw you in your younger years, maybe. Was that you holding a baby?
No, that was Tina.
That was
Oh,
Tina.
that was
Peters.
Tina. Man, you
That
guys looked a lot alike.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that.
I thought maybe you were showing your past, but now that you said it's Tina, knucklehead that I am, of course it was Tina.
Yeah.
Why
And-
wouldn't it
and-
be Tina? Wow, you guys
and
are
that-
amazing video. By the way, I watched the video yesterday and I went and downloaded that song immediately. I love that music. Fantastic
Isn't that
job.
amazing?
Yeah,
That-
Yeah.
really
that was,
great job. Thanks for sharing so much, Joanne. Thanks for making that work.
Yes.
That was big,
Thank
big, big lift. Really, a lift of the spirits. Is very emotional.
Yeah, and the baby that Tina was holding there was Remington, her son, who was killed in the
Yeah,
naval accident in Manhattan. And the artist is Catherine Mullen. She is a contemporary Christian artist, and she led worship here in the church where in Coweta County, where Tamara has a home. And she's now really gone on the national tour and spent a lot of time with Mario out in California. They're in Stockton, California. Mario Morella. She's doing revival
Meetings
out
in
there.
Stockton. Good things are happening, Scotty, in California. We're just not hearing about it as much. Yeah, so we are
well,
praying.
I'm glad you brought that up. We had a discussion earlier today, in fact, with two different guests, that it is my belief, and I think the others share it. We don't see the evidence of it, but I believe that President Trump and the military are much further down the road on election fraud than they've let on because we don't see the evidence. Trump revealed it. He's let the cat out of the bag. He says we have it all. The military has it all. The question I have for you guys before we let you go, do you believe we have enough time? Again, I think that Joe Altman answered the question. Do you believe we have enough time before the midterms for if Trump has a plan with the national security emergency and executive orders that mandate the things that make elections safe, 1 day of voting, paper ballots, no machines, prove you're a citizen, have a voter ID. Do we have the time to implement that? Is it possible we're further along in the background? What's your belief?
Yeah, I have to admit, it's going to be tight. It would have been much better if it had happened at the end of last year. But yeah, if the election officials in the counties put their mind to it, I believe it can be done. But he needs to hurry because November is not very far away.
You know, this man we have as president, his favorite book ever is Sun Tzu, The Art of War. And The Art of War says appear weak when you're strong. The Art of War says don't ever play your hand and show your hand. I believe he's holding the cards and just is not going to lay them on the table to the very last minute. Now, maybe it's my wishful thinking, but from my mouth and Joe Altman's mouth, Joe feels the same, I think. I think he can play the Trump card, as we've heard about, whenever he wants. I think he's waiting till the last minute. He's going to make these Democrats think, oh, we got him. We're going to pull this fraud off again in the midterms. And I think he's going to slam the door on them. That's what I hope. Hey, before you guys leave, I want to introduce you to a fellow Georgian. He's waiting in the green room.
Yeah.
I want to see if he's there. There he is. Rob, you sound, do you guys know each other, Rob?
We know each other well. This is an interesting story, I think, that Rob can tell. But I just wanted to add one more point, though, Scotty, to that. The actual evidence shows that it can be done. To answer your question, we went from nothing, a whole bunch of different systems, to a complex electronic voting system in 6 months. So how much would it be take to go back to paper ballots and hand counting, which is basically very, very simple. You don't need any equipment. So I just wanted to add that to Tamara's point, that we actually have the evidence that it can be done. And that's the track record here in Georgia. And,
you know, with that slow Southern drawl, whether you or Rob say my name, if I close my eyes, I don't know who's talking. I can't tell the two of you apart by voice. Rob, chime in here. Say my name. I swear it's the same voice.
Scotty Sachs. How's that? That'll have a little more DJ in it. How about that?
Yeah. Rob's a broadcaster. That's why. Well, I wanted you two to say hello to each other. I had a feeling you knew each other, but as I was listening to Garland talk, I kept saying, wait a minute, Rob's in the green room. He's not on camera. He can't be speaking. And I really thought I was listening to Rob when I was listening to Garland. That's because, how far apart are you guys in Georgia?
About 15 whole minutes or something like that, maybe. Hey, I have a great story and a serious story. Which one?
Yeah,
do you want first?
Go ahead, share it, Rob. Share it, Rob. Before we bring SG on in, share your story.
The great story is in this faith movement where only the divine can connect people together, Scotty, like me and you, and Garland and me, and Garland and Tamara. My wife and I have been very active in the community here for 6 long years. And guess where Garland met his beautiful bride, Tamara? In our living room. In our living room in our home. How about that?
Wow.
They're the first warrior wedding couple we have to our belt. So we're happy about that.
You guys did not know each other was coming on this show today, did you?
No,
right, we did
not.
not.
No, how fun.
I kind of thought, knowing your position in Georgia, that the Favoritos might know the Cunninghams, but I wasn't sure. So glad we can make that connection.
Well, they got the second string Cunningham today because the boss lady ain't here. Okay, so you just have me on as eye candy. Okay, that's what I like to say. But hey, I do want to, on a serious note, I'd love Garland to get your feedback. I put in the chat group here that we need to send a nuclear bomb message. Every Georgian in the sound of my voice that hears this, we need to blast the Brian Kemp Georgia swamp cartel that is supporting Rick Jackson, a classic billionaire rhino deep state operative who doesn't give two damns about this state. He's in a runoff against Burt Jones, who's President Trump's endorsed candidate for governor Tuesday. And we need to keep the best birthday present we can give President Trump is to keep his undefeated record of primary victories intact here in Georgia and not let this billionaire rhino, Dick Cheney loving, George Bush loving, Ted Cruz endorsing guy that does not give two damns about the state of Georgia. Garland, would you like to opine?
I would, Rob. Thank you for raising that question. And I will, as y'all know, voterj.org doesn't endorse candidates, but I can speak personally to a subject that is near and dear to my heart because, as Rob has said, this guy has run what we believe to be now a $170 million negative ad campaign targeting the Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Now, and it's all fraudulent because it was based on several different things. First of all, he claims to be an outsider, and he's gotten how many millions of dollars of contracts, no bid contracts from the Secretary of State.
It's pushing a billion.
It was $1 billion. That's right.
Close to it.
$1 billion of no bid contracts from Georgia, and he claims to be an outsider. But here's the one that kills me the most. He claims to be on the Trump train, and he's spending $100 million to try to destroy Trump's chosen endorsed candidate for governor here in the state of Georgia. And every time you turn on the video, any video, you see a Rick Jackson ad. But here's something that I want to show you. I hope y'all can see this. I have received 40 flyers. Direct mail is incredibly expensive, and direct mail statewide is even more expensive. I've received 40 flyers from Rick Jackson. Most of them are all negative on Burt Jones. 18 negatives. He's got 11 with the fake Trump endorsement. Now, he didn't have time to put out flyers, but he's trying to claim that Kemp endorsed him, which even Kemp wouldn't endorse him. So Georgia's in a war right now, and this gubernatorial race is so incredibly important. We have a scorecard out on our voterj.org homepage. We track all the election integrity legislation over the last 5 years. Burt Jones has been involved with 33 different election integrity improvements here in Georgia. That's on our homepage. And Rick Jackson has no record whatsoever and has not even spoken much of anything in regards to election integrity.
He's spoken all right. He's donated to Liz Cheney the minute she took over the impeachment campaign post J6. He's endorsed Jeff Duncan. He was dead quiet on mandatory mask and mandatory bioweapon shots and mandatory all the things with debanking and deplatforming. All of these, in the heat of this battle, no one heard two damn words from Rick Jackson until he just recently decided to buy the governor's office because he's some maverick, God-fearing. I mean, of course, his wife donates to pro-abortion and democratic causes, but he's a Christian, so you're not allowed to criticize him because he says he's a believer. But his track record is battling with the IRS, no bid contracts, mandatory mental health screening under Obamacare provisions of every child in the public school system. I mean, if that sounds conservative and MAGA to you, then I'm Mary Poppins. Okay? He ain't.
Well, Rob, I appreciate you coming in with the favoritos and sharing your down-home Georgia talk with us. You guys have a lot in common, and you're fighting in the same battles. It's great to see you guys fighting together. Garland and Tamara, thank you so much. Really great to have you and nice to meet you. And where can people find you online and all that you're involved in?
So the website is voterga.org, And you can find us on every social media platform, just Voter GA. And I want to thank you, Scotty, for doing this telethon and just remind people to donate. There's a $10,000 match out there, so please take advantage of that. Tina needs the help, and this is an awesome opportunity to participate by donating. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. And on the match, I think Steve Stern may already get us close to that match, so we'll have to make sure we circle back. We'll have to circle back on that. But thank you guys a lot, and go check out their website. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you. Good to see you, Rob.
Great to see you both.
Rob, I'll bring you back in a little bit. All right. Well, our next guest, been waiting patiently. We are running a little behind. I think he was here. Yes, he is here. I'll bring him in, add him to the stage. He does not, for those of you who do not know SG Anon, he does not appear on camera. Much of that is because of the sensitive nature of his podcasts, intelligence from military and geopolitical information that he has insights on that he prefers to stay anonymous. SG, it's great to see you, so to speak. Great to see you again.
Good to be here, Scotty. Thank you for having me on today.
I know it's Sunday, and as a dad, it's hard to give up your Sundays, but really appreciate you dropping in. For those who don't know you, SG, give them a little bit of background before we go any further.
I'd be happy to. So I've been awake to some of these issues that have been going on within the world, if we want to call it that, some of these more concerning problems that drive the shadow machinations of power for quite a long time, actually. Scott, if you'll excuse me just a moment here, I've got something on this end at the office. Give me just one moment.
Yep. So while we're waiting for SG to come back, remember, we're here as one community, just one day, come together to lift Tina. Go to tinapeters.us and donate. It sounds to me like if we can hit 10 grand for the day, we're going to double it up. There's a $10,000 match on the table. I think Steve Stern has already put a significant amount in the pot. I don't have any numbers for us. I'm going to try to get a tally. Maybe someone will be able to go into the back end of tinapeters.us before the end of the telethon. I know Steve Stern has texted me and asked me how we doing on the fundraising, but that's entirely up to you guys.
We're back.
Thanks, SG. We understand everybody's fighting the good fight with finances. And look, if you can donate, what are you waiting for? Jump in and do it. If money's tight, pray on it. And if you can't donate, stick around and enjoy our conversation. So, SG, back to you. Pick it up where you left off, telling us about yourself.
Well, it's interesting, actually. The event that just occurred a moment ago describes a big aspect of who I am now. I'm here at the home office, and I had a knock on the door, and it was my kiddo on a Sunday afternoon. And so, as you mentioned earlier, I'm a dad. That's a big part of what I do. It's a big part of why I don't appear directly on camera. I only have, my own little guy. And so, but back to the component of what we were talking about a minute ago, my semi-professional background, what I call my extracurricular or my Batman background. Many years ago, it occurred to me through the research process for a college class that I was in. It was a chemistry college class, and I was researching the cellular effects of nutrition on the human body and how certain things that are taken into the human body do certain, cause certain outcomes and vice versa. And the project that I was looking at dealt with soft drinks specifically, the additives, the alternative ingredients, the synthetic ingredients that were in soft drinks and how they affected cells. And one of the things that I discovered along in that process was the existence of something called HEK293, which was a food additive at the time being used by PepsiCo and Coca-Cola in every single dark colored or dark flavored soft drink that they were producing. And that additive, the HEK part, stands for human embryonic kidney, 293rd protein sequence derivative. And so at the ripe old age of 19, it occurred to me as I was researching for this project that the entirety of the planet who was consuming a soft drink of some kind throughout any given day, which at that time was a great many individuals, they were actually participating in trace amounts of cannibalism And they did not know that. They did not understand that. These types of things were not publicly declared on the label. I later found out that HEK 293, among other food additives, was hiding behind the label of natural flavors because it was technically naturally derived meaning naturally from the organic world. And so when we look at that, and when I looked at that, it spawned off what became my awakening process. And in that time, from those days until now, my journey has been essentially one of the Americana middle-class pursuit by day. I've always been a working man. I have a background in management and strategic marketing decisions. I understand how macro concepts work. I understand how enterprises think. I understand human psychology, which is my academic background. And of course, I mentioned a moment ago that I'm a dad, a great deal of the time throughout any given particular week or month. But with respect to my extracurricular pursuits, my focus ever since I had my own awakening has always been on cryptography, hidden methods of communication, how coded messaging is exchanged and interacted, how it's originated, where it comes from, how it's interpreted, why non-specific communication or non-local communication is the most effective method of proliferating whatever message or whatever idea that you want out there in the world. And throughout that journey, I've had the privilege to intersect with a great many individuals from military and non-military backgrounds who had serious credence and credibility and a lot of study into these same areas.
SG, when did you start your podcast?
Well, the Q News Patriot went live in 2022 after some exchanges that I had with a late gentleman who was a phenomenal human being to me, a mentor in a lot of ways. I referenced him as my mentor in the very earliest days of the QNP podcast. And it came about as a result of watching the morale from the entirety of the nation sort of sag into this, pre-abysmal place is how I would characterize it, with the realization that what had occurred in 2020, both with the biological criminality and the election criminality, was for the most part just being accepted and moved on from, when everybody knew at some level, in some form, in some way, I say everybody, a great deal of patriots out there knew it in some way, that this was deeply, deeply wrong, that the entire spirit of who we were as a nation had been violated, that a historic level of criminality had been achieved inside of a 14-month span. And, the country, I think, dealt with a gut punch in a lot of ways in that 2021, 2022 period of time. What do you mean that this isn't going to be set right immediately? And so I was having a conversation with, like I said, the late gentleman who I described as my mentor in the early days, and who has unfortunately since made his transition to the other side of the veil, if you will. And the conversation was centered around this idea of the military forces of the United States will not ever allow this type of event to occur. This is not going to be a long-term, status of pattern. This individual had a military background. He was out at the time, never shared anything overly sensitive with me. It was usually his perspective and analysis and how he digested the events that we were seeing against the background of military law, military code, against the background of certain traditions that exist in the nautical space and in the maritime space. And then, of course, his own background, which dealt a lot with cyberspace intelligence analysis. And so in that way, we were, having a conversation one day, and he said, I think people just need someone who's not a whole lot of hopey-dopey and a lot of excitement to come on air and deliver a message of hope and a message of positive outcome here, because we know that there are reasons to have the positive outcome, from the discrepancies at the quote-unquote inaugural ceremony for Biden, which was actually a military funeral. That theory was made most prominent by Derek Johnson, but it's absolutely correct, and people out there should go and check out his work. It's a phenomenal body of work. But from that period all of the way through to the leaving of the Biden, quote-unquote, Biden administration, and even the period leading up to the Biden administration, when President Trump talked about this chart, this is my favorite chart, it saved my life in Butler, Pennsylvania in July of 2024. That chart, allegedly showed levels of border crossings as a result of illegal migration. But if you looked at the arrow at the bottom of the chart, the arrow pointed to a spot that was right around April of 2020, and the caption below the arrow stated, "Trump leaves office." April of 2020 would have been right around the time that the military and the civilian government of the United States would have needed to make a final call on how they were going to respond to COVID-19, and that simultaneous, multi-angular, unconventional, asymmetric attack that happened from transnational globalist and quote-unquote philanthropic interests carried through by both military and civilian institutions and deployed against we the people across the entirety of the planet, with special focus, of course, being on the westernized world. So think the western components of the Pacific Rim, North America, the Western Hemisphere, Western and Central Europe, etc. And so, we were having the conversation, of course, back to what I was saying a moment ago about these types of events being made right. And the country was having a very difficult time with it. And sort of in a joking manner, the decision was made, well, why don't you go and, put out some of the information that we talk about? It's not anything that isn't publicly available, and at the end of the day, you're a very robotic delivery. And that was sort of a joke that was being made. We jested with one another lots like that. And I said, I actually am sometimes a very monotone sort of college professor style delivery. But at the same time, when we're analyzing a warfare situation, we have to acknowledge, and this is a big sort of like the Esprit Day podcast that comes out through the Q News Patriot. We have to acknowledge that it's a fluctuational dynamic. Everything has to be allocated for on sort of like walking on a tightrope daily, and things will shift and move based on the topography and based on where the momentum carries we the people, where the momentum carries positive aspects and the political will, and how much resistance still exists organically. Because I don't believe a great deal of it does, but I think enough of it does to cause us quite a lot of consternation if the goal is to create a peaceful situation worldwide that is long-term sustainable and is not being maligned or manipulated by things like stolen elections.
SG, you have a long standing relationship with military people. I think you have said several times your mentor was from the military. You have a deep understanding of what the relationship between the military and President Trump is. Could you explain that to our audience?
Well, I can explain things as I interpret them and as I observe them, and I'll leave it to your good audience out there to decide where they fall on some of that. But when we think of the military forces of the United States of America, especially the United States, but really any modern westernized force, you really can't think of it as one gigantic line of men walking across a field 250 years ago. Things have evolved not only in the presentation of warfare, but in the concept of how conflict itself is prosecuted and promulgated, and how you internalize and, in many cases, decentralize and thus distribute across the equilibrium the stress components of managing whatever conflict happens to be occurring. And so when I talk about the military of the United States of America, we really have to acknowledge that there are 3 or 4 militaries inside the Pentagon. We have the American loyalist military forces, which exist at all levels, and a great deal of combatant command, I think, falls into that category. But we also have 2 and 3 stars, and in some cases, there have been 4 stars. I don't know about in this immediate moment, but along the way in the last half century, there have been on up to 4 stars, which have not been wholly interested in executing the will of the Constitution instrument of the United States of America, be that for power or control, be that for religious zealotry or idolatry or ideology of some kind, be that for blackmail, leverage in some form over these individuals. All of the things that we like to believe are isolated to the civilian area of corruption. I assure you they were trialed and perfected in the military domain first. And so looking at what we have, you have a compartmented landscape inside the United States military that I believe chose President Donald Trump, even before the 2016 election, to operate as a bit of a point person and a front-facing figure, if you will, for them to execute a coup, first around certain components of the military that were not interested in executing the will of the commander-in-chief and the safety of the American people, but also against the Luciferian control of the government that has existed in the background. Now, I'm going a little fast here for those folks that are on this call and they're like, I'm here for election fraud, and now we're talking about Luciferians. The two are connected and the two are related, because you would not have the need to control things at such a scale with such coordination if the Luciferian component, if the malign ideology component did not exist, because that malign ideology is so opposite of what the standard normal human being, the standard 15-year-old from whatever background, right, when that moral compass is still a little bit still intact at that adolescent stage. There's no class of human being that would tolerate that type of ideology and the format of worship that is utilized for it, which we would get into another time because it's a long, explanation. But suffice to say, it becomes a nonpartisan issue. And so it has to have, the only way that it succeeds and proliferates itself is it must control the process from start to finish. And that's the dynamic that we've had going on, first inside the military domain of the United States, going all of the way back to post-World War II, and then over the 20th century, more and more and more, really starting in 1913, and then very rapidly moving forward, that control eked into the political domain, the public-facing space. And so what we have nowadays in that lead up to the 2016 election was a wholly captured, criminally corrupt system of both military and civilian compartments that made up the control nodes, which leveraged other entire swaths of the system. The Clinton blackmail cartel is one of them. The Clintons were the Godfather family, if you will, in control of Washington, D.C., the shadow money and the dirt, if you will, on individuals that were there operating. They had most of that stored offshore at various accounts. Some of those accounts leaked, of course, with the WikiLeaks discussions and some of the things that were being said about individuals and how that control was leveraged. But bottom line is the same criminally corrupt group was in control of the political process nearly whole cloth. And you had a similar style dynamic inside of the Pentagon bureaucracy at that 2, 3, and 4-star level. So in comes this compartment, if you will, of United States military forces, or what we believe to be, because they've never actually been declared, what we believe to be leftover remnants of the Army of Northern Virginia from the U.S. Civil War, which was one of Lincoln's private intelligence detachments. In comes this compartment, and in a combination of effort between that group of individuals and Mike Rogers, who is in charge of the NSA going into the 2016 election, a leveraged coup without a coup, if you will, like a silent coup, was pulled off, allowing President Donald Trump to ascend to the presidency in 2016 and allow for a constitutional framework to be executed to undo the control nodes, both military and civilian, in the background. Now, when we talk about those nodes, that comes back to the compartments of the military that I was talking about a moment ago. You cannot control all of Africa without certain components of leverage inside of AFRICOM. You cannot control what's going on in the Indo-Pacific unless Indo-PACOM or Indo-PACOM, however you want to term that, has some level of infiltration that allows for leverage, real physical leverage, both upstream and downstream. And so throughout the entirety of the period of time between 2017 and the present day, more than 160 commanders or flag officers have been removed inside of the United States military removed from their post. And some of them have been reassigned. Some of them have been charged with things. Some of them sort of just quietly went away, and there wasn't really a press release or a news report put out about them again. But all of these reliefs have occurred for loss of confidence in their ability to lead. Now, to put that in perspective, Scotty, the previous 30 years prior to the present day period of time, and we just talked about a 9-year period of time, the previous 30 years saw less than 20 individuals relieved of command for that specific offense. And so the statistical leap is completely impossible to achieve unless you accept that there has been a change in the background operating mechanism, that something at high levels of military command has shifted over and is now trickling down throughout the entirety of the Pentagon, closing off bureaucracy where it's no longer useful, inhibiting bureaucracy where it cannot be closed off, and purging real world assets that have men and armament under their command and replacing them with different individuals. And from what I can read, I haven't researched all 165 replacements, but I've looked at about a dozen or so in the last few years, and all of them seem to be heavily focused on baseline constitutionalism and baseline warfare. They talk about the Army War College, they talk about the Naval Academy and the backgrounds that they've had at certain prestigious groups that have come out of these military schools, which teach a lot of doctrine and a lot of that sort of
ethos, if you will, of the military, that spirit of the military. And so it very much appears to the onlooker that you have a compartmented military that has begun to proliferate and pollinate across the rest of the Pentagon. And in that process, you're seeing sort of a cleaning, if you will, much like you would flush old pipes.
Well, indeed, we can go back many, many years, at least to 1913. The U.S. military industrial complex, the central bankers of London, and the Vatican were kind of the three horsemen that the deep state was run by. And thank God for Trump and the current military, because they've undone a lot of that deep state power and control. And thanks for that explanation, SG. We're going to talk about the financial system to close out the hour here. We're probably only about 10 minutes behind, given how far along we are in the day. That's not too bad, by the way. But the reason we're going to talk about the financial system, I'm going to bring Rob back in and Mr. Jim Pugh, who is quite an expert at the financial reset that is forthcoming. But why the financial system? Why would we talk about this? Well, folks, believe me, what Tina went through, what Tina has endured, has everything to do with the financial system, because the people who run the financial system are the overlords. We heard earlier today, Merrick Garland ran the operation to arrest Tina, to jail Tina. The script was directed by Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland was Steven Spielberg in Tina Peters' orchestration of her whole journey. What we witnessed over the last few years was run by Merrick Garland. Well, Merrick Garland's not calling the shots. Who is? Well, he who has the gold makes the rules. We all understand that. The central bank, Federal Reserve, and the central banking system, the fiat money system, these are the people who have called the shots. I believe there are 13 bloodline families that have owned, I think the number, Jim can correct me, 196 nations have had central banks, just like the Federal Reserve, owned by the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the J.P. Morgan family, the Paysours of France, the Warburgs of Germany. You can go on and on to the bloodlines, but they are the overlords. They're the ones in the shadows, indirectly, that Merrick Garland was beholden to. And of course, Merrick Garland was reporting to his overlords, which was not Joe Biden, the auto pen president, but perhaps even Barack Obama was involved in, had a hand in what Tina went through, because during the Biden years, we all pretty much believed Obama was in control. But all this is connected, and the financial system is key, because if we don't change the financial system, ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to change anything else about the deep state. So with that said, let me bring in our two guests, Rob Cunningham and Jim Pugh. Jim, we don't see you. You're in the dark.
Sorry.
That's okay. There he is. SG, these two gentlemen don't need any introduction to you. And so,
indeed.
Say hello, guys.
Hi, SG. Hi, Rob.
Great to see you, Jim. SG, it's always a pleasure. And Scotty,
Likewise, gentlemen.
Thank you for your leadership on this whole day, Scotty. It's a lot of work, brother.
Man, it is so little work compared to what Tina went through. And, you know, I knew what I was getting into, by the way. I've done 2 other telethons like this one, in that they were 12-hour events and they were to raise money. One was for a North Carolina relief fund that was raising money for kids during the floods. The other was for a 501c3, Freedom to Choose, which was suing the state of California, Gavin Newsom, Mayor Garcetti, for the jab mandate. So I knew what I was getting into, Rob, and did not care about the details and the management of it all, because I knew whatever I was going to go through was so nothing compared to what Tina's been through. She took one for the team. I'm taking a bit of one for Tina, but believe me, this would not have happened without Mermaid, who is Tina's booker. She always booked Tina's shows and booked Tina on her own show and other shows. And Mermaid was really the catalyst behind the scenes that put it all together. So we can give credit to Mermaid, and of course Joanne, who's been helping me produce this today. I couldn't do it without the two ladies. So thank you, though, Rob, for the acknowledgement. So, guys, I want to introduce 5 terms, if we can center the conversation, because everybody's asking me about these terms: blockchain, cryptocurrency and tokens or tokenization, asset-backed currency, peer-to-peer payments, and central bank digital currency. Or I will say no central bank digital currency, because I do not believe we're going to see it. So I'm going to start with you, Jim. Set the stage, the overview. I've known you, Jim, for I think 10, 11 years now. A lot of what I understood about the financial reset going back a decade came from some education I actually got directly from you. So I'm going to let you start this off. Give us the big picture, the fiat money system versus a sound money system. Who's at war, and how's the war going to end, in your opinion?
Well, we have to go back to, let's just start from the beginning. I mean, in essence, when this world was created, the universe was actually formed and created. God gave us the resources to deal with the economic conditions of society at that time. If you go back and look at some of the Old Testament characters, Abraham was very, very wealthy. Isaiah was also wealthy. But they didn't create their wealth. What they were able to do was God gave them the wealth, which was the ability of what God set in motion. He wanted people to worship Him, and in doing so, He provided them with a whole host of blessings that we can read about and talk about in detail at some other points. But that's where this thing really came from. So when you look at how did God operate the economic system back then? Well, He did it with His currency. And His currency in Scripture tells us it's gold and silver. And that's what people used up to a point in time when the bloodline of Cain, through the pharaohs all the way to Roman Empire, actually established their own currency. And if you recall, a particular scripture in the New Testament where Christ tells His disciples, when asked, give Caesar his and give God his as well. So basically, there was a split in the world, and we had 2 basic systems of economic conditions. One was God's system, and one was man's. Man's systems portrayed over time, to the point where, if you go back to in history, Josephus, particularly in the Antiquities of the Jews, you're going to find that the control of the Sanhedrin at the time of Rome was controlled by a family by the name of Baccarat. Baccarat goes back about several hundred years prior to Christ, and it comes out of the bloodline of Cain. And Baccarat, through the years, have changed their name to Bauer and then to Rothschild. So what you find is the system today that we're looking at from a fiat basis is the system that was put in place in all kinds of changes, of course, as technology moved throughout the time. It was put in place by the Rothschild, even at the Sanhedrin. And if you understand the basis of the Sanhedrin, Christ went to the Sanhedrin and says, you're the father of the devil, which means that all of their system was demonic. And that is the system that we were born with and raised in, and it came to fruition. I think I heard SG when I was jumping into the room talking about 1913. Well, it came about before that, because even at the time of our revolution, 1776, the Rothschild had a meeting in London to put together the focus on how they were going to retake what they were going to give up in order to allow the U.S. to become a separate type of governmental entity. Now, We need to also understand that the control points on that separate entity never existed. The Jay's Treaty, if you study it in details, gives you the points, the fact that he who controls the trade routes and the debt controls that country. Well, that's exactly what happened to the United States. We didn't win the war. We just got a separate system. In fact, our whole legal system, financial system, everything is predicated on the Roman Empire. Even our laws. The laws of the 12 tables is what our foundational laws are represented. Our fundamental financial system is based upon Rome. So that's where we started. Along the time of 1871, we've all talked about this in great detail. The United States got into a financial bind, and through Congress were set in motion to actually prepare the United States to get out of that bankruptcy per se, with the fact that basically they would take us out of a republic and put us into a corporation. And the heads of that corporation happened to be the City of London, the Vatican Bank, and Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is you and I, Scotty, and I know Rob and SG has talked about this as well. 1871 made Washington, D.C. a separate state in a state. It became like the City of London inside of London. It was not owned by the United States. It was owned by a foreign entity. And as I heard SG talk about, the governmental coup, not such much a coup, but a coup, basically what they were able to do was to frame their activities to isolate Washington, D.C. in such a way that they actually was able to take charge back of the government. And we can, all of us can go into that in great detail at some point. But that's where we got to where we're at. Now, where are we going? In order to take the sovereignty back that God gave us in our individual rights, we have to become sovereign. That means that at an individual level, we have to be a sovereign people, which we've never been in our lifetime. Matter of fact, we've talked long and hard about the fact that that's an educational process that will be an ongoing process probably for many, many years to come, because our children don't even know what that means or how to control their sovereignship. So we have to become a sovereign nation. In that sovereign nation, we have to become a sovereign people. In order to do that, one of the conditions to be sovereign is the control of the money supply. And in doing so, we were at one point on a gold standard. Roosevelt took that away when he confiscated all of the gold. People don't realize that that's probably when it actually started, but it started way before then in the planning stage in about 1874. And what's happened over the time is in this process of change, we are taking back the financial controls from a snakehead, the Rothschild, and putting them back into the control of the people from the standpoint of sovereignty over the financial conditions over their country. Now, there's a whole host and series of things that's got to happen still and all of that. I mean, it gets back to the Congress and budget requirements, spending stuff, bills, all that stuff. Financial system is at the crust of everything. It holds everything together. He who controls the finances controls the world. So if the people of the United States and the people for the rest of the world can have their own sovereign control over their country's wealth, then they basically have control over their government. And that is where we're going. We're not quite there yet, but we're significantly further along than where we were just a week ago. But that's where we're going. So those are the two conditions that exist. We live in a fallen state, a demonic world. That system will continue to be there, okay, because that system is what's going to come back over time. Many people think that we are going to get rid of this system and everything's going to be hunky-dory for the rest of our life. That is not the case, okay? The Bible is very clear that this system, even more on steroids than what we see it, will come back at the right timing. This was not the timing of Christ. This was the timing of man to try to facilitate this takeover of the world sooner than what it was originally planned by Christ when he talked about the end times. So I hope that sets the stage for you, Scotty. You're on mute.
That was some real history I was not expecting. Thank you, Jim. That like the depth and the overview is amazing. Let's fast forward to now. Rob, tell us why the blockchain is such a fundamental essential to any new system. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't the BRICS nations already using a blockchain?
Well, yeah, let me pause that and come back to that exact question, Scotty. But I just want to piggyback exactly what Jim had to say. And if I was to consolidate it in my own terms, look, we live in two worlds. We cannot serve two. We live in one world. We cannot serve two masters. One master lives and dies by, reigns and controls, divides, deceives, destroys, and kills through profit and loss. That's their P&L. That is their control mechanism, currency, money. God, the creator that gave us all the provisions and abundance in the world, operates on timeless and immutable principles and laws. So there's two different P&Ls going on here. One's a profit and loss P&L, and one's a principles and laws that are eternal and omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, designer, create. Gravity is gravity and always will be. Lift, weight, thrust, drag. Equal weights and measures does not just apply to money. An equal weight and measure means there's two genders. Measure them correctly and call them correctly. There's not 43, right? So what does blockchain do? It provides us absolute clarity. It eliminates opaqueness. It provides transparency and accountability where there are decentralizations of cartel power. The light is on in every room. We can check and see and validate everything. How do we validate everything? Through God's divine law of math. Math is omniscience. If you break that word up, omniscience, one of God's laws is math. It's a perfect law. And if we can see the math and verify the math and hold people accountable to the math on a blockchain ledger, where the hell does evil hide? How do they shrink our currency 97 or 98% from 1971 when they take us off the gold standard, unless they put us to sleep, they hide the numbers, they cook the books, they lie about what's going on, and they keep us dumb and ignorant so we don't know how to hold anyone accountable. It's as Jim rightly said, it's the difference between governance and government. The word government means control mind. Governance is an internal thing that we've inherited. It's an inalienable inheritance that we've gotten from our creator. We can do self-governance or we can give it away to Barack Obama or to the media or to big pharma or to the priesthood class of religious assholes. Okay? We were never meant to vest outwardly our destiny by putting trust in man or systems. We were created to inwardly self-govern by trusting in God and having a relationship, a one-on-one direct line of truth. You want to know a DLT, it ought to stand direct line of truth. There ought to be a one-to-one relationship between me and God, just like there can be a 3 to 5 second settlement in a transaction going from my wallet to your wallet. We don't need 4 days and 7.5% and 9 hands in the cookie jar taking 4.5% of every time money's transferred back and forth. But that's the system they designed, right? And that system can only operate in opaqueness and secrecy, power, control, deception, and banking in ways that prioritize P&L over profit and loss. Over principles and laws. So at a minimum, money is a tool, not good or bad. God said it's the love of money and the worship of money that's the root of all evil. That money is a tool, just like a fork, a rake, a hammer, a gun, or a car. It depends on how we steward it, how we utilize it, and for what purpose these resources are respected and owned, accounted for, and shared abundantly, person to person. The thing that excites me the most, Scotty, is the highest form of moral law on earth is mutual consent. I am a sovereign being. Jim's a sovereign being. SG is Scotty. You are. If I want to give you $40 and you want to give me a haircut, that's the law. End of story. Who the hell put a regulator and a license and a tax and a business thing and every other rule in the world? And, you know, then he who gives the regulations, he who gives the rules, who gives the statutes can take them away. Be a good little boy and girl and get your shot, or we're taking away your haircut and license. How about that's not the way the shop was ever set up? All of these Rothschild systems, whether it's the banking side or the code, statute, legalism side, they're just twins. They come from the same origin, and it's all about control. The forces over this world want to control in lieu of God and not let us have a direct line of truth with God. And the only way that can happen through the monetary system is through opaqueness and bullshit. And unless we get honest weights and measures and accounting that's mathematically pure based on the divinity of math, and we can see the numbers and calculate the numbers and verify the numbers and hold people accountable, we're not going to have a system. Look, our money could be cotton beans, coffee beans. It could be cotton balls. It could be sticks. As long as it's an honest weight and measure and everybody can hold everyone accountable. But gold and silver are globally recognizable, valued assets in 195 countries around the world, and you can equally weigh them, measure them, account for them, and hold everyone accountable to a single standard of truth. That's where we got away. Fiat is, I'll make up the rules. Brazil can make up the rules. Trump has been talking for 45 or 50 years about currency manipulation, and that's nothing but liars being liars. All they do is weaponize the mathematical number, what they say something's worth, and they declare the value of a currency out of their mouth or other orifices in their body instead of there being an equal weight and measure. They played with the currencies and they sucked our entire manufacturing base to China, and we have no manufacturing left because they declared value instead of using an honest weight and measure. And they come up with 1,000 reasons as to why the giant sucking sound took place, and they gutted our nation because they just declared truth when in fact it wasn't true. So the blockchain is going to give there's a cover charge, just like you're going to a bar to get in, to get on the blockchain, to operate on DLT, to operate on the XRP ledger, which is open public source blockchain for the world to use. No company owns it, no nation owns it, no sovereign any entity owns it. It's not a privately owned company, it's free to the world. But the cover charge to get on that ledger and work is 100% transparency and accountability. If you don't offer those two attributes, your ass isn't getting on the ledger. So you can't manipulate numbers. It can't be mathematically calculated and settled and closed and inspectable and on the books for 1,000 years from now. So now, does that mean the world's going to be perfect and everybody's going to be happy? No, people are still going to try to lie, cheat, steal, divide, kill, and destroy. But here's the beauty of the magic as I see it. Going back to mutual consent. If Mexico and Canada and America and Italy and Japan and Russia and Saudi Arabia, everybody mutually agrees, these sovereigns go, you know what? Yeah, I like this ledger. I like math. We can go with believing that this is going to be the record of truth. I consent to yielding truth being represented on this ledger. Well, guess what happens now? Everyone that has to be held to the same standard of a stable coin, same standard of weight and measures, same accounting system, one big massive QuickBooks for the world. But guess what? All 195 nations can agree to that standard without giving up 1 ounce of sovereignty. They don't give their currency control to anyone else. They just align with the principles without surrendering the sovereignty. And that's the beauty of the public XRP ledger. We can interoperate and trade with commerce on a mutual consent basis around the world. And there's no United Nations, World Economic Forum, George Soros, or Klaus Schwab telling us that there's 47 genders. And if we don't agree, they're going to cut off our liquidity supply. They're going to screw our capital markets over. They're going to bomb us because we don't agree that climate science is real, or white men are racist. Whatever their agenda is, there is no centralization of power like we've seen with the City of London, the District of Columbia, and the Vatican. This system of mathematics and transparency obliterates the control that they've been able to consolidate for so many hundreds of years. So,
Scotty, can I add something to that? Just for more of a global 60,000 view look at that. When you understand that a financial transaction, take the word financial out of it, is just a transaction. It is something that is given by one party, received by another party in an exchange process that they have agreement on both ends that that's going to be the exchange. When you look at transactions that way, then you can apply the same truth to everything about life. Transactions of homes, purchase, buy and sell homes, buy and sell of cars, buy and sell of anything at the grocery store. It is the system was developed to provide a transactional base for truth, no matter what the transaction is. We're just talking about the financial transaction. Go to healthcare, go to anything else. It's the same thing. Go to votes. It's the same thing. A vote is a transaction.
It's a thing of value.
Yeah, you go, you get a piece of paper, you do the thing, and it's a transaction between you and the governmental entity that is actually overseeing that process of votes. And when you understand that what the founders have done in this system is give us back sovereignty over our whole life, not just financially. You now have sovereignty over everything you do. And because it was set up in a manner to thwart the ability of fraud and lack of transparency of a financial nature, so be it now on everything else that you have in your life. Everything is going to be secure to you.
And to Jim's, and Scotty, you're on mute, brother. And to Jim's point, with sovereignty comes individual responsibility. And if we go back and look at the biblical times of when the Jews were freed from Egypt, they crossed the Red Sea, they spent 40 years bitching, moaning, and complaining because they didn't know how to self-govern. So we're going to have to understand, as Jim had said earlier, this is going to be a long-going educational process, because not only are we going to get our sovereignty back, but we're going to have to be big boys and girls, put our pants on and govern our own lives, be our own bankers, be responsible for our own actions. As Christ said, my people are destroyed for their lack of knowledge. If people think they can have a bunch of money all of a sudden overnight and stay stupid and asleep and ignorant, then that money is going to go from the dumb. It's going to go to the sharper people, and they're going to be right back where they were. So there's a responsibility for self-governance that comes along with sovereignty and freedom when we break free of this central banking cartel. So we have to basically, we're going to have to own it.
Well, you guys collectively used the word sovereign or sovereignty about 12 times. I wasn't counting. I'm pretty sure it's close to a dozen times. Tina lost her sovereignty because of the men who control the financial system, which is why I'm allowing this discussion. You guys always over-deliver. I ask a question, I expect a certain amount of information, and I get 3 times what I bargained for. Unbelievable, you guys. By the way, in 2020, I was at a radio station in Texas with a radio group doing business. And one of the executives walked in the room and he said, "We have an open slot, a sick host, can't do a show today. Scotty, you got the mic, go talk about the Federal Reserve. You've got an hour to come up with a name for a radio show and get on the air and deliver it. And we want you to talk about the Federal Reserve." Well, it took me 2 seconds to name the show, Sovereign Radio. I understood one thing. I didn't have a clue what I was going to say on the show for the hour, but I understood one thing, that sovereignty is indeed what this is all about. In order to regain our sovereignty and truly see a constitutional republic where we really are able to gain our sovereignty back, we have to see this financial system. We have to take control of it. I got to read something. Just came across. Steve Stern sent this to me. Donald Trump just posted, "The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade ships of the world. Start your engines. Let the oil flow. President Donald J. Trump." So it's kind of a timing-wise, very interesting. Oil is a resource that's been used to monetize the fiat money system. Trump understands how important the oil is. SG, I want to go to you real quick. What does this all mean, SG, this announcement from Trump? What translate this for us? Beside the oil flowing, what else does this mean from a military point of view? Is the war over?
Well, it would just be my own personal speculation, and I'll close my segment off with you, Scotty, with these comments. But with respect to that announcement coming from President Trump, the commander-in-chief, and when we look at the Iran conflict itself, what is primarily the background for the Iranian conflict? Well, I assure you, it's not nuclear weapons. We were told that is part of the discussion, and maybe at some level you have some, rogue nuclear factions or some rogue nuclear materials that need to be gathered and charged correctly and made sure that they don't accidentally slip off of the boat, so to speak. But the dominant reason, in my estimation, for the entirety of this war to begin with is twofold. On one side of the coin, you have the intelligentsia community control of the levers of power in the Middle East. And those levers of power control a great deal of worldwide energy markets, which, of course, as you know, control everything downstream from there and are used heavily to affect some of that currency manipulation that Rob and Jim were painting just over the last 30 minutes or so in a really, really good session. And so with respect to that, that's a major faction here that has now been exposed, drawn out, in many cases cut off, in some cases destroyed. We have intelligence stations that have been hit, intelligence operatives that were arrested in six of the different Gulf states just in the last 90 days. So we know that's part of it. Another part of it, in my estimation, and this comes from an online entity that called itself Q. And for folks out there, the Q News Patriot podcast was deeply influenced and inspired by that online entity. And that entity came out and highlighted for the world that Russia, Iran, and North Korea effectively ran a closed shadow state financial system, one that was completely outside of the effect of what was happening inside the Federal Reserve and would allow those shadow state controllers, those puppeteers that we talked about earlier in this segment today, to do whatever they wanted to inside of the SWIFT Federal Reserve system with very little overall repercussion, because the bulk of their monetary transactability was inside of another system entirely, and they could seamlessly move from one to another through privatization of banks, especially in Russia. And so what we've got right now, in my estimation, is the complete obliteration of one of those major nodes. And I couldn't comment about North Korea and Russia, although I would say with Russia's anti-corruption operations heavily focused on the financial sector in the last 3 years, that we probably also are eroding that side of that triangle as well. But the Iranian side, in my opinion, has been completely decimated over the last 90 days. And what that has caused is it has forced the on paper adjudication of what the nation state of Iran actually has, both now and for the future. Part of this deal that President Trump keeps talking about, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion, would very likely have to do with the transactability of the Iranian financial landscape into the broader region, and then from there into the broader international space. And we know you cannot hook a good pool of water, a good water line, a good aqueduct up to one that has been poisoned. If your well has been poisoned, then you're going to poison everything downstream by plugging it back in. And so with President Trump saying this, I would be very surprised if we don't see heavy reverberations in the oil markets coming very soon, probably downward at first. And you may see some like ConocoPhillips try to keep that price elevated. But I would expect the agrarian prices of things to begin dropping significantly here in the coming weeks. And how that affects long term, I think, is going to be a matter of how all these different tariff discussions eventually and ultimately play out.
Thank you, SG. Rob and Jim, I want to wrap up the segment on this financial reset, if you will. Jim talked about transactions. That really brings to the forefront the idea of peer-to-peer, where I pay you, Rob, Jim pays his mortgage without going through banks. We've got to get the middleman, the central bankers, out of the middle of our transactions. So, Rob, can you touch on how peer-to-peer transactions can be facilitated by the blockchain and cryptocurrency? How will that all work in a nutshell?
Yeah, in a nutshell, it's an online technical handshake. Okay, I give to Jim, Jim gives to me. The computing networks for 14 plus years that we know of, we can go back to June of 2012 when the XRP Ledger, which is a public protocol blockchain, if you will, it's a railing. Think of it as a railroad system around the world. On top of that is the rail car known as XRP. That can transmit anything to value and record it and move it across these railroads, point to point, person to person, entity to entity, anywhere in the world. Okay. Ripple is a company that's on top of, if you will, understanding blockchain businesses, banks, gap, friction, what needs to happen to get us out of the Blockbuster era onto the Netflix era of distributed computers, consensus algorithms, and permanent blockchain recording. For people that don't know what blockchain is, let me explain it this way. It is a server, is all it is. It's going to lock data in a time sequential transactional matter every 10 minutes. There's a hashtag at the beginning. Data from all over the world gets recorded on a ledger, and it's stopped every 10 minutes, and then it's put in perpetuity. For 1,000 years, we can come back, and if I gave Jim $100, it's going to know the time and the date that I gave him when he received it. It was my money. It was his. It's on the ledger, and it's there. It's not only in one place. In order for that transaction to be approved, there has to be a consensus of 80% or more of decentralized distributed computing devices validating everything about that transaction. I'm me, Jim's Jim. It's my money. It's not hypothecated. I'm intending to send it to him. I click send. He receives it. It's ledgered. It's closed. Transaction finished. Ownership title was with me. Now it's with Jim. And in 3 seconds, 80% of the world's validators have written this on a blockchain, and there is no dispute about who owns what anymore. There are no property wars. It's done. Okay, so in this model of decentralized ledger technology, we're moving from a trust me, bro, I'm from the institution, to a system of trustlessness, show me the numbers. We're trust in an institution instead of trustlessness in a protocol. Two completely different things.
Awesome. Well, Jim and Rob, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys stopping by today. Always, I learn every time from you guys. I thought I'd heard it all from you, but every time you speak, I learn a little bit more. Thank you for the golden nuggets, guys.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for having us.
Yep, appreciate it. All right, so let's not forget why we're here. We're here for Tina Peters. We're one community, one day, one event here today, and we're looking forward to seeing those donations come in. So if you can go to tinapeters.us, please, and don't forget to donate. If you can't donate right now, we understand money's tight. Stick around and feel free to listen to our broadcast. We got 3 more hours to go, if I'm not mistaken. We're running a little behind. I'm going to bring in our next guest host, an old dear friend of mine. Old, she's not old.
Well,
I don't mean
close.
she's old. Kim Yater from Take Our Power Back Show. Hello, Kim. It's great to see you as always.
Scotty, it is so good to see you. You know, I feel like this is old times.
It is. You know, I met Tina through Take Our Elections Back. That's how I met her. You were the central scrutinizer, organizer, master blaster of Take Our Elections Back, and then Take Our Borders Back, which I thought we couldn't top. Take Our Elections Back. We managed to do so.
Hundreds of millions.
Take Our Border Back ended up getting hundreds of millions of views, in part thanks to guys like Tucker Carlson and
Glenn Beck.
Oh, we hit the ball out of the park with that one. But yeah, Take Our Elections Back. I told my favorite story about Tina today, and I'm going to ask you yours in a minute. Mine was the little theater in Ramona, California. We had an event there, and I wasn't feeling well at all. And it was a warm day, and I wouldn't say we were tense or uptight because we'd all done many events, but it wasn't like there was nothing about the day special. It didn't feel special. Nothing felt good. I wasn't feeling good. Tina walked in. The angels appeared.
It's like the heavens opened.
I mean, seriously, I had no idea, because I had not met her yet, that this woman can change the tone, the mojo of an entire room. She walked in, you greeted her, I met her and hugged her, and within 10 minutes, everybody in the room loved Tina. Those who had never met her before fell in love with her. That's who she is, isn't it?
She is a bright light. You know, she reminds me of the scripture in the Bible that says, "Let your light shine before all men so that they will see your good deeds and praise your Father in heaven." She is that light. Where Tina is, there is so much light and so much love. So we were so blessed, Scotty, to have spent a lot of time with her and to have just fought to Take Our Elections Back, and then that whole movement, and have her on board with us.
Speaking of scripture, we made a decision as a team to protect the money that we raised from the public by putting it into trusts. If you remember.
Sure did. We sure did.
What did we name one trust? Haggai 2 verses 8, the gold and silver are mine, said the Lord. And we knew that money was gold and silver. We put it in a trust called Haggai 2 verses 8. I'll never forget that.
That was amazing. You know, I think everything, it was funny. You know, I just left church today and was with Bill Federer. And, you know, Bill, total historian, loves Jesus, has written multiple books. And we were talking about Tina today, and I was sharing with him about this event. And I was just thinking of all the suffering that America has been through to come to this point. And then I looked at Tina, and there's not many people that could go through what Tina has gone through. And you know, Tina is somebody who, she probably wants to come out of the gate and be in, like, she wants to speak out and she wants to show up. And I'm so grateful that her team, Scotty, is protecting her right now and making sure that she gets what she needs for that healing, just so that she can get back into her mojo. Not that she's lost anything, she certainly hasn't, but she was under intense suffering. And the Bible says, that it talks about Jesus, and it talks about those that are familiar with suffering. Tina is one of those people. So watch out, everybody, because now, once Tina has her grounding again, her health is restored and she's ready. She already was unstoppable. They thought that they could stop Tina Peters. Let me tell you, that woman is a warrior. Have you ever seen her on a jet ski? That says everything. Tina is an absolute warrior and a blessing.
And in prison, she became a Golden Glove boxer. Did you see that video where she punched back at that woman that attacked her? I said, That's a Golden Glove punch if I've ever seen one.
Listen, you could tell she was trying to talk that woman down off that cliff over
Yeah,
off
she
those
was.
actions. But you got to do what you got to do sometimes, and she needed to set the precedence. And yeah, she is a Golden
Yeah.
Glove boxer.
When she was here a little while ago, she said, I had to stand toe to toe, chest to chest with these women to get their respect. She
Yeah.
was not where she should have been in a low risk, low, whatever they call, minimal security prison, right? Where
Yes.
she should have been in a white collar prison, period. End of story. They put her
Mhm.
in with the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
She had to earn her respect every day, every moment of the day. Being starved to death on top of it.
Mm.
I think she lived off the canteen food. If I remember, macaroni and cheese or something like that.
Yes, sometimes tuna. And I remember the story. I actually just recently heard the story of the tomato, and I thought, wow, how she treasured that tomato. What an analogy of, can you imagine if we treasured our freedom? Can you imagine if people understood how easily that freedom can get taken? Tina fought from the beginning when she saw that there was a possibility of fraud. She didn't think that that was really going to happen. She thought, nah, we're pretty good about everything, when she was in Mesa County. But when she saw that there was a possibility, she was all over it. She fought for our freedom. She's an example to all of us who are still in the trenches. I mean, our teams here at Take Our California Back, we are fighting for election transparency. We're working closely with who Tina knows, Clint Curtis and Doug Frank and Shasta County, making sure that we can create election transparency, but especially right now we're in the fight to expose the ballot, the mail-in ballots and the corruption of the mail-in ballots. So we have teams working on things behind the scenes, but that's only because of Tina. Really, I would know nothing, Scotty. Do you remember the moment, Scotty, where you and I had just met and we were kind of feeling one another out? We could have lunch together. Mark introduced us. And I'm like, oh, I really like this guy, Scotty. And we had a great conversation. And then after that meeting, I called you up and I said, okay, Scotty, Moment of Truth Summit. I'm taking everything off my calendar. Marcus convinced me to be there. Scotty, make it happen. And you did make it happen, Scotty. So when I went to that Moment of Truth Summit, I had no idea, Scott, what was going to happen. You see, in 2020, my vote was stolen. They had told my husband and I and the couple in front of us that we had already voted. And the couple in front of us left confused. We were not confused. Although we were so busy raising our family, and traveling to sports and to and fro and didn't know anything about politics, except that we had the ability to vote, we knew that something was taken that day. Now, we filled out a provisional ballot, but fast forward, now we're at that Moment of Truth Summit, Scott. When I saw Tina Peters, when I saw Selection Code, when I heard her story, it cut my heart. It cut me. And it connected the dots for me that needed to be connected, that my vote and voice were stolen. It wasn't just happening to me. It was happening to people everywhere. And they were coming down on Tina, stealing Tina's freedom, silencing her, and everything rose up in me. Mike Lindell said, where are you, Salem Radio? Where are you? Because they weren't broadcasting this, right? And he was exposing all of it. He had all the experts there.
Yeah.
Tina had
we were both on Salem Radio at the time.
We were both on Salem Radio at the time. Scott, everything in me, day 3, my heart was pounding. God said, get out of your seat and stand up and tell Mike Lindell and that audience right now that you will get every bit of this on Salem Radio. I go, God, give me strength. And Scott, I stood up and I declared, I said, Mike Lindell, this is Kim Yater from the Take Your Power Back show in Sovereign Radio. And we are on Salem Radio. We will get every bit of this on the air. Mike stopped and said, what did you say? I repeated it again. He said, you better get permission. And let me tell you, Scott, I had already gotten permission that I would not be censored on Salem. Every bit of Tina's story was on sale. We pulled our teams together. We got everybody on there, and then we flew Tina out. It was huge. Now, little did I know I'd be canceled from Salem Radio a year and a half later. Now we're in good relationships now.
Well,
Everything is good.
Mike Lindell knew one thing about Salem, and I say it all the time when I start my show. Sovereign Radio is truly broadcasting from the belly of the beast. Salem Radio may be a conservative platform, and it may be much more aligned with where we're at in the spiritual war. And ideology-wise, we have a lot in common with the people that run Salem Radio.
Yes.
I know the two men that started the company. I know the president and CEO. So we are aligned in many ways, but they are the belly of the beast. And Mike Lindell knew it, and that's why he said, "Where are you, Salem Radio?"
Yes.
He knew. I know you know the story, Kim, but this is worth interjecting here. The media is complicit in all of the election fraud.
Yes.
They're complicit in all of the non-believers who call us election deniers.
Mm-hmm.
They're complicit in the perception the world has about Tina Peters that don't understand
Right.
what Tina Peters stood for,
That's
right?
right.
Exposing election fraud.
Mm-hmm.
The media, mainstream media, is complicit in why other county clerks are saying, "I don't want to be Tina Petered,
Mm-hmm.
so I won't expose anything. I'm going to shut up and be a good girl or boy."
Yeah.
They're complicit in everything. And my little anecdote for the day, I haven't shared, but one little anecdote about Johnny Cash earlier.
Oh, yeah. I remember this story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the early 90s, I went to an ABC television event. I got invited to these things because I controlled a lot of advertising dollars. And this was a presentation from ABC to present their fall preview programming to the advertising community. So I show up a half hour late. There's nowhere to sit. 1,000 seats in the room are taken. The vice president of sales comes and gets me. And he says, "Look, there's nowhere to sit, but there's a table in the back of the room. I'm going to take you over there quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Take a scene. The only person sitting at that table is Peter Jennings." And
Good old Peter Jennings.
so I took a seat with Peter Jennings, and I'm
Mhm.
sitting there one-on-one with this man. And he was a little guarded at first. He was a little close to the vest, and he was drinking. I was not. I waited till he had 4 or 5 drinks. I wasn't counting, but I know he had at least 4. And I said, "You know what? This is a good time for me to lay on Peter my grandfather's feelings about him." I mentioned earlier in the telethon today, my grandfather was a survivor of Auschwitz in Poland. He escaped the concentration camp. And he felt Peter Jennings was an anti-Semite, pro-Palestinian, pro-Arab television anchor. And I used to say to him when he'd throw things at the screen at Peter, "Well, why are you watching this guy?" He said, "Because it's actually the best newscast. I just don't like his views when he talks about Israel. I think he's anti-Semitic." So I'm like, I'm never going to get a chance ever again to ask Peter Jennings, what does he say about my grandfather? So I laid it on him. I said, "What say you, Peter, about my grandfather? He swears you're anti-Semitic. He threw a lit cigar butt at you. My grandmother was furious." He said, "Well," his answer was twofold, Kim. This is going somewhere very relevant to what we're talking about. He said, "Well, your grandfather is a pretty perceptive man. While I am not anti-Semitic, and I have nothing against the Jewish people, you know, in the media, my bosses are Jewish. You know, I work for Jewish people. I'm around them, and I have nothing but good things to say about them. However, when I was a rookie reporter, I did not get a hotel room. I got a host family, and for 18 months, I lived on and off with an Arabic Palestinian family. And I suffered a human emotion called sympathy. And I do sympathize with the Arab Palestinian side of the story. I am more critical of Israel as a result. So I would have to say your grandfather's instincts were right up until a point. I'm not anti-Semitic though. He said, but it doesn't matter what I had to say. It doesn't matter what you have to say. You're Peter Jennings. You are the #1 rated newscaster in the history of television. To this day, of course, the ratings are in the toilet now, so no one will ever achieve the ratings Peter Jennings did. And I reminded him, how can you say it doesn't matter what you think or say, Peter, because you're numero uno in the ratings. Every quarter when the ratings come out, you're at the top of the ratings. He said, the reason it doesn't matter what I say, Scott, and here's the punchline to the story. The reason it doesn't matter what Peter Jennings says is because everything you see and hear on TV, radio, and read in the newspapers is a construct and narrative to fit an agenda.
That's right.
I was 32 years old and indoctrinated at that point in my life by the media. I said, will you say that again? I want to make sure I heard it right. He said, it doesn't matter what I think because everything you see and hear on TV and radio and reading the newspapers is a construct and narrative to fit an agenda. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the 4 or 5 drinks you had, Peter Jennings, because I know you wouldn't have said that without the alcohol in you.
Right.
And Kim, that sizes up a large reason Tina lost her sovereignty.
Yeah.
This cabal to this spiritually bankrupt satanic cabal, because the media that has been their mouthpiece and carried the water for them for 50 some years. We've known about the CIA, Operation Mockingbird Media. CIA infiltrated and subverted the mainstream media.
That's right.
They put their operatives, right? They admitted to Congress in the 70s, yes, we've had operatives inside TV and radio and newsprint, and they were not free to talk about in the open what these operatives were doing, but they admitted to having them. So, Kim, your experience with mainstream media, because you've been around mainstream media, you were on several radio stations. Do you see any turnaround in 2026 with the mainstream media? Do you see them moving at all off their construct and narrative that Peter Jennings talked about?
You know, let's go back for a second. Let's go back to about 2021. I believe it's 2021, 22. And I was at KCAA Radio, a very liberal radio station. I was co-hosting the Fabulous Lifestyle, and then I launched the Take Your Power Back show there. And I remember Fred Lovegren was the owner, and I didn't know he was a secret follower of mine. He loved my show. And so Fred reached out to my producer at the time and said, hey, do you think Kim would want to do a show on recalling Gavin Newsom? Now, here you've got somebody in business in California, in media, Scotty, who very liberal station, okay, who all of a sudden is going, something's wrong, and he's looking at Gavin Newsom and it's hitting him in the pocket, right? And he goes, I want to do a show. Well, I'll tell you, that was the beginning for me of saying, I'm in. I know nothing about politics, but I know as a mom of 4 and now being in media, like that Gavin Newsom guy has got to go. That was the beginning of the journey. So here's what I think. I think that the truth, it's been a long enough dripping, Scotty, that now people are ready for the exposure. So we tried to expose things early on, right? With all the corruption, all the fraud, all of it.
Oh, let's not forget the jab exposure.
Well, people just weren't ready yet. They hadn't suffered enough. Okay. They hadn't suffered enough. And the reality is, awakening, rebirth comes through suffering. So people are at that point right now where they're feeling hard pressed. Not all of them. There's still, we need to go through that, like, when you think of the Garden of Gethsemane, when Jesus was in Gethsemane, the olive press, that pressure, remember Jesus sweating blood, taking on the sins of the world, my sins, your sins. It's almost like, like Tina being familiar with suffering. I mean, Tina gets it. and most of us don't get it. We don't realize our freedom has been taken from us, Scotty. All of us, I was riding on the coattails of my forefathers, right? So my point is this, Scotty, there's an awakening occurring, and it did begin after 2020. And it was a slow trickling because we've got this cognitive dissonance. But now I believe it's time for the exposure. And we're seeing it, aren't we? The Nick Shirleys, the O'Keefes. Now you've got all the local reporters. You've got people that are going, hey, I can do something right now on my watch. It's a big, big, big deal. So, Scott, when we just led the Take Our California Back to a Better Future statewide summit, when you just mentioned people afraid of being Tina Petered, we reached out to every supervisor, every ROV clerk in the entire state of California.
How many are there? How many would that be, Kim?
Well, 58 counties. So 58 counties. Oh gosh, then you've got what? Maybe anywhere from 5 to 10, like in making the connections to get to that right person, right? So our list was a huge list. Let me tell you, I'm paying a lot in my constant contact. The list was a huge list. And we dripped on them and invited them. And we got word from some of them. But I'm telling you, people are still in this space, especially in the state of California. And yeah, some of them don't want to be Tina Petered, but you've got those warriors like Clint Curtis, who was hired by the Bush administration in the early 2000s to write the code to flip the vote in the machines, who became the Congress whistleblower, who is now the Shasta County Registrar of Voters clerk, who's implemented the proven system of the additional election security feature so that you and I have the power back to visually see those ballots as they come in and audit them. We don't have to wait to audit them. So let me tell you, that's just happening, just so you know. He is leading the example of what it takes right now as a real clerk standing up. We had a couple of clerks reach out to us kind of stealth, but let me tell you, they didn't show up. A couple of them showed up, but they didn't show up the way they could have showed up. So we've been working with counties individually. So just to kind of pull that full circle, Scott, Tina is the instigator. Tina is the instigator of truth. Tina is someone who set the stage for what it means to fight for truth, to put a stake in the ground all the way through. She has set an example for the rest of us at what it takes. And we talked to Tina, maybe it was about 7 or 8 months ago when we led the Free Tina Peters initiative with Mark Anthony and then Joe Altman. We popped over to Joe and Jake Lang, and then we were able to talk to Tina in prison. That was the last time I spoke with Tina. And I know that Tina has made it thus far because of her faith. That woman is a mighty warrior. So that angel that you saw walk into the room, that's who Tina really is all the time. And we saw Tina go through incredible suffering as she had to fight to make sure she had all the evidence and everything she needed to fight this fight. And I just know that she's made it through because of the love of her team. Number one, the support she's had from her team, all of them, and Jesus. And Jesus. And I know that in that prison system, Tina shined brightly. And light and darkness hates the light. And we saw that in that fight.
Yeah,
right?
For sure. Talking with Tina, the first chance I did get to talk to her socially, of course, I knew she'd be conversant about election fraud and election integrity. That was her essence of being in that moment. But I came to learn she's actually very, very awake about everything else.
Yeah.
And so she understood what Peter Jennings told me that night, that everything is a construct and a narrative. And I maintain they never would have been able to pull off their shtick, their act, their script, their satanic cabal plan for Tina without the media. The media was a catalyst for all of their wrongdoing, from the jabs to to the wars. We know how the media's always been on. Actually, the media and the bankers have played both sides of wars in the past history. Until now, they're no longer on both sides of the war because Trump and our military, thank God, are
Television. Television. You know,
television.
Scotty, my grandma, my little 4'11" Portuguese bottle capped glasses grandma would say, the television is a one-eyed monster. That's what my grandma would say, you know. But the reality is, it is feeding us vision. And that's why the Bible says to guard your heart, for it is the wellspring of life. We need to guard what we take in because we can be deceived. And we're in that time right now, Scott, of the great deception. I'm so grateful that Tina is out right now because I do believe that there's still things to come right now. In the middle of taking our republic back, there's a lot still to come.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of birth pangs we're going through.
We're all going to see and experience some things that are uncomfortable for sure. There's a lot to go through to get to the other side.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank God. I think even the mainstream media, if you listen to Anderson Cooper, and I don't pay much attention to them, but even guys like Anderson Cooper are dropping truth bombs now. Once in a while, they'll drop a truth bomb, and you're like, wait a minute, is this CNN? So it's happening, it's coming, and fortunately, I think we're going to see the other side of this in our lifetime. God willing, we're healthy, and we will live to see the media as it was meant to be, right?
Yes.
True journalistic integrity, where
That's
they can
what you are, Scott. That's what you are. That's what Sovereign Radio is. That's what the Take Your Power Back show is. That's all the digital warriors out there, Alpha, SG, all of them. We're here. We are the real media. We're bringing the truth into the light, and we're sharing the good news. We're sharing the things that are important. Tina is out of prison. That is good news, and it needs to be shared. And the reason why you're doing this is because we want to make sure that Tina has the money she needs, everything she needs for the lawsuits to be paid off. She's got a lot on her plate coming out, and people can donate right now. And I know you have the link below at tinapeters.us. Every cent counts, whether it is $1, it's $10, it's $100, it's $1,000. If you want to give Tina $5,000 to pay off that debt, to support her, guys, every bit counts. Please go to tinapeters.us. Scotty, I just want to acknowledge you. I know your schedule is crazy busy. There's a lot of things that you could be doing with your time. And what I love about you, Scotty, is that you're a man of integrity. You do the things that matter. And Tina matters. So
it takes a person of integrity to know one. And so back at you, and thank you very much. I want to bring somebody in. I believe you know this gentleman.
Is that Trennis? Oh, one of my favorite people. Look at that smile. Hello, Trennis.
Did you fix the boat?
You're on mute, Trennis. You're on mute.
You have to unmute, Trennis. You've got a mute button on your screen down at the bottom. There's a microphone. Just click it.
He might have his. Nope, nothing. Go to settings. There's a little settings button, little cog wheel, and then click audio, and then just change your speaker. Your microphone. I'm sorry.
Microphone. Right. Microphone. That's the speaker.
There you go. Yeah. Sorry about that. Gotta love StreamYard. So let's just talk about Trennis since he's here. Trennis is a rock star. Trennis makes things happen. Trennis has supported all the J6ers. He does so much work behind the scenes. Hello, Trennis.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. What a smile.
Yeah, I tell you, what a wild day it's been. But you know, I don't want to spend much time talking about that. Just bottom line is yeah, I thought it was on at 6, and then I've been rushing to get in, and then we had a little problem with the boat. You know, first time we've had it on the water in a couple of years, and the kids really wanted to be out, and I said okay, and we made a plan and the sandwiches and all the stuff, and we got out of the no wake zone, and it wasn't drawing water, and apparently something has built a nest. Water, I can't tell exactly, but there's a big obstruction. There's a bunch of mud in there, and looks like pieces of a nest, and in the strainer like a wasp or hornets or something. So you know, that explained all the wasps that have been around the boat. So they couldn't get under the cover. So anyway, listen, Kim, it's great to see you. Scotty, nice to see you as well. And Kim, you and I have quite a history together doing Take Our Border Back rallies and a lot of work there and dealing with the nut jobs from that crazy so-called church that showed up to try and thwart the event and draw the attention away. But, you know, Tina's a really special story to me personally, and I wanted to share this with the audience, if you don't mind, if I do.
That's why we're here. Do it. Go for it.
Juan 107 called me in, I don't know, October-ish. And I had been, sorry guys, I just couldn't get home in time to get.
You look great.
So you got a hat and a polo. It's the best. That's as good as it gets today. At any rate, I wrote her a appellate amicus brief back in like 23. And when I was going through the case file, I was like, this can't have happened, right? I wasn't intimately involved in the case. I had met Tina at Clay's events, you know, and around the country at different events, and I certainly knew about her, and I knew about Mike Lindell. Sorry, I just feel so weird with the hat. I don't care. I've got messy hair. We're just gonna have to have
You
messy
look
hair.
great. So we can't tell, just so that you know, you look great.
It's windblown hair. We'll live. Anyway, so, you know, when I was going through this case, what happened in this trial and the transcript, I was like, this is another kangaroo court situation. It's like the January 6th cases. It's like Michael Flynn's matter. It's like Ted Stevens in Alaska, you know, the longest running senator. And I started looking at this, and we started looking at Matthew Barrett, and I just said, okay, I've got to help on this. And Juan and Louis Herms got me to get involved. And, you know, a good company there. You're always, you know, whatever they're doing, it's not a bad place to be. So we wrote that appellate amicus, and then I started formulating some theories, and then I heard from Tina, and she said, Trennis, I want to do what you said. I like your theory. I like what you're doing. Like, this is the best thing I've written, or better, I've read about, you know, my case. And I said, well, geez, Tina, you know, it's a tall order. I'm 51. I think I was, you know, 49 at the time. And the guys like McSweeney and, you know, John Case, Pat McSweeney, Bob St. Carr, Linda Good. I mean, that's a huge team, right? I mean, a great Stephanie Lambert. I mean, these are brilliant attorneys. They really are good people, brilliant attorneys. And they were practicing law when I was riding a tricycle. Okay.
Right.
I mean, like, and so I said, Tina, I just, you know, I don't know that I can settle this dispute and change this course. And she said, Trennis, well, what do you think we could do to get this done? I want to go this direction. And I said, well, I work with Peter Tickton at the Tickton Law Group. Peter sees this the same way as I do. And as you know, the reason I had so much experience with Colorado is I was the intervener in the case in the Norma Jean Anderson et al. Case, where they were trying to remove Donald Trump from the ballot. And I made the filing that exposed how much fraud was happening in the court. By, you know, Eric Olson and Nicholas Suss and these guys that were representing Crew and other organizations. I exposed their, we'll say this, their mistakes. They suddenly believed in the January 6th Select Committee as though it was a true function and it had some, you know, actual grit to it. Well, what happened there is, so I was intimately involved with Colorado already in that matter, and then we were, you know, all the way to the Supreme Court on my matter on the writ on that case and suing Judge Merchan and all this madness and Letitia James. And I was like, man, we're knee deep in another battle. So I said, you know what? Let me call Peter. I called Peter. He said, I would be delighted to take this case for Tina. And that's the story of how Peter Tickton became lead counsel. And Peter is just, for those of you who don't know Peter, anyone that's teamed up with Peter Tickton, so he's an amazing force of nature himself. You know, he was Trump's roommate in school, and they've been lifelong friends. We're talking about 65-year friendship. I've had such a wonderful experience and knowledge and the tutelage I've had, but it's so much of it is just centered around Tina. I've worked with Bob and John and Pat and Peter on this case for years. I know the ins and outs of it. We prepared for appellate proceedings. We prepared for the habeas proceedings. We prepared for the Supreme Court proceedings where we're headed now in the Colorado State Supreme Court. And then we have, of course, SCOTUS that we're amply prepared for now. Tina Peters should not have done a day in prison on this. And it's not because of how I feel. It's because the facts and the law are both on our side. Two things are true. Under section or provision 4.3 of the Mesa County contract, folks have to understand is Dominion has a contract with the state of Colorado that enables them to have a contract with through the Secretary of State's office with each county. And Tina was a clerk and responsible for that county contract with Dominion. The authorities granted to an individual under that for review and looking into things and preservation of data, et cetera, are it's carte blanche, let's say that. And so what's happened in the Tina Peters matter is they pretended like the contract that originally was the governing doctrine for how Tina should act or respond. It gave her authority. The original trial court and the case that was made by that counsel was, I don't want to be derogatory, but I'll just say this. I believe it to have been deficient. And that deficiency led to these arguments being raised. They were not properly addressed on the right principles of law in the beginning. Had they been properly addressed on the right principles of law, I don't think it would have made a lot of difference what Matthew Barrett would have done, but I think it would have been an easier undoing at the appellate level when we arrived there. And so some of these elements are not raised. We also have a juror bias issue. And I'm not saying the entirety of the jury pool. I'm saying that one of the jurors believed that an individual cut her phone lines and did damage to her business on Tina's behalf, and no such thing was true. It was later found out that this juror was harboring this and tainting some of the other jurors, potentially. Let's just say potentially. So what happened now is the case is a mess. And in a criminal case, in a criminal proceeding, it's a very, very strong position to have a juror bringing outside facts into the jury room and for the deliberations and causing this damage. It wreaked havoc on this case. And then Matthew Barrett, where he was shut down and kind of thrown, to the wolves on his statements about what he said to Tina for his reasons for sentencing. I fear that Judge Matthew Barrett was not going to do the right thing. I've seen this time and again where they shorten the sentence 6 months or a year and go, okay, there you go, problem solved. Now you've been resentenced. Now you can start back through the appellate process again, and we'd be dealing a year and a half out. I don't believe Mark Cook, and I've had this discussion for those of you who know Mark.
Love Mark.
Yeah, Mark's a great man, a highly knowledgeable data guy. Mark and I've talked about this a lot. Jared Polis is of what Mark Cook would refers to himself affectionately as a nerd or a tech nerd, or God bless him, because I wouldn't know what I was looking at with this mountains of data, but Mark Cook does, and many others. So you don't have to read some complex algorithms. It's about understanding data and how it transfers and how systems move data. What Mark uncovered in this and what Mark believes to be correct would clearly show that there was problems. But there is no way to denounce or put the genie back in the bottle when you're trying to make a claim that Tina Peters was doing some illegal act, tampering with voting systems. I've heard all these ideas. She was never charged with that. I just saw that another major news outlet levied the same statement against her. And I'm certain that Peter, being a civil attorney by trade, will be more than happy to address the mainstream media and these highly inaccurate statements as they've been made about Tina with this so-called election equipment tampering, which is absolutely anything but the truth.
Yeah, because this is continuous slander. Now she's out, right? She's on parole. And now you've got the media that's continuing with a story that is false. And this is slandering Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and there's more to that. So look, what I'm looking at now is I've lived this matter with Tina for some time. When I'll tell you, I know right where I was. I could draw a 10-foot circle around where I was standing when Tina called me in late 24, and we had a conversation. In 25, and I had a conversation with her about writing an open letter to the president. No, it was 24. 24. Gosh, time flies. At any rate, it was 25. And we talked about her writing an open letter to the president and we would seek a pardon from the United States President Donald Trump. People said, oh, but how can you do that? It's a state case. And I said, because the supremacy law takes over. Under the supremacy law, which was a 9-0 decision that was upheld by the Supreme Court, United States supremacy, authority over the states where the federal interest is involved, has been upheld time and again, and even by liberal courts, conservative courts. Sorry, I've got a light here, just kind of want to give it a little twist. It's driving me nuts there. At any rate, so we have this scenario where Tina is in the same position. But Colorado regularly is dismissive as a state when it comes to the supremacy clause. So what has happened now is, had they observed that and realized that she's carrying out a federal election duty, that she's immune from state prosecution if it had to do specifically with the actions that she was taking in carrying out her federal election duty. That is to preserve all election data, not some, not part, not what Tina thinks is important, not what Jenna Griswold thinks is important, or what Dominion or any other body thinks is important. All is a very simple word to understand. If I say, son, turn out your pocket and give me all the candy, it doesn't mean you can keep some of the candy. It means give me all the candy. And the same principle applies for Tina Peters. Now, we've covered this, Kim. I know you've covered on your show. I've been on your show. It's a great show, by the way. I've covered it on my show at Real America's Voice. I have covered this topic time and time and time again. And the sad reality is we're stuck in a position where it's essentially a waiting game until we can get to the higher court that will recognize the supremacy clause in Tina's matter. Now, hopefully, I'm hopeful, but I'm not holding my breath, that the Colorado State Supreme Court will do their duty and recognize that federal supremacy takes place here. Now, they'll probably punt and will quickly be at SCOTUS. I would rather suspect that we're at SCOTUS by sometime next year and dealing with this issue. It's a big one, and it's been answered. And I'd be actually surprised if SCOTUS doesn't just essentially say refer to these cases, right? And one of those would be Norma Jean Anderson et al., and recognize these principles and just simply deliver a ruling. I don't know that there's a need for all argument or having further discussion. Now, those of you that know Tina and have followed her story know that she has spent a great deal of time, 600 days, in a Colorado state prison, a women's prison. And I have an equity issue with how the prison system is run in Colorado, because now, Scotty, if you and I were to go to prison in Colorado, we would go to prison, and based on our points and our offense, we would be in a certain facility. And that facility would be a facility that we would be with people that either low, medium, medium, high, medium, low, medium, medium, high, or maximum security. In women's prison, Colorado doesn't offer that. So rapists, murderers, arsonists, people who have committed crimes of moral turpitude are placed in the same facility with somebody that, like Tina Peters. And these are the problems. So Colorado doesn't offer that opportunity. I would suggest that people consult counsel. If you know anyone in Colorado prison, in a women's prison, I would say there's an equity issue and you're being treated disparately to men as a men's prison. So Tina went through this. We saw that Tina was attacked. That was the most recent thing we saw happen in the news. We saw the woman attacking Tina and Tina defending herself. We saw also that Tina had problems, that she was put in a room that used to be for the laundry, and the room was so small and the vents were so big because it was set up to counteract the heat from the laundry facility portion. So that room they put her in was ice cold. Tina had problems. We know that there's issues with the air quality in prisons across the board, particularly it seems in this prison that she was in, had additional issues with air quality. And we saw the mold growing on the machines, on the rooftops. These people don't have an interest in justice. Tina Peters' confinement and sentence was essentially could have been, had we have not been able to step in, put this to work. And when I say we, I'll kind of break down that a little bit, if you will. So Tina has had this experience. She's felt this destruction. She's lived this lie that was presented by Jenna Griswold, Jared Paulus, Phil Weiser, the others, the U.S., the Attorney General in Colorado. These people did this, and they knowingly did this, and there should be accountability. The problem is we were made a lot of promises, and I'm a huge Trump fan, a big Trump supporter, but Trump is not my deity. He is not a perfect being. I look higher for and when I seek my faith than somebody that flies in a jumbo jet. I'm looking well beyond that. And what I suggest is that whether it's Todd Blanche, or I know Mac Warner is now gone, or it is Stanley Woodward, somebody should look into the deprivation of rights that took place. That's Title 18, Section 242. It's a deprivation of her rights for what took place to Tina Peters. The events that the event as a whole, her trial, how the judge reacted, the sentencing, are all highly problematic. And if we're not going to use these codes, 18242, deprivation of rights under the color of authority, then let's just move to get them off the books. Let's send them back to Congress. We need the DOJ to have the gumption to do one thing or the other. Either address when people's civil rights and constitutional rights are violated, or have enough of a spine, if you will, to say, we're just not going to follow this. So let's just get rid of it. It's no longer something we're interested in. Because as far as I can tell, people like Tina Peters, people like the January 6th defendants, people like Patrick Burns, Stephanie Lambert, the people that tried to tell us about COVID, the people that tried to tell us about our elections, have all been the victims of a deprivation of their rights, then lawfare, then these criminal trials proceedings, any of this chilling ideology to chill dissent that took place.
Right.
All of these things must be addressed. And we have to have a DOJ courageous enough to do so. Todd Blanche, if you are that man and you are courageous enough to address this matter, I urge you to do so. And I don't know what we're waiting for. If it is a matter that it's somebody like a Stanley Woodward, please address these matters, recognize them. President Trump has recognized the government's been weaponized against the people. Todd Blanche has recognized as the acting Attorney General of the United States that the government has been weaponized against the people. Don't think for 1 minute it stops with the federal government, that it's only the Department of Justice and the FBI that are problematic. These places, these power centers, these state capitals, these major cities have become the useful tool as forward operating bases of an insurgency that has taken place in this country.
Yeah.
And yes, you heard me correct. Forward operating basis of an insurgency. That insurgency came through progressive social reconstruction, and it came to shut down dissent, take over your children's minds, run things through the education system, through the Department of Education, through the PTA, through the controlling the parents and what they could say. We saw this with Merrick Garland with the chilling of free speech, where parents came to a school board meeting to speak their mind peacefully, to address trans ideology, COVID, masking, any of these other areas where they expected the American public, the United States citizen, to simply bend the knee and fall in line. And that's not what happened, because I don't know where they got the idea that the United States citizen would do these things. But maybe it wasn't the idea that we would. They knew a large portion would because they could drive it from fear. They also knew that some of us wouldn't. And they had plans and actions, and they took those plans and turned them into actions and tried to stomp out the people that would tell you about elections. They tried to stomp out the people that wanted to tell you about COVID. They wanted to stomp out the people and silence dissent for those that wanted to tell you what was happening with these so-called vaccines. They did the same to the January 6th defendants. They did the same to Tina Peters, and they've done the same to anyone who would step forward. And they have, this sword cuts two ways. That sword that they have used, they used with the criminal efforts through controlling DOJ and district attorneys around this nation. And they did it to Tina and others by civil suits and other actions. So when they can't get you in one way, they come for another. So there is a, snare and shotgun effect that's taking place where they have a method one way or the other where they will shut you up, they will break you, they will silence you. I know it happened to me. I understand very well what this criminal justice system, what these judges will do, how far they'll go, and how far out of line they are with anything that resembles a fair arbitration of the law. These individuals who sit on these benches have exposed themselves time and again to be anything but just arbiters of the law. The duty, there's two things that people should know. These people that prosecuted Tina, there is something called the rules of ethics for attorneys, right? It's a guidance and it tells you how to operate. The rules, the ethical rules for a prosecutor are even more stringent. And I think that's Canon 2 Bravo 2B. You'd have to look it up. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at that. But one thing that I can assure you is the prosecutor's role and duty is to bring truth to the court. The prosecutor's duty is not to secure a conviction. And prosecutors in this country, whether they be district attorneys, they be attorney generals, they be the DOJ under the Assistant United States Attorneys, have long since forgotten their role. Their role is to deliver truth to the court, not to lie, not to obfuscate, not to cheat, not to hide information. But we have things in place. Well, they say, well, but there's laws to stop them. We have Brady that says that you have to deliver all evidence to the court and give the people the defendant, all the information. But what the judges have done is they've allowed these assistant United States attorneys in the federal government, they've allowed these attorney generals, they've allowed these district attorneys to not provide all of the evidence to a defendant, which is their right.
Mm-hmm.
They have defiled the constitutional rights of defendants in this nation. Through doing that, the absolute abandonment of principles, of morality, of ethics, they have now laid waste to the justice system to where very few people trust it. It has now become an institution that is no longer trusted by the American people, and with good reason. They did this to themselves. They did it to the people by doing what they've done. And I don't want to be vague. I want to be very direct. By charging Tina Peters and utilizing the language from a misdemeanor to charge a felony was absurd. It was insane. It was the first of its kind. And if it wasn't, then that means two grave injustices have taken place in the state of Colorado, because these things can't stand. However, it's similar to what they did to Trump. Remember these so-called misdemeanors that would have been misdemeanors, and they made them into felonies for concealment of business practices, which was all a load of malarkey as well. I sued on that case as well. I was involved there. We have come to the aid and rescue of many people. I founded Condemned USA to do just that. Tina Peters is one of those projects of people that I look at and said, there's a project, but it's a person's life. How hard will you fight for someone's life? And that's what I do. That's what we do. The collective, the group at Condemned USA, the attorneys, the paralegals, the legal investigators, we all work on these things because we care. And when I look at Tina Peters, not that she's quite old enough to be my mother, but maybe she, I guess maybe. But the bottom line is, I see my mother or my aunt, a family member, someone experiencing a travesty, a grave injustice, a destructive effort where she was targeted. And they came for Tina Peters because they could not live through the dissent. She was gaining traction. People were listening. People were asking questions about these elections. And Tina Peters was hung on the wall and beaten for the public to see, as Maoist Marxists do. Communists, Maoists, and Marxists are famous.
Right. That's right.
And that's what they did to Tina Peters. That's why she was bludgeoned in the court. That's why you saw what happened to her in prison. It was meant to send a message. How many other clerks do you think are looking at, if they see a problem with their elections, that they want to come forward or attempt to preserve data? They're probably scared to death. They just watched someone unjustly. The whole world knew it was unjust. They watched her do 600 days in prison. They watched all of this. So why would anyone think that they're, man, I'm not going to get involved in that. Just let them do what they do. And yet the Democrats are running full-scale malarkey all over the people. And we see that happening in California now. Thank God the Department of Justice.
Where I'm at.
I will applaud the Department of Justice when due that applause, as they are in that situation. But many times they're not. And I get it. It's a big place and a big organization. But there's cases out there. Tina Peters, Shayna Gaviola, the list goes on and on of people experiencing grave injustices in this country.
Yes.
And that's why I'm never going to stop fighting for these people. I'm beyond that now. I've got a full pardon from President Trump. But people like Tina Peters and so many others need quality legal representation. And I hear the argument from people go, golly, it's $100,000 legal bill. Wow, how did it get to 100,000 or how did it get to 200,000? I'm like, well, you call your plumber and tell your plumber that you need him to work for you every day for the next 2 years and see what the bill is. And this ridiculous idea that attorneys should be doing this for free. How are they supposed to eat? Who are they supposed to tell? Do you think that the mortgage company is going to call and they go, hey, no, listen, we're representing Tina Peters pro bono. I need you to not charge me. Well, the mortgage company doesn't care. Their kids' college tuition doesn't care. The car payment doesn't care. We, the people, care. And when we care, we put our money where our mouth is. It's an old saying. It's an expression we all know well, the adage, put your money where your mouth is. So if you care about Tina Peters and you care about stopping injustices like this, and you care about your children not experiencing something like this, and you want to know where people are when these things happen to you, I can't tell you how many times people say, I had no idea the justice system was like this. I thought it was a good system. We have the designs of it. However, many people have moved in and there's been a complete and total departure from the justice that we once expected, the blindness of Lady Liberty and the moving forward. So if you care about cases like this, you care about Tina Peters, you care about people experiencing injustices, please donate to Tina. What's stopping? I mean, I have a monthly subscription to something that I'm like, yeah, right, people. And then I hear people go, well, but I'm afraid I don't want to end up on a list. Look, the minute you like too many comments on Facebook or X, you were on a list. The minute you said something about vaccines, you were on a list. The minute you questioned an election, you were on a list. If you didn't like that trans fairy tale hour was happening in kindergarten and we were sexualizing children, you were on a list. If you spoke up, wrote a letter, donated to Donald Trump or conservatives or the Senate GOP Foundation, you were on a list. We know this. Jack Smith and others looked at your head like it belonged on a pike. People think that these, I hear this all the time. These people should all be in prison, behind walls. We should put them under the jail, round them up and put them in camps. They're fascists. So the people who want to round people up and put people in camps for having a different ideology call other people fascists. And I always want to remind people what Patton said after the war. General Patton said he wasn't sure that we fought completely on the right side for all things. So what I'm going to give you there, here and now, the reason is because you're a good person. The reason is because you're a good American. The reason is because we don't walk by and turn up our nose when people are being beaten in our streets. We don't walk by and pretend something did not happen when we see an injustice. We don't allow people like Tina Peters to be thrown in prison, their lives ruined, turned upside down, called out as and heckled as a criminal, beaten and abused, and then ignore the situation. Just because she's out of prison, her fight is not over.
That's
and
right.
I assure you, Peter and I, and what little I do now in that case, we need your support. And we need you to support Tina Peters. The reason that it's needed is because she's not the only one. She's the one that's having a telethon today. She's the one that got a pardon. But Shayna Gaviola goes to prison next month, a mother of 4, for trying to save her child from the trans ideology. So people are scared to stand up and speak out because they see people like Tina and they see them get bludgeoned and thrown away and they go to prison and people aren't helping enough. It's our duty to help. It is our duty to serve the interest of our fellow American, an individual, a Gold Star mom, a person like Tina Peters who had the courage. Thank God she stood up.
Yeah.
Because there's more, and there's going to be more coming. So if you'll stay tuned with this, watch the Tina Peters matter. But what happens when you're found innocent after 3, 4, 5, 6 years of your life are gone? How do we rebuild? The rebuilding starts now by enabling her to pay her bills and stand on her own 2 feet. The rebuilding starts now by supporting this effort that's happening here today. The rebuilding starts now because each one of us knows that there is a time we should have done something, sometime in our life, that we should have done something and we didn't do something. And we have a debt to society. We have a debt to the United States. We have a debt to the people, the men, the women that lay dying on our beaches, battlefields, and seas here and abroad. We have a debt to all that have come before us and fought for justice one way or the other. We have a debt to Tina Peters. And it's time to get out our checkbooks. It's time to get out our credit cards. And it's time to say, I don't care, Mr. Government, if you put me on the list. This is me, we the people.
That's right.
We are fighting back. We're fighting back with our voices. We're fighting back to show how much support someone like Tina Peters has. We're going to let the appellate judges and the Supreme Court justices know that we care about this issue because we're going to put our money where our mouth is. It's classic and it's American and it's apple pie all day.
Come on.
Saving and defending our fellow men and women in this country, patriots like Tina Peters. It's not an opportunity. It's not a right. It is, as I said, your God-given duty.
Hey, Trennis, I did not know that anybody can go longer than Steve Stern. I had no idea that someone could take a mic and speak longer than Steve Stern. But I'm gonna go through this and I'm gonna see who gets the award for the longest rant on.
Scott, beautiful, so well said, and it needed to be said today.
Yeah,
that is why we're here.
Absolutely, a soliloquy, as they call it. As you were talking, Trennis, expression out of Hollywood came to mind. If you look at Hollywood, our political system, our financial system, it's this, the expression is jumping the shark, which simply means when you jump the shark, that a creative work or entity has evolved and reached a point in which it has exhausted its core intent. It's outlived itself. That's the sense. Okay. Hollywood jumped the shark. The left jumped the shark with the transgender bullshit. They absolutely took a woman like my sister, a Chicago Democrat, a lefty.
I'm so sorry.
I love her.
Sorry for your loss.
No, wait. Jumping the shark means that the media and the politicians and the Democrats in Chicago pushed her to our side. They jumped the shark. They told her mom, it's okay for your son to be a girl. No, it's not to her. It's not okay. It's okay that your daughter Jenna's in the bathroom and that a boy can come in. It's okay that your grandbaby can be taken to put $5 in the garter belt of a tranny dancing in a bar or in a gymnasium. They pushed her to our side. She now supports Trump. She now sees through it. And that's because of everything you just said. They have jumped the shark. They've outlived their core being, their existence. Their raison d'etre is done. Their reason for being is done. They no longer will survive. And I'm hoping it is the midterms. Some people think we could lose it all. I think we're going to win it all. And then they got nowhere to go. But Kim, what do you think about the jumping? Am I right? Did they jump the shark?
Well, I think that they did jump the shark. And I think that guy's going to go back to Trennis for a second. I mean, was that, Trennis, what you said today needed to be said. The entire program can be wrapped around what you said today. It's imperative that people understand the point that we're at right now. You know, Tina's story, what Tina suffered, we've got people lined up right now about to go through that suffering. Nothing is set in place right now to stop it. Nothing is set in place. Thank God that we have condemned USA, your program. We've got Peter Tickton. I love Peter. He's working with our team right now at Take Our California Back. Love him. So, but we've got to fight. And so if we can take care of people who've suffered like Tina, okay, help Tina get back on her feet, then Tina gets to join forces with us to fight for the others that are about to go through this. Because right now, the way the system is set up is not set up for we the people. It's not set up to protect the people. And we have got to take this on full throttle. And I see you're doing that, but this and Peter and Scotty and myself and we the people have got to truly take our power back. We've given it away. We've given it away long enough. I don't know how much longer we can sustain it. And this is time that by people donating right now, giving right now, supporting Tina right now, they're putting a stake in the ground saying, I am not going to accept this as status quo. I'm not. I'm going to fight for freedom. I'm going to stand for freedom. Because Trennis, I just respect you so much that you've been fighting for all these J6ers, that you've been fighting for Tina. I know Patrick Byrne has been fighting, Joe, a whole team of people fighting for her. But thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. That's so wonderful of you to say. I got to say something. I can't help it. You know, I always have something to say, Kim. Like Scotty, you talked about that. I didn't care, right? I didn't care what the trans community was doing. I didn't care if they had drag night down on the strip. I didn't care that they had a public place. I didn't care how they dressed. I don't care who they interact with. I don't care that you're trans. I don't care that you want to dress up like a woman or a man. I don't care. I don't have to subscribe to it. I don't have to call you what your chosen thing is. If I tell you that I'm the abominable snowman, you don't have to address me as the abominable snowman. All right. End of story. You can call me whatever. My rights don't end where your feelings begin. Right. Number one. Number two, on the trans issue, nobody cared what they were doing. They were free to do all the things they were doing, to sleep with who they wanted to, as long as it was consenting adults. Those people made the problem, or some of them, not all of them, it's a small group as usual, made the problem when they started sexualizing children. And that's where we drew the line. That's where the line in the sand was. Sexualizing children, being in women's spaces. It's just not okay. If they've
been sexualizing children for decades in Disney movies. Drip, drip, until finally we got them. We can just push it all out now. I think they did themselves a huge disservice when they went from, please see me for who I am and accept me for who I am. We did. We never had a problem with who they were. It's when you indoctrinate my child to your bullshit that I got a problem with it.
Bingo. 100%. Scotty, Scotty, you and I should talk more because we're in total agreement. We've had good conversations in the past, but I'm going to go back to this. We don't have a country without elections. It is the foundation of everything.
That's right.
Everything is the bedrock principle because that's how we get to choose. It's a we the people, right? Otherwise, we're represented by a form of government that no longer represents us. And if that's the case, then the Constitution is quite clear about how to reform by any means necessary. Read it for yourself. Don't take my word for it. It's very clear in the founding documents, whether you go to the Bill of Rights, you go to the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and you go to, we don't have to go off into papers and written letters. Any means necessary. If the government no longer is representative of the people. I'm starting to wonder where the heck we are. I'm not advocating for anything. Look, don't anyone think that I'm advocating for you to get your gun and we're having a revolution. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we better be taking a real close look at what's happening in the United States Senate. We better take a real close look at what states like Colorado are doing, California, Maine, Michigan, Illinois, these blue states, and take a real close look at Islam unfolding in our nation. Realize that people are no longer, we used to try and stomp out communism and deliver liberty and freedom all over this globe. And now look around. It's gone, folks. You lost your country. It's not, don't think for a minute that you still own the country and it represented you and everything was fine. Just because Tuesday night you could go to the recital and Friday night you could go see the football lights in the stadium and go to the big game. And Saturday, you know, maybe you went to Applebee's and Sunday was a church social and you got up on Monday and did it all over again. Don't think for a minute that that was freedom. That is not freedom. Freedom is the ability to do my job as an election clerk and preserve all data and not be fearful that my state, some communist-run joke, is going to throw me in prison for simply retaining data and showing the data that was guaranteed to we the people to be protected and preserved. And then by law, if someone is carrying out their duty, as Tina did, and that individual is now in prison, I'm honestly, the idea that we even show up to these corrupt courts is absolutely absurd to me at this point. I don't know what to do because I believe in law and order. I believe in a system of governance that we, the people, subscribe to, a government of the people, for the people, by the people. We, the people. Tina's one of those people, and she just did 600 days in prison.
Yeah.
And where were we? There should have been thousands of people outside the prison. I mean, ICE arrested illegal that came here illegally, throws them out of the country, and they get thousands or hundreds of people, thousands of people showing up to protest that. Where is the spine of our side? Where is the spine of the Republicans, the conservatives, the Christians? Being peaceful, listen, folks, to be peaceful, you must first be able, you must possess the ability to be violent, to be a peaceful person. Do you understand? Because you can't just run around saying, I'm a peaceful person. I'm not suggesting anyone conduct violence. I'm saying listen closely and think through this. You can't be a quadriplegic in a wheelchair that can't speak, read, write, or hear and claim to be peaceful. You're just a being at rest, period. A peaceful person possesses the ability to be violent, yet chooses peace. That's what peace is. All right? Now, people say, oh, well, I'm not talking about you have to get a gun and shoot somebody. Everybody always goes back to that. I'm saying, think you as a mother. You're out there watching this right now. Somebody grabs up and harms your child. I know what a mama bear is. And I know that now that a mother is peaceful and loving and wonderful until you endanger her child.
Don't you mess with my children.
All of a sudden, you've enacted mama bear. Now you've chosen violence. The same should go for our people. When Tina Peters was thrown in
Let's go back for a second. Let's go back. Protect. It's about protecting your freedom.
You're damn right.
It's about protecting.
We're not doing that job.
Right?
We, the people, are not doing it. We're doing it from desks. We're doing it from voices. We're writing articles, and we're not showing up when it matters.
Right.
Something I want to point out that we should note. True, we don't show up. Nowhere near the way we should.
Because they've scared us.
Certainly not the numbers. I do want to say the numbers on the left, whether it's protesting ICE or from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Those protests are not organic. They're paid. 95% of those people are paid by Soros, by NGOs. Name the NGO, doesn't matter. They are paid protesters. So they do get the turnout, but they are paid. Now, would we turn out if we started paying people to go show up at the jail for Tina? Would we have
we're paying, Scotty, respectfully, we're paying right now. Right now. We're paying with our children's future right now by sitting at home and not standing up and showing up. That's
well,
where
we
we're
are.
paying.
You're right. And you know what? That money that's being paid to the protesters on the left, that's our money anyway. The NGOs are getting it from our tax dollars. So we're paying on both sides. You're absolutely right.
But the House and the Senate don't have the courage to shut down things like, what was it, Democracy Now! Or one of these organizations that's funneled billions off. Republicans voted for it. What's that tell you? Folks, we've got a reckoning coming. And what that reckoning is we better get behind our patriots or there's going to be no reckoning. If you don't get behind the Tina Peters of the world and the January 6 people that were peaceful and many others. If you don't get behind them and the people that show up at the border, and you don't stand up and be counted and say, this is me, I'm here because this matters.
Yes.
And maybe I'm a coward and I don't care enough about my own life, or maybe I'm old and I think I can get through it. But what about children and future generations? That's why I show up. That's why I show up in the public space, to be counted, so that they look out those windows and doors and they look through those cameras that are feeding back into their rooms and going, uh-oh, these people are serious. They're demanding action. You don't have to bring torches and pitchforks. They just have to know that we're capable of bringing them.
That's right. That's right. Well said. Well said.
Kim, you want to wrap this conversation up?
Yeah, well, this is not, I mean, I'll tell you what, the most important thing that we can do is heed the warning that we've been given today. We all have an opportunity to get off the couch, to get involved. And there's lots of ways to get involved. Reach out to Trennis. He could reach out to him at condemnedusa.com. That's .com, correct? Take your power back show. Yeah, takeyourpowerbackshow.com. And we have teams that meet every Monday. We've led the whole Take Our California Back to a Better Future initiative. So we're fighting for election transparency. You can reach out to sovereignradio.com. Guys, we will get you plugged in to, we'll get you plugged into where you can use your gifts and talents. Don't ever think that I'm too old, I'm not good enough, or there's so much you can do. Thank God for my spreadsheet people. I'm not a spreadsheet person, but everybody matters. So I say, today, the first step you can do is you can put a stake in the ground and stand with Tina. Now, many of you have been fighting for Tina. We've been fighting for Tina with the Free Tina Peters movement. There's been lots of events over, the past 600 days, but nobody knows what it's like. I mean, except the team that has been working intimately with her, we have no idea what Tina has really experienced. But what we do know is Tina needs our support right now. And the support we can give is financial support. So please reach in your wallet today. Go to, whether it's credit card, whether it's cash, guys, go support Tina. TinaPeters.us. All the funding there, there's no middleman. There's no middleman. It's going to go to where it's needed to pay all those legal fees, to make sure Tina can get on her feet again. Her health, the fact that she's got to get her health back in order, guys, that is a key ingredient so she can continue to fight this fight. It's not done yet. So please go to TinaPeters.us and you can know that the step you took today is really saving a life, because Tina's life is worth saving.
Kim, thank you for pointing out the money's going directly to Tina. When I approached Tina and her team about doing this, they're like, yeah, it sounds great. We know you, Scotty. We trust you, blah, blah, blah. And then it occurred to them, there are several people, no names to be mentioned, that have raised money on the back of Tina and have grifted off of her.
Yeah, very
so
true.
I said, there's no other way to do this but TinaPeters.us, directly to Tina. So 100% of your donations, thank you for bringing that up. 100% are going to Kim. None of the cost of doing what we're doing today are being borne by
Kim. They're not going to me. They're going to Tina.
Yeah, the money's going to Tina. It's not going anywhere else because she's the one we're doing this for.
Yes.
Trennis, thank you. I'm going to have you on Sovereign Radio. I will connect to have you on. You said you've done this spiel over and over again. Save it one more time for Sovereign Radio.
Oh, no. It's not a spiel. I just speak from the heart. So, can I say one last thing? Do you mind, Scotty?
No.
I got a closing word. Here you go. Prayers are important. I know many of you out there are praying for Tina Peters, and God bless you for that. It takes effort, and we care, and they matter. Prayers make things happen because you have to beat things in the spiritual before you beat it in the natural.
Right.
We all know that, those that have practiced in our faiths. However, God doesn't allow you to lean on the shovel and pray for a hole. And in Tina's case, we need to do some digging. So I ask you to please consider whatever it is, be a monthly sponsor to her, help her make a budget, $5, $10, $25 a month, $50, $100 a month, whatever. I'm not asking you to sacrifice and not be able to go out to dinner with your loved one, but can we do something? Can you do 10 or 25 or $50, something? Because it all matters. It adds up. And if you can't, here's a commitment you can make. share this with someone. Pick up the phone and call
Yes, so
someone and
good.
say, can you help me? Call your church, call your local civic group, call your Lions Club, whatever it is, and go, hey, can we do something for this? Because this doesn't have to end today. This fundraiser doesn't have to end when Scotty signs off and Kim signs off and after I leave or whomever else is next. This fundraiser can go on. You can say, hey, I care. I'm going to make a difference. And that difference I'm going to make is in engaging other people. You can take action. You don't even have to leave your couch. Pick up that amount of that wonderful world of wisdom and technology that you have and call 5 people and tell them, hey, will you get behind this? Will you back me or will you match me? Let's do $20 a piece. I'll give 100. Will you give 20 with me? Call 4 or 5 people or give 500. Call 5 people to do 100 a piece. That's the way you can take this on, and you can be a bigger part of this in saving Tina Peters and helping the great patriot that has been here and stood for us.
Come on.
Prentice, thank you so much. You know, one of the things I love about doing this is I get to spend time with people I can call the real deal. And you guys, Prentice, you're the real deal. I can't wait to have you on Sovereign Radio. Kim, thank you so much. You know what? We're going to have Pastor Bryant pray us out tonight. But Kim, why don't you pray us out of this hour?
Wow, I'd be honored. Well, Father God, oh, Abba. Father, we come before you, God, in the name of Jesus. God, we're so grateful. God, thank you for hearing our prayers. Thank you, Father God, for just lighting the fire under Peter, under President Trump, under Trennis, under all the teams that have worked with Tina. God, thank you for hearing the cries and the prayers of the people. Thank you for protecting Tina while she was in prison, Father God. Thank you for protecting her now, Father. I pray, Father, in the name of Jesus, that you touch all the listeners today, those that are listening tomorrow and the day after, because we're going to share this everywhere, Father. I pray, Father God, that you move the hearts of the people to get in the game, Father God, to get in the fight for freedom, Father God, to stand with those that have been wrongly accused and imprisoned, Father God. Give us the courage to give, Father God, to give generously, Father. I just pray, Father, for this country right now, God. I pray, Father, that the enemy is bound up, that the enemy, the father of lies, the deception in the media, the deception in government, the deception is bound up right now in the name of Jesus. Father, you gave me a dream the other night. Father, you showed me that there was this giant serpent snake, God, and I got this snake into a sieve, Father God, and I had it by the head, God, and was trying to stab the head, and Father, you showed me that the skin's too tough. You can't do it on your own. And the next image you gave me, Father God, was this giant serpent, the head in a sieve, and a rope that went out to every corner, north, south, east, and west. And that rope was taut and it was pulled, Father God, and we had the serpent by the head. I pray right now in the name of Jesus that we, the people, come together and take that serpent by the head, take him down, Father. You know, Father, we know that the war is already won, Father. Give us the courage, the strength, and the faith to put a stake in the ground, to stand firm, to let nothing move us, and to always give ourselves fully to the work of the Lord. Father, we love you. We praise you. We thank you. Bless and protect Tina and all those listening. In Jesus' name, amen.
In Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Well, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you both very much. Kim, always a pleasure to be with you. And thank you so much for coming by. I know you do this from your heart, and Trennis, same with you. I can feel your heart and soul. So thank you both. Appreciate
Thank you, Scotty. Love
Thank
you,
you.
guys. Love you, Dennis. I'm going to have you on again, Trennis. Love you, Scotty. You're the best.
You too, Kim. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to bring David Wolf back in. We've got some merchandise to auction off. David was kind enough to take his diamonds that he recovered from 9/11. He bought them, actually. He didn't recover them. I think he's still here. Let me see if I can find David.
Dude, I'm muted. You want me to run the videos?
Yeah, give us a second. All right, he is here. I don't know if he's sitting at his desk. David Wolf, come back to your station, sir. We want to talk about the diamonds again. Well, I'll give you some backdrop. Hopefully David comes back to the camera. David was appointed the adjuster to state the value of some diamonds recovered from the Twin Towers on 9/11. He ended up buying these diamonds. That's why I call him Diamond Dave. There he is. Dave, welcome back. We're about to play the diamond video. So, Joanne, anytime you want to let it roll, and I'm going to let you talk over the video, Dave.
Yeah, and forgive us. This is a little clumsy because I have to share and then I got to flip over, but it's coming.
Thank you, Joanne. This is a bidding on a piece of history, ladies and gentlemen. Real Americana. These are diamonds from 9/11 recovered from the Twin Towers. And you can own one of these pins. There are 2 pins in a necklace. And Dave will explain how the bidding is going to work and how you can bid. So thank you. There, I saw it for a second. So David, give us the backstory. Kim, you can just let this roll a few times. Please tell us about how you acquired these and what you did with them, David. I think you have to unmute maybe. Yeah, you're unmuted, David. Maybe your microphone turned off. Go to settings. There's a little wheel on the bottom of the screen.
Hello.
There you are. Okay.
Yeah,
Now we
okay.
hear you.
Bye.
Sorry, I was just looking at my granddaughter in South Carolina.
Oh, how nice. So, very, very sweet. So tell us the backstory on these pins.
So, okay, each flag pin is 18 karat gold with a diamond in the top of the pole. So in my 45 years of appraising jewelry, I worked with banks and insurance companies, and I worked with attorneys and also privates. But in the course of my career, I was working with J.P. Morgan Chase, and when the World Trade Center catastrophe occurred, I was chosen as the appraiser of record for all the safety deposit box jewelry that got basically imploded and covered in the rubble and the wreckage. And so I was fortunate enough to recover 315 diamonds that came out of the wreckage of the World Trade Center. And so each flag, 22 years later, I had these diamonds and I said, what can I do with them? I did want to donate them at one point to, the fire people, the firemen, the police, to that cause, but that opportunity passed. And when J6 happened, I said to myself, this is the perfect way to keep a piece of history, Americana, and embed it into another time in history, which is the J6 Fedsurrection. And so each flag, I was able to incorporate a diamond into the design of the J6 flag.
It's amazing work. As you can see, the diamond sits atop the pole. At the top of the pole is the diamond. And Dave, you've got 3 pieces. What are the size of the diamonds? I know they're small, and the gold is 18 karat, right?
The gold is 18 karat white gold. I mean, this is made by a jeweler who basically works for the big, like Fifth Avenue type stores. And so it's made, by, one of, I would say, the top 5 or 10 jewelers in New York City. And the design was meant to embrace the J6, the J in the flag, pole and the wire. and the 6 in the blue field, the 6 stars symbolize the number J6. So what can I tell you? The stones are small. They're just like 1.5 to 2.5 points, which would be like pennies in a dollar. So a point is a penny, and these are small stones. They're, you know, when you see them, you know, when you see them right in front of you, you could see them, but maybe on the photos are not that clear. So this one, the one that you're showing right now, is about a 15 pointer. And I have 5 of those, and they would be a bit more money, because the bigger the diamond is, the rarer it is in the collection. And so it would have to be priced accordingly. But they do start at, I have one that starts at 2,900. And then I have another one that's 3,900, but it's a necklace. So you're actually buying an 18 karat white gold chain along with the flag.
Joanne, if you have a picture of the necklace, I don't know if we actually have the necklace to show. If we do, please let it rip. David, where can people make the bid? Give them the information to make a bid.
Yeah, they can. You know, the most direct way is to email me directly, and that way we can work something out. And if we can find another piece that I did not send to you, as far as pictures, we could work out a price so that Tina can get, you know, a good deal of money, and you know, we could do something that's not actually forwarded to this event, because we do have 7 flags available. So you know, that's where we sit.
Well, David, I want our audience to put their imagination cap on for a minute. Imagine this pin 10 years from now. Imagine holding it, giving it to a son, a daughter, a grandson, a granddaughter, or a friend, and telling them the story behind 9/11. This is a real piece of history, explaining where the diamonds came from. Imagine explaining why you chose to buy the diamonds to support Tina Peters. Look at all the history, where the diamonds came from, how they were created into jewelry. J6 ties into this, the Tina Peters story. This is a real collector's item, and this is why it matters. The story matters more than the diamond itself. In my opinion, you're buying a story, you're buying a piece of history. Going once, twice sold. We hope these will sell. It's the last chance that David will try to get you on one more time, but this is a truly unique piece of American history, and supporting Tina Peters at the same time. How can you go wrong? If you have this kind of jewelry in mind, and you were thinking of buying somebody you love a diamond as a gift, boy, I don't think for $2,900 you can buy a better piece of jewelry right now than this flag. It's just, when I heard about this, Trennis introduced me to David, and David and I got on the phone, and you know, I think David was a little apprehensive. How do we do this? How would this work? I said, I don't care. Let's make it work. This is too good not to help Tina. If we can raise, you know, $3,000 for Tina this way, everybody wins. This is truly a win-win. David, give out the email address again, please.
Sure. And before I do, I just want you to know each flag is numbered with the number of the diamond that is cross-referenced into that flag. So the back of the flag is engraved with the number of the diamond, and it's stamped Zomox, which is the manufacturer. It's like Tiffany. And so each one is traceable with a certificate that's signed and documents the size, the quality of the diamond, the shape of the diamond, and the reference number of that diamond. The most there are is 315. And so this will be one of 315 flags that will ever be made. So it's historical and collectible.
You know, for those of you who are going to go out and buy a Rolex, buy another watch, or buy another piece of jewelry, you can't buy a story like this one.
No.
This is a story. This is a collectible that's going to be valuable. It's so rare. I mean, these are the only diamonds that came from 9/11, the only diamonds connected to helping Tina Peters. These are truly valuable because the diamonds remind us of who we are and what this country is all about. Every time you look at the flag pin, you'll remember the courage shown by Americans on 9/11, the courage shown by Tina in some of our nation's darkest times. And again, you'll also know every time you look at this that you helped Tina Peters in a critical chapter of her journey. So if you've been thinking about bidding, please get a hold of David and let's raise the paddle, let's raise the bidding, and let's raise some money for Tina. So David, thank you.
So the number, so the email, if I may, is David, my name, David, at justappraisers.com. And Just Appraisers is the company I've, ever since 1998, I've been appraising under that banner, that company. And you can check me out at justappraisers.com. And one more thing, the flags are on a website where you can check them out. It's called justpatriots.store. And you can connect.
Store.
Yes, and you can connect to me through that website as well.
One thing I know, if you email David and engage him in conversation, this is a very down-to-earth man. Don't let his Diamond Dave, the nickname I gave you, don't let it discourage you that he's above reproach, because this is a man you can talk to, straight shooter. David, thank you again. We'll try to get you back one more time. In fact, we will get you back in the final hour. So thank you for sticking around.
Well, thank you for being a great patriot.
Yeah, you bet.
All righty. Cheers.
Well, at 4:22 p.m., you know, I didn't know what to expect in terms of raising money. Joanne, you can go ahead and take the flag down. Thank you very much. I did not know what to expect in terms of donations. I've done this twice before. Neither organization had any real following. So I didn't expect to raise much money. I don't know if this is good, bad, or indifferent. It seems to me we could do better. And I'd like the last couple hours to really be able to bring this home. But as of 4:22 p.m. Central, we have raised $8,000 for Tina Peters. Listen, I'm not going to demean $8,000. That's a lot of money. 8,000 Tina didn't have when we started this morning. She's probably crying for each and every dollar. Listen, if you donated $1 or you donated $1,000, Tina would love you and appreciate you in the very same way, because every dollar for her really does count right now. TinaPeters.us. That's TinaPeters.us. Or get a hold of Dave. Dave, one more time, throw the email address out. I think you muted out. Yeah, you muted. Always happens. All right, there you go.
It's David at justappraisers.com. David at justappraisers.com.
Well, thanks again, David. So whether you get a hold of David or go to tinapeter.org, you know, Trennis made a great plea for you to donate. I can't say it any better, but what are you waiting for? If you've been on this today, look, if you don't have any money, and you're short of cash and you can't even make your rent, we don't expect you to donate. But if you're buying another latte tomorrow morning, or you're going out to lunch tomorrow, or you're going to treat your friend, your girlfriend, your boyfriend to something, take a pass for a day and give Tina the few bucks that you would spend on something else tomorrow morning or tomorrow during the day. So thank you, David. We'll have you back later for sure. We are now awaiting our guests for the next hour. Mel Carmine will co-host with me. I am texting one Miss Mermaid, letting her know that we need 107, calling the Wanster. 107 is one of the most interesting guys. Forgive me while I text. All right, Juan, he's not here. No, he's not on. Okay. All right, so that's that. We'll get him here. Juan has always been a dependable guy. Last time he was scheduled on Sovereign Radio, he was scheduled for 30 minutes. He was doing a week of interviews for Tina. It was going around making the plea to free Tina. It was during the Free Tina movement, and Juan did a great job getting that word out. And he came on for 30 minutes. 2 hours later, he was still there, still talking. At least 4 times he said, I'm up against the clock. I got to go. But wait, I want your audience to understand one more thing. And the reason I really want him here tonight is he can alleviate a lot of our fears about the midterms. He is 100% sure of the plan that Trump and the military have. Is Mel on? No, Mel's not here either. So neither of our guests for this hour are on, but this is the way a 12-hour day goes. When you're doing something like this, people are busy. It's now later into the day, which means people have been out and about. So anyway, back to
I snuck myself in, Scotty.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I wanted to you mentioned me exploding in court earlier, but
yes, I did.
But I think it'll make more sense now because I don't know everyone watching understands what she was up against.
Let me finish my thought on Juan, and then I'll come back to you because otherwise I'll just forget. I don't want to cut you off, but so Juan is going to come tell us what the plans for the midterms are, and I don't want to give it away. If you haven't been here today and you haven't heard us discuss it, we've discussed it with every guest that is involved in election integrity and election fraud. We've discussed the plan. Juan is not the only one that has submitted the plan to my attention, but he is the only one involved directly with Team Trump on the plan. That's what's encouraging to me. The plan consists of 2 things: a national security emergency and an executive order. In the executive order, Juan and his team prepared it. The executive order is on President Trump. Happy birthday to you. So it's on Trump's desk, the executive order. Juan said, hey, I don't know how much of it they'll use or if they'll use it at all, but they asked us to prepare it. And so that is the good news. And I'll leave the rest of the story to Juan. Joanne, bring it on. Bring your story on of the courtroom. I think it's a great story. And then we'll bring in Mel Carmine, who used to be a pizza guy from New York. He's now a healer, a crypto guy, a movie producer out of Florida. Go figure where the paths our lives take. Joanne, tell us your story.
I will, but
Nope, she left. Sorry, Mel. I'll get back to you. There she is.
I don't.
I hear you, but I don't see you.
I'm invisible, Scotty. Can you hear me?
Yes, Joanne, what's the buzz? Tell me what's happening.
Well, can you see me? Because I can't see myself.
No, I don't see you, but I hear you.
No, but I'm sitting in front of the computer, so it's really interesting. But we do, oh, there I am.
Now I see you.
We do want to play Mel's video too. So I have that prepped for if he's coming on.
Awesome. We want to hear your story because I did bring it up. I couldn't tell it the way you tell it because you lived it. So bring it on.
It's a bummer. Am I freezing for you or is it just on my side?
Go for it. You're not freezing. I hear you and I see you. So we're all good.
So everyone understand, Tina was so amazing in court and she held her grace like she always does. She had her legal team and we had Judge Barrett and Ricky was there. She was just talking about going to Ted Nugent, which is awesome. And Rubenstein, I think that's his name, the prosecutor, he kept shooting down all the people who were supposed to be testifying for her. And it was like pulling teeth to get anyone to actually be able to speak. That's one of the big problems we all had, is that her defense literally wasn't heard. But then, so I took a break and I talked to Clay Parikh. I think that's how you pronounce his name. He's an ethical hacker and he's a cybersecurity guy. And he's one of the people who worked with her on it. So finally, they wrangled it out to where he was able to testify, and it was going to carry a lot of weight. And he sits down, and I kid you not, in the first, he opens his mouth, and he's like, objection! And literally, I just went, oh my God, like that loud. And Judge Barrett glared at me and was like, who was that? And all the bailiffs were all around me. They knew exactly who said it, but no one narked. No one said a peep. And he just kept looking, pointing, whatever. And I mean, literally, there's probably 10 bailiffs around me, all of whom heard. So it just goes to show you they were on Tina's side. It was insane how she was treated. But God prevails and Tina's out. So, and I did not get contempt of the court.
Let's rewind. The reason your outburst was so appropriate is throughout the days of trial, this prosecutor was objecting to anything and everything that would help Tina's case. He wouldn't let any evidence come forward. So you had sat through all these objections for how many days? What day of the trial was this?
This was Friday, and I got there Thursday. The trial went on for a couple of days before I got there. So it was like it was like a 6-day trial. The verdict was on Monday. It started on a Monday, I think, or Tuesday, and then went to the Monday. Didn't go over the weekend days, but just this was like the big day for her to present her evidence.
Who was presenting the evidence when you made your outburst?
Clay Parikh.
And what was his role with Tina?
No, yeah, for Tina, yeah, he was cybersecurity. So that's why I got so frustrated, because there was questions if he was going to be able to testify, and they kept meeting. I mean, there was so much huddling. I've never seen so much huddling, and it was John Case. Do you remember, Scotty? And she had 4 attorneys. They were huddling, and they finally agreed that Clay could testify. He's a cybersecurity guy. And anyways, the second he sits down, Rubenstein, that's the prosecutor, deep state prosecutor, and I mean, it just came out, but it was so loud and it was so obvious it was me because I just looked like trouble. So, yeah.
Well, you're pretty non-threatening otherwise, so I don't think the bailiffs probably were on Tina's side because they've sat through many a trial.
Oh.
They know how egregious Judge Barrett and the defense, the prosecution, and Judge Barrett. Judge Barrett's the most evil, satanic judge I've ever seen on a bench. The way he excoriated Tina, called her a charlatan, basically he suggested she was the worst person that ever sat in the defendant's chair. Worse than a murderer, worse than a rapist. I mean, what Tina has gone through, from attacks on her character by a judge, no less, whose job is to mediate a trial and deliver a sentence with fairness. Anyway, this is, I'm glad you were there, Joanne. I'm glad you were able to experience the trial. I know a couple other people that were there, and boy, it had to be frustrating sitting there.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like your blood boiling.
I have something in my eye that is not going away.
Saturday or Sunday, I didn't stay through the weekend. And then the rest, what you were referencing, the actual or when he handed down the sentence, the 9 years, that was on Monday, and that was horrible.
Yeah, I remember being in a meeting and somebody knocking on the door, coming in and saying, Tina just got sentenced for 9 years. And that meeting was over, and we all prayed. Well, thank God she's out. And without further ado, I am going to bring in Mr. Mel Carmine. And Mel is a podcaster. He's become a movie producer. He knows a little something about crypto. He's kind of a jack of all trades. He'd like to be a master of one or two, and he's getting there. Pretty darn good movie director for a beginner. I mean, you hadn't directed any movies or produced any movies up till a couple years ago, right? You did
never. I just decided that I'm going to tell the story about how we're all being censored, how we're not allowed to talk in communist America because we have given the power to these social media oligarchs who thinks they own the future. I'm here to tell you they don't. They won't. Not under my watch, over my dead body. And Tube 1776 is going to get off the ground. And I'm going to tell you right now, they're in a lot of trouble. They're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for sure, Mel. I think the deep state, from top to bottom, the political sycophants, the media, the Western medical system, and on and on and on. They are all desperate. They're dogs. They're desperate dogs. Their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, you know, when you understand that these people are willing to fight to the last drop of blood, you've got to come across to them that we're willing to fight to the last drop of blood too. Someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. And there's a hell of a lot more of us than there is of them. And they better, if they failed math, they better go take that course again, because I'm telling you right now, there are people like myself that are never going to lay down, no matter what, under any circumstances.
So I see a comment on the screen. I'm not sure how it got there. Maybe I put it there. Maybe Joanne brought it in. Nobody's listening to this. Well, Mr. John P. Child, you are. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is meant by that. Is it a question? Is anybody listening? Mr. Child, we've raised 8,000.
Maybe he's saying that he can't hear me.
I don't think that's what he's saying, but in any event, forget it.
Yeah, the reality is, look, when they're in charge of the microphones. Donald Trump signs an executive order saying if you're a social media platform, no one is allowed to censor. We could yell and scream about what it is we're trying to purvey or educate or whatever our political views are until our eyes pop out of our skull. Nobody's listening. Someone else is in charge. And this is what people don't understand. So let's not put the cart in front of the horse. Let's fix the damn microphones first. Someone's got to build a platform where it's more intuitive, more sexy, more beautiful, more everything than YouTube, where everybody says, you know what, let's jump over there because over there we could speak freely. And if everybody gets behind that movement, they're in a lot of trouble.
You know, I'm such a knucklehead. You said nobody's listening to this. That was the context of Mr. John Child's question. He was asking, what do you mean no one's listening to this? Mel, I think a lot more people are listening today. You and I have been at the podcast radio broadcasting business now. I met you 4 or 5 years ago. You've been at it. I've been at it. Thousands of other independent journalists have been at it, and I think we're making a difference, don't you?
Yeah, we are making a difference, but again, I'm going to reiterate: someone else is in charge of the microphones. Imagine if YouTube all of a sudden got bought out by a Republican like a Donald Trump figure, and all of a sudden we got rid of all the speed bumps where you and I could speak freely, and there's no more algorithms, basically judging what you're saying, how you're saying it. It's like, okay, this guy's too much New Jersey, we're going to turn him down 80%. This guy's too much Brooklyn, we're going to turn him down by 90%. You don't want to live in a country like that, do you? So at some point, someone's got to take the bull by the balls and run with it and take charge and open up something different, something that makes sense.
Hey, Mel, I think you communicate with Juan. Why don't you text him? We've texted him from production end to remind him. I know he's busy and he forgets these things. So why don't you give Juan 07
I'll give
a
a
quick
buzz right
text?
now.
Yeah, thank you. In the meantime, while Mel's doing that, I want to say I want to thank you. A shout out to freedom-loving patriots around the world. I've gotten texts. I know I have an audience in South Africa, Australia, Canada, the English-speaking countries. What really blows me away is there's an audience in Romania for what we're all doing. It isn't just Sovereign Radio. The Romanian people are hungry. Eastern Europeans are hungry for information because they know as America goes, the world goes. I have a Romanian journalist. I go on his show. He has me on about once every 6 weeks because he says that his audience wants to hear from America. He said I'm one of his more popular guests not because it's me, but because I'm an American voice on radio and they want to hear from us. So I want to thank all those patriots. They really are patriots. Romania, Colombia, Australia, South America, Canada. And I'm missing a country, but Mel, back to you. If you've texted Juan, thank you. Thank you.
I just texted him. I'm going to send them the link as well.
That'd be great.
Yeah. What they've done to a lot of the patriots is all because of freedom of speech. We're not allowed to voice our opinion. We're not allowed to voice our political affiliation. We're not allowed to get behind Donald Trump. So, we have allowed the car to literally go off the cliff. Now we got to deploy the parachutes because at the end of the day, what happens in the county, in the school board, in the local municipalities. We have been taken over by Marxist people.
Absolutely. I mean, I lived in California 20 years. I saw it a decade ago. I saw that California had become a communist Marxist state. Make no bones about it. It's beyond the pale of communist Marxism. I have a relatively small platform. I mean, Sovereign Radio, I have a loyal audience, but relative to the Bannons and the guys with the big platforms, the Tucker Carlson, I hate to say his name. I don't know what happened to Tucker. He fell off the bandwagon, but guys with big platforms, you would expect the government to go after. In fact, they did go after Bannon. They put him in prison. But where I'm going with this, I don't disclose this generally in a public forum, but I am under attack from the state of California Franchise Tax Board.
Mm-hmm.
And they have been using the tax system. Franchise Tax Board is attacking me using taxes. They've made up numbers. They've made up years. The funny thing is, Mel, you're going to love this. There are years I did not file. I said, I'm opting out. They're not after those years. They're after the years I filed saying I underreported my income. They've cleaned my bank accounts. They've come after me. And I'm now in Mexico. They can come and get me. I don't care. But the point is not to do with me. It's the system. You called it out. Mel, your movie is important because you identify the system from our birth certificates to our driver's licenses. Everything's monetized.
Yes.
Everything's put on the stock exchange. Joanne, I'm going to ask you to come in and put on Mel's trailer because I think that's the best way to get into the movie. Perhaps before Juan
it's the link
comes.
down at the bottom. The second one down at the bottom, not the first one at the top. She's got
the trailer.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'll give you an example, right? Amber and I have put everything we own, everything, under a religious irrevocable trust, right? Because we want to get away from the man. Well, there's supposedly like you can't get away from property taxes or actual property that you own. So I had to do an affidavit where Pure Life gave the ministry all of the equipment that's staying alive. Okay, all the scalar biophotonic energy frequency, and they're still coming after me for taxes. You know what I'm doing? I'm going on the offensive. I'm going to sue them. I'm going to take the county to court, and I'm going to ask the judge point blank. I say, let's just assume your taxes were legal, which they're not, but let's assume they are. You're telling me that every year my tax bill is exactly the same, $1,635, right? And my equipment, which is electronic equipment, never depreciates, and you want $1,635 every year. And I want him to try and answer that with a straight face.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's so symptomatic of the problems that we're having. My attorney had a conversation with a lawyer at the California Franchise Tax Board, and my attorney said I was going to float a balloon, and he did. He said, "Hey, would this guy's radio show on Salem Radio have anything to do with the problem here?" The attorney said, "I've got a list of 200 people that are podcasters, broadcasters, influencers that you're on a list." He would do himself a favor if he gave up his microphone. They admit it. They don't care, Mel. They're not hiding anything anymore, are they?
Well, I was listening earlier to my friend there, Trennis Evans, on your broadcast, and he's absolutely right. The minute you say certain words, keywords or key phrases that they have programmed into their algorithms, you're on a watch list. He's absolutely spot on. How did I go, for example, right? How did I go from interviewing guys like David Straight way in the beginning of my podcasting career as this COVID thing rolled into town, and have barely 7,000 subscribers and get 300,000 views in one weekend. And now that I have 54,800 on one channel and 14,800 on another channel, 17,000 another channel, 13,000. I got 250,000 people that follow me on 8 platforms. I can't get past 3,000, 4,000 views on any of these platforms. Why is that? Because I'm on the watch list. That's why.
Absolutely. The reason you get the followers, Mel, I'm going to tell it like it is because you tell it like it is. You've got some moxie. You've got some kahunas. You're not afraid to speak your mind, and people recognize that with you. That's why you're liked. Mel, you're the guy. You love him or hate him, right? But you do.
I don't really care. I'm not here for.
I know you don't care. I know you just don't care about the haters. You don't pay attention to them, and you're on a mission. I support your mission always because we're on the same side of the spiritual war. Let's face it. We are in a deep spiritual war. It's good versus evil, God versus Satan, we the people versus the deep state. It is a all-out war. Would you agree, Mel, we're winning the spiritual war and the information war?
We are, but if we had a platform where everybody starts to migrate over the next 17, 18, 24 months, what have you, okay, and we get the entire world on this one platform that has no freedom of speech infringements, is never going to be for sale at any price because I'm not doing this for the money. I don't need to buy a Lamborghini so that I can pick up 29-year-old chicks that are hanging on a street corner. I'm doing this because, freedom of speech needs to be restored in America, period, end of story. I'm fine driving my Mazda CX-5. Believe me, I'm good with that. So this is not about money for us. This is about bringing America back on track. And Donald Trump is going to be known as the president to create more wealth than any other president first of all, there was a plan back during McKinley to make every American a multi-millionaire, multi-hundred millionaire. They scrapped that plan. Who's they? Well, they are the communists.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mel, for the interruption.
Yeah,
I'm just
no
making
worries.
sure we get your video in here as quickly
Yeah.
as we can. Go ahead, continue.
So, so who are they? They are the communists. That's who infiltrated the plan that makes sure that Americans do not become wealthy. We had more money during William McKinley. We had more money than we knew what to do with. And how we do it with tariffs.
Great
You want to
great
do
point.
You want to do business with America? You don't need to tax its citizens and stress out the citizens. You want to do what you would call a business with America, the most powerful country in the world. Pay us a tax. We're the most consuming nation in the world. You want our money, you're going to pay us a tax. Period. End of story. How simple is that?
Well said. People would overlook the wealth generation that McKinley wanted, that Andrew Jackson wanted, that Abraham Lincoln wanted, that John F. Kennedy wanted. And Trump is the man, I believe, to finish off the plan.
100%.
Yeah. I say this with true conviction because I've heard it too many times from too many good sources. In the 60s, when they took JFK off the playing field, military 22 generals got together and said, we're up against some bad people. What are we going to do to stop them so they don't get their new world order, their one world government? And they came up with a 60-year plan. They didn't finish it by 2020. Meanwhile, Trump has openly said, I've got 200 generals today behind me, and he does. And these are white hat generals. They're not deep state generals, and I do believe they're on a mission to finish the plan from the financial system to the political system to the education system, which we've made some strides on. Everything being exposed from Doge to the state of Minnesota fraud, election fraud. It's all coming out, isn't it, Mel?
Sure. But look, Donald Trump has to move on the arrests. And I'm going to tell you why. And we all want the arrest. But the reality is you cannot have, civilian tribunals with these people. You got to bring in the military. These have got to be military tribunals. You know what's going to happen to Donald Trump if he doesn't make the arrests? His entire family is going to be incarcerated and tortured to death.
Mel,
so I don't understand
furthermore,
why he's waiting so long.
The thing that Trump wants most, I believe, and it's in his core, it's who he is. He wants to leave a legacy of being the greatest president.
True.
And he's on track. But if he doesn't make the arrests, if
He's
he
finished.
doesn't perp walk, make arrests, perp walk, military tribunals, I can live without the public executions, but I'd sure like to see a few, wouldn't you?
I would volunteer to be one of the trigger guys.
Absolutely. Joanne, are we able to play Mel's video?
Unless you want me to do it.
I think she can pull it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I have bandwidth issues on my end. Yeah, roll it, Joanne. She says it's ready to go. Just say when.
Okay. No
I'm
worries.
saying when.
It's Hi guys. It's going. It should be playing. I hit
Okay,
play.
let me
Hear
go
it?
ahead and present from my side.
No,
Go
we
ahead.
don't see anything and we don't hear anything.
No.
All right. Well, that's weird.
You're actually playing our video.
What we see on your computer, what I see is you've pulled up the screen of Mel and I.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's
You're on the
your
wrong
old
screen.
video, Scotty. That's not the current screen. Look at your background. It's Sovereign Radio.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's from a show Mel and I did. Thank you, Joanne. You're absolutely right.
That's the video. It should be playing, right?
It's in that video. Yeah, but I see what you're doing. Oh, sorry,
You're not
Joanne.
Sovereign. You're wearing the same thing, and he's sitting in the same chair, but that's not today.
No. I got it. I completely understand. What you're missing is the time codes of where we want to play the video because we don't want to hear this part. We
Yeah,
want to
in
hear
the
the trailer.
if she goes directly to the chat window here, she's got the link directly to the actual trailer. movie just went the over. chat window.
Perfect. Okay, let's do that.
That's easy. That's just
Thank you, Joanne. My bad. I gave you a video and didn't give you the time codes of where to play it.
Okay, this is whoa, I gotta stop it. Hold on. So sorry guys.
The movie is doing great, by the way.
It's good to hear, Mel.
People are sharing it. People are understanding it for the first time. People who have watched many things on the straw man have said, I've never understood the straw man concept or the straw man conspiracy until now. Here we go.
Here we go.
That's the one.
Hold on. I may have to. It might have paused.
There should be a play button there. Yeah, rewind it from the beginning. Cue it. There you go. We're not listening. We're not hearing it though.
Yep, I'm gonna turn.
The volume's off.
Not muted. I think it's I
No,
don't
the
know
volume
if
is off.
A structure so
Yeah, you maybe let me try playing it from my end.
Okay.
All right. Let me do that.
All right, share screen because that's all I'm doing too.
Tell me if you guys can see my screen.
We do not see your screen. We see the three of us.
Okay.
I hear it.
Okay, I just put it in the thing, so you have to drag it onto the show. I guess you got it locked down. It's right next to my video in the studio. You have to just drag it, and then I'll play it. All right, let me try it again. Hold on. Let's try it one more time.
I saw it sitting there, and then it went away.
Yeah, hold on. I'm bringing it in right now. All right, now I think you got to bring it in.
Yep.
Right? There you go. Ready?
There it is. Yep.
Oh, give me a thumbs up if you can hear it.
Not yet. Very low. Okay, I hear it.
a structure so deeply embedded, most of those inside it don't even realize what they are a part of. Institutions you trusted operating within a framework you were never meant to question. And while you worked, struggled to survive, something bigger was moving behind the curtain. In this documentary, we exposed the largest financial deception in the history of mankind. Not with options, but with evidence. Irrefutable, irrevocable, undeniable. This is not about politics. This is about power. This is about control. And most importantly, this is about you. Because the moment you truly see it, the illusion collapses. The distractions lose its grip. The noise disappears. And the question becomes unavoidable. When this film is released, the truth will no longer be hidden. It will be undeniable, uncontainable, unstoppable. My job is to expose it. Your job is to make sure the world sees it. Now, will you have the courage to face it, to share it, to break free from the system that was designed to keep you enslaved forever? Or will you ignore the greatest revolution of our time? The truth is here. You will either stand up and help us dismantle the Matrix, or the Matrix will enslave you and your family for 1,000 years to come. The choice is yours. God knows I did my job.
There you go.
So, Mel, how do people find that movie again? Tell everybody where to find it.
Yeah, it's very simple. They go to dearmrpresident.net. It's right there on right next to my name, dearmrpresident.net. and get it out there to as many people as possible. We're trying to. I like to believe that we can get to 100,000 sold here, hopefully by the end of the year. That would be good, because that putting money in the hands of people who want to bring this country back on track is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we're still waiting for Juan. I suspect
maybe he's in a bad internet area. Let me see if he's replied.
You know, with Juan, you never know. I know he's a very dependable guy. So
let me try calling him.
Maybe going on. While we're waiting, let's not forget the reason we're here. We're here as one community, this one day, this one moment in time, to raise funds to lift Tina to her next chapter. She's gone through more than she can even talk about. I know she's told us a lot today in her appearance. Hopefully she'll come back before we're done here. You can go to tinapeters.us, tinapeters.us. Let's help Tina out. We were at $8,000 and change a couple hours ago. We'll get a count before the night's over. Let's push her well over the 10 grand, folks. We need to make this happen for Tina. I'd be happy if we can hit, at this point, 10 grand would be respectable. We appreciate every dollar. A dollar's not too little. 1,000's not too much. So thank you very much. Mel, what do you think, beside the financial reset, beside some of the big picture geopolitical things, what do you think the biggest threat is to our homeland? I'm thinking the Islamic Caliphate is one of them. What they're trying to do with Sharia law in America, do you think they could actually achieve their goal in America?
I don't think they'll be able to achieve it because not under Trump, number one, but as long as we as citizens do our job, and hopefully we'll either get a Donald Trump Jr. coming in as the next president, and maybe Donald Trump goes through one of those rejuvenation machines on steroids that are owned by the Galactics, come back as a president and do part 3. That would be fantastic. You know, Jr. could retire for a little bit, come back maybe later on, and step down as the president, and his father would be the vice president, would become the president, and that would be a way to do that. Or do we get a Bukele kind of character that we don't even know who he is in America, which I would not rule out. I like.
Are you referring to Bukele?
Yes, down in El Salvador. Absolutely,
El Salvador.
I adore him.
He took El Salvador from the worst crime-ridden nation to the least crime-ridden nation in just a couple years.
Yes. By the way, we have donated at least a couple of months of stay for Tina Peters to come and stay at our wellness center in Cape Canaveral, 24 hours a day, unlimited, at zero cost to her. So I can tell you that that's well over $20,000 value. She's got access to every modality we have, and she could stay even longer than that. It doesn't matter. It's on the house. So we know we're in communications with Mermaid, and I left a letter on the desk yesterday for my staff to read, to make sure that if she calls in, she could stay unlimited. She wants to stay for 5 months. We got light energy technology on steroids. We've had people reverse, all kinds of elements. But it's a long-term thing. I wish I could tell you, come there, sleep there overnight, and you're healed. That's not the case. But if you stay there for a week or 2 weeks,
I am a walking testimony to the technology you have in your center. I had a stroke in 2021.
Exactly.
At age 60.
And what happened?
4 weeks post-stroke.
Yes.
I was with my physical therapist. She was hired for 13 weeks post-stroke.
Yeah.
In week 4, she said, "You don't need me anymore. What the hell are you doing? I've never seen a 60-year-old man get all of his faculties back so quick." By the way, Joe Hoft had a stroke. He's looking great. He was on today. But so I told her what I was doing. EE systems, scalar energy. That's what Mel has. You have some other modalities, but EE systems, Dr. Sandra Rose Michael, accept no imitations to EE systems, because there's a couple guys out there trying to say they got the same system. They don't. EEsystems.com It's great. Mel, tell people.
Yeah, we
tell
also
some people some of the healing stories.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the body is like a battery. The body has cells, and we have 33 trillion. Actually, that number. It's ironic that that number has a lot to do with the DNA, and the Jesus Christ was put on the cross at 33 years old, and we have 33 trillion cells in our body, etc. But not to get off track. The bottom line is that once your cells start to charge to a level of 80, 90 millivolts, your body automatically goes into repair mode. The machines are not medical devices. They're not going to heal you. The machines only provide a frequency that your body understands, sort of like your language that goes through your body. I've had cancer patients come in there, Scotty, and say, you know what? I know this is working because when I'm in the system, where I have the cancer, there's like a buzzing, vibrational type situation going on that they can feel it. And they don't feel that when they leave the system, or when they're in the system, they feel it. So they knew that something was going on. I've had my good friend Rhonda, who would become pretty good friends, stage 4 lymphoma cancer. The doctors basically sent her home to die. And she's still here today, completely cancer-free. And it's because of the scalar biophotonic energy technology. We've had Greg that lives down in Brickell Avenue in Miami, who lived in the system for 3 months. Okay. Prostate cancer, 2 strokes, facial paralysis, couldn't speak. He would drool. He had a saliva coming out of his mouth constantly. He was a mess. Okay. Lived in there for 3 months. He was there. I let him stay an extra 2 hours. He would come 2 hours early every day. So it's like giving him a gold package free of charge. It's an extra 60 hours a month, which is a big deal. Anyway, he's completely cancer-free. He's completely, his face, the paralysis, like it never happened. The guy's speech is normal. He doesn't have saliva coming out of his mouth anymore. And on top of that, he's going to the gym working out. He's a bodybuilder.
Was he a bodybuilder before?
No, he was not. Now he's a bodybuilder,
Yeah.
So
Amazing.
This is the kind of stories that are coming out of Cape Canaveral, which are absolutely unbelievable. So Tina can come down if she wants to stay for 2 months. We get 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She'll have her own key code to the door. She can come and go and come as she pleases. And we'll teach her how to use the equipment even on Sunday when we're not there. That's the only day we're closed. And she's more than welcome to use all of the modalities. And she believes in the stuff. She understands what frequency light systems are.
Juan is still not responding. It must be in, like you said, Mel, maybe he's in a storm. I've had a couple people in Texas. Scott McKay couldn't make it. He was out on his bike, his motorcycle. He was going to stop for a while. And he said because of the weather, he has to make hay. He couldn't stop because of the rain. He wanted to drive through the rain and certainly couldn't do a call in the rain. So,
right.
Weather is an issue sometimes. I am texting Mermaid, who's been a great help. She arranged
she's
all these
awesome.
interviews. Pastor Dave said he would come back to close us in prayer.
Are you going to be in Vegas tomorrow?
No, I'm not able to go. I actually was supposed to go to Tulsa, Oklahoma to Clay Clark's event. And I won't be there either, I don't believe. But I do have to go to Vegas to shoot some video for E System, but that's next week.
Sure.
A week from Tuesday.
Yeah.
Mel, while I have you,
sure.
We had a group discussion today with 2 of the smartest guys I know about the financial reset, from the blockchain to crypto and tokenization and asset-backed currency. What's your take? Will we get central bank digital currencies controlled by the fiat money people, or will we in fact get asset-backed digital currency?
No, we will have full control. We will have asset-backed digital currency. Donald Trump knows what he's doing. The kids are all, up to their eyebrows in cryptos. This is the crypto family. They understand how big it is. Yes, they're going to become trillionaires in the process, I'm sure. There's going to be a lot of trillionaires that are going to come out of this movement. Donald Trump and his kids being probably a family that's going to be in their trillionaire category. And you know what? He deserves it. This guy's. They tried to kill him 3 times that we know of. He's gone through hell and back a million times. The media won't stop. Okay, if you go back before he decided to become president, he was the most popular entrepreneur in the world. He was in the freaking hip hop videos. He was in everything. Right, everything he touched turned to gold. Right, Donald Trump. He goes
entire life.
President. Yeah, he becomes president. He loses $5 billion of his own money, and now people will say, "Oh, he's a patriot. He's getting paid." You know what? God bless him. This is America. That's why I came here. I came here to make money. Right?
People criticize Trump for filing bankruptcy. Guess what? Donald Trump did not create the bankruptcy laws. He used them as a business tool to his advantage. Period.
The same laws that apply to the Hillary Clintons and the Bilderbergers and the Rothschilds,
right,
and all of them, right? So
yeah,
he doesn't do anything.
Hillary never got any flack for her bankruptcies, but they want to give Trump a lot of crap for the bankruptcies filed.
Bingo.
It is a tool. The cabal created to be used when it was inconvenient for them and not prudent to stay in business. It was a way to phase out a business legally and avoid all the financial pitfalls of having to pay back your creditors. So,
right.
You know, people also criticize Trump. Oh, he doesn't pay his bills. Well, Peter Tickton was on this morning, and I asked him, since you've been friends with Trump since military school, since you're teenagers, please share something with us that we don't know about President Trump. Some of us are aware of his generosity and his absolute history of helping strangers, helping people who write him letters, helping people financially to the point where their lives change forever. And what Peter told us is Trump doesn't like the recognition. He doesn't want any recognition.
He doesn't.
That is, you know, the man publicly and as president, he should have an ego. He should want to leave a great legacy, but privately, that ego doesn't drive him privately in his private life.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. By the way, before I forget, you know, I got called in by Russell Brand. He came across my movie, and I was just interviewed on his platform 2 days ago.
Awesome. He's great.
Yeah,
he's great.
It was good. It was a good exchange. So he was pretty tickled pink with what I was teaching him, because he had no idea about your car being owned by the state, and he had no idea about the line on the Social Security number being fine print. No clue.
He's one of those guys. He happened to come out of Hollywood in the comedy that was fast asleep, that was doing drugs and screwing around with women and living the Hollywood life, the satanic cult. And he woke up, but there's still a lot of things he's learning. But he's a brilliant young man. I mean, I call him young man.
Is.
He's a brilliant guy. He really is.
Yeah. We like Russell. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll have to catch your interview with him. Great job.
Yeah. I'll send you a copy. We're going to be releasing it here tomorrow. As a matter of fact, 107 is going to have me on stage right before an event that I don't think I'm allowed to mention here. So there's some kind of movie that's being played. You know about that?
I heard about it, but I don't know the details.
Yeah, but right before that movie, I come on for about 15 minutes or so to talk about Dear Mr. President. They're going to show a trailer that we're making specifically for the event. It's going to be it's going to be the main trailer now, the official trailer.
Yes, I'm being asked a couple questions. Mel, what's next for you? You're just coming off this movie.
Well,
I know you're not going to sit idle.
Yeah, no. The biggest project I'm going to take on in my life currently, it will be tube1776.com. I don't think it's just the American podcasters that want to be able to speak freely with no infringement. As long as you don't talk about, as long as you don't have sexual content, or you're scamming people, or you're threatening someone his life, you should be able to speak freely and talk about anything you want to talk about. That's what America was founded on. So we're going to restore full spectrum free speech, not just a little bit, but 100% in the United States. That's what drives me. And if we could do our job right and we build the right platform, which I believe we have some of the best programmers that are, AI programmers, etc., that money could buy. I believe we're going to be able to not just build a better mousetrap. I believe we're going to be able to deliver it in spades. And if we could do that, imagine if we can have a platform, Scotty, where freedom of speech reigns supreme, and all of a sudden, the entire United States of America is on that platform, and the guys who are trying to finagle the bagel with the with the elections no longer could do it because there's a new guy in charge, and his name is Mel Carmine.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Finagle the bagel. I like that.
Yeah.
We've all had to finagle the bagel a few times in our life, but not the way the deep states finagled the bagel, right?
Yeah. So imagine if we had a platform that could deliver that, where we maybe one day, who knows, because of blockchain and the technology and the way it's moving so fast, we might be able to even vote on a platform like Tube1776.com and have the accurate count within 22 seconds, and everybody could do it from the comfort of their own home.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to bring in Diamond Dave one more time. We're auctioning off diamonds that he retrieved from 9/11. Diamond Dave, welcome back. Let's go one more time. Let's give a shot at the diamonds. Joanne, when you come back, please, at your convenience, bring in the diamond picture. Diamond Dave, his story is simple. He was called upon to appraise the findings in essentially a metal box, right? They were in a metal box, a storage box of some kind. He was hired to appraise the diamonds in the box. He ended up buying the diamonds in the box from 9/11, from the ashes of 9/11. David, tell the rest of the story, how you got the idea to make them into flag pins.
Okay, these were the safety deposit boxes at the World Trade Center in between the towers. And, when the towers came down, they were buried in the wreckage, and then they were recovered from the basements below, the 3rd to the 5th basement. And whatever was recoverable, my job was for Chase Bank was to appraise, be the appraiser of record, so that the folks that lost all this stuff could be compensated. So at the end of the appraisal process, anything that was unidentifiable, the folks who claimed that these pieces were theirs, these jewelry pieces that were in remnants, totally, unidentifiable, as far as being 100% sure, many or a few people would try to identify the same thing as theirs. And so they were compensated for what they thought was theirs. And I ended up compensating the bank for the pieces that were kept. And so I was able to save these diamonds for over 20 years until J6 came along. And that's when I had the idea, this is a good way to preserve these diamonds that were found in the remnants of the wreckage below the Trade Center.
We're looking at the diamond necklace. There are 2 pins and 1 necklace up for auction. The cheapest item is $2,900. The most expensive one, I believe, is $4,500. Dave, tell people how to get a hold of you to make a bid on these unbelievable pieces of history.
Yeah. Okay. So my email address would be the best way to submit a bid. They start at $2,900 to $3,900. The chain right here is today, just to replace this 18 karat white gold chain would cost me wholesale around $700 to $800. So that's why this chain is priced a little bit higher based on gold back in 2024 when gold was a lot cheaper. So the way to get to me, if you want to make a bid, would be to email me at david@justappraisers.com.
One more time, please.
david@justappraisers.com. And I'd be willing to talk to you. There are 3 pieces that are available.
We lost them.
Yeah, we lost your audio, Dave.
He might drop.
Well, think about this for a moment, people. These aren't simply pieces of jewelry. They really represent the resilience, the remembrance of 9/11, and really the enduring spirit of the American people and of Tina Peters. Only 3 of these items are available. When you make a bid, you're not just going to be acquiring a piece of jewelry. You're going to become part of a story that spans one of the most significant moments in American history with 9/11.
Sure.
And you're helping support Tina at the very same time. It's pretty amazing that I found these through Trennis Evans. Every time you look at this flag pin, you'll remember the courage that was shown by the Americans, one of our nation's darkest days, 9/11, and the courage that Tina showed, has shown, and will continue to show. Help Tina in this critical chapter of her journey. We're trying to get over 10 grand. Making a bid on one of these diamonds will get us well over $10,000 raised today. So let's raise the paddle, let's raise a bid, and let's raise some money for Tina. Mel, I'm gonna have you stick around.
Sure.
David, you called it. David lost connection because he's having thunderstorms. So we got storms all over the country. And we do have a guest waiting in the room, so I'm going to bring him in. Professor David Clements. This is a man who knows about sacrifice. He gave up a lot to expose election fraud, including his job as a professor at New Mexico State. Hey, David, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, Scotty. Hey, Mel.
Hey, David, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you.
I'll be down there with you tomorrow in Vegas.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
So, David, let's start. Tell us your favorite Tina Peters story. I know you've had a lot of interaction with Tina. You know her well. Tell us a fond memory or a story about Tina.
Well, I think I might have been one of the first people out there that actually got to meet Tina during a very, very consequential moment, which was back in August of 2021. Mike Lindell hosted the first Cyber Symposium. And as you can imagine, the movement hadn't quite found its legs because of just all of the legitimate disinformation that was being proliferated. You know, a lot of people forget that even though we have some really good truth tellers, if you're up against corrupt intelligence agencies that are rigging the elections, they send assets everywhere. And they were heavy. And I don't think that most were identified that early in our season of awakening. And even now, I don't think that we've identified all of them. But back in August, it was just a different ball game. This is, 9 months after the stolen election. And for us mere civilians to really understand what was going on in our elections, the biggest black cloud was the machines. So when we learned literally within 48 hours of the symposium that a forensic image had been taken of Mesa County's election files, it was a game changer. And my understanding, I wasn't there for this, there was an extraction team that was able to get Tina on a plane to the event maybe just hours before the feds, conducted one of their jackbooted thug type visits. And she's had a different set of attorneys over the years, but initially, counsel to her was, Tina, don't blow the whistle. Don't blow the whistle, because it's not safe to do so. And actually that was good legal advice, if you want to save yourself, she could have done that. And I remember being on the main stage in kind of my own bewilderment, because this is the first time I met Mike Lindell. I'm sitting down. You got CNN cameras across the room. You've got every mainstream legacy beat writer in that room. You've got Antifa, you've got psyops galore, and nothing was going right on day one. I mean, nothing. It was like revelations of, what is this PCAP stuff? Is there anything to it? I don't know. But what I can tell you is that the Mesa forensic image was a lifesaver. And I've gone on record, and this might offend a lot of people out there that love Mike and they love the idea of PCAPs. I've put it on record that I think that was a trap to seed information that was corrupted, to destroy names, credibility right out the gate. But I was there to honestly look and say, okay, is there anything to this stuff called PCAPs? And that event could have ended with a giant, spectacular dud. That was the sense in the room, for those that were there. But Tina. And so Tina shows up. She's in the back. Her attorneys are pleading with her, don't go out there on stage. If you don't do this, we can't protect you. But you just get a sense that the call on Tina's life to be exactly who we know her to be now was, I'm going to tell the truth, even if it's dangerous to do so. And so I was on stage with Dr. Frank, and I remember having to delay. Like, we had she was supposed to come out at like 7 p.m., like on the dot or on the nose at a certain time. And we were delaying. It got to the point where we're on stage and it's like 30 minutes and we're still trying to provide cover. Like, this is a certainty. Like, this is going to happen. Because, again, Mike's a marketer. So he's marketing this big, explosive, development. But a real person is caught in the midst of all this. Yeah. So Tina comes up there. Now, I don't talk to her. I actually get off the stage. I'm relieved to get off the stage because, the featured whistleblower takes the stage. But that's my strongest memory, just because of the scrutiny. Now, around that same time, that's when within 2 weeks, I was suspended and terminated from my university position. And it had more to do with my attendance at the Cyber Symposium than probably the COVID stuff that I was fighting against. There's something about elections. So there's a kindred connection of, she was canceled, basically forced to vacate the premises of her job. I was forced to vacate the premises of my job. And then from there on out, it was kind of like we're both speaking at Patriot events, and we'd cross paths and give each other hugs. And then I did an event in Grand Junction, and I got to spend some time with Tina. It was at a church. So once I got away from the circus, I got to know what really, I think, pulled on Tina's heartstrings to do the things that she's done, to get a better understanding. And I remember sharing about her cancer diagnosis and the loss of her son, and that living was not a certainty. She was processing whether or not she had much time to live with cancer. And she made a promise to God that, if it's your will, if you've got something for me to do and you need me to do it, I'm yours. So there's this deep, deep sense of purpose even then. And this was, a couple years before 2020, before the rigged election. And look what happened. God plugged her in the perfect place to have the perfect opportunity to get proof of the Mace reports, which showed at least 29,000 alterations of election records. Alterations or deletions. And to this day, of the 3 reports, I don't think there's been a single finding in those reports that have been rebutted, debunked. And that's why Tina presented such a threat, because now we weren't guessing. We finally had the inside, the guts of these machines, and we were able to learn so much, confirm so much, figure out what was right about what was being said out there, talk, maybe get rid of the more salacious ideas of how our election machines were being subverted. So there was that. And then more recently, about 2 months into her prison sentence, she was actually in a jail before she got relocated. And I went in to visit her in person. And one of the videos that's out there where she's giving an update, I was one of the few people that got to go inside, spend a couple hours with her, and just have her share her heart. And she was she was still, I think, carrying a piece that was pretty impressive. But I think if she were to tell you, she wasn't an old hand at prison. She was still on those huge waves of uncertainty of, am I going to get out? And you have to understand the allure and promise of getting out. That's all she could think about. Has to be psychologically just, a wreck, because it's not like there was no hope when you've got the real president of the United States saying get her out, and the momentum in the nation was unlike most prisoners. And but I remember that visit with her, and I got targeted by the Bar Association for that visit. In fact, the 6th investigation and complaint against me to strip my license was because I visited Tina Peters in prison, and they concocted a theory that it was under false pretenses, which it wasn't. But they just created kind of a story just to launch another investigation. But that says more about her than it does about me. I mean, that's why I try to tell people, for those that are very angry and upset about the time that she spent there. And a lot of people have played Monday morning quarterback over legal representation and theories that were posited, things that were given up on, and created in them this idea that if they would have done things differently, then perhaps Tina would have avoided jail. And I'm here to tell you the reason why Tina's in jail is because she told the truth. That's it. I mean, if she didn't commit a pseudo crime, and effectively that's what they did, they invented out of whole cloth non-crimes. They nicked her for procedures that were promulgated by the Secretary of State, which aren't statutory. Therefore, it's whatever Jenna Griswold decided to say that she had to do. And even then it was specious. So, it's like, we've got a problem, everyone. If you're in the cartel, we need to invent a crime. And there were communications with the Attorney General where they were literally ghostwriting and trying to create consensus about a new type of criminal activity that just happens to touch on the actions of Tina Peters. Because there were internal records that we secured, communications, that demonstrated the persecution of Tina was, it was something that they had to manufacture. They had to create to take her out of the running. And I'll be honest, I was a little worried based on, this supervised release that perhaps they beat the truth out of Tina. And that was a fear, like, okay, are we going to see a different version of her? And she goes on The War Room, and it's same old Tina. She can't help herself. She just starts telling the truth. Her biggest concern is, we've got rigged machines. We've got rigged machines, like right out the gate. And I'm just like, all right, praise God. She's the same Tina. And so I hope this feels like a victory lap for her, because I really love that woman. And she's one of one. She's one of the few people that I know that, I've expressed this. I think she's a modern day civil rights icon. I hold her in as much regard as anything that MLK did, because when you're talking about voting rights, you're talking about civil rights, and she risked everything to tell the truth.
You know, she may pop it back in. I think she will. She was on earlier today, and I basically have said Tina brought new meaning to the term taking one for the team. Tina didn't take one for just Tina. Tina took one for the team. The team is we the people.
Absolutely.
She took one for all of us, what she did for David Clements and Mel Carmine and Scotty Sachs. Speaking of the devil, let's bring her back in. She's here. Let's get her back in immediately. She's with Apollo. Hey, guys. Good to see you. Tina,
Hey.
how are you
Hey.
feeling?
I'm feeling good. I just had some Colorado barbecue. That's the first for quite some time.
Amen.
So thank you all so much. I'm very grateful. There's been people that have donated. I think, did you get the text that I sent you, Scotty?
Let me take a look.
I sent what you guys I got from the person that runs the legal fund, what people have donated to personal and to legal. And that was a couple hours ago, I think. And
Yeah,
so,
as a couple hours ago, we were at 8,000 plus.
yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Very grateful. David Clements, hi.
Hey, Tina.
And Mel,
I was just
thank
telling
you
him how
so
much I love you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate
Hi,
you.
Tina.
Hi. Hi, Mel. Well, I'm here with a very special friend, friends of mine. And so I'd like to introduce them to you guys as well.
Please do.
Huh? Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, so did you have some questions for me? And then I'll.
Well,
tell
before
you.
we get into questions, Johnny Appleseed of Election Fraud just showed up. Dr. Douglas Frank. We're going to have a party the last hour. Looks like. Hey, Dr. Frank, how are you?
Oh.
Yep, he's gone. What happened?
Oh.
What happened? I don't know what happened.
Tina, how does it feel to be out?
Oh, you know, when you lose your liberty, that's worse than death. It is. You know, I said before I even went in, you know, before they led me away and from that courtroom down to the jail and closed those loud doors. I said to friends of mine, I said, you know, they can kill me. I said, but the worst thing anyone can do to you is to take your liberty. And that's where we're facing as a nation. We really are. And that's just, it feels good to be free.
How did you get through day by day when you're literally in solitary?
It was, solitary was interesting. They don't like for you to call it solitary. They say there's no such thing as solitary. It's all in their words, just like the Democrats. It's all in how they, but it was, you don't have freedoms as it is, and then they take away what little bit that you do have. And, you know, it's dirty. The cell is very. Oh, look who's just joined me.
Hey.
Do you know
Hi, it's Ricky and my wife.
Hi,
Julie.
Ricky. Welcome.
Wow.
Hello.
Do you know Ricky Schroeder? He's
Yes,
stamped.
he did.
Oh,
He
heck
did
yeah.
look familiar.
Hi, guys.
Well, it's interesting that today is, I'm going to say it again, he's going to get really mad at me. Today is the birthday of my producer, but also the birthday of our great president. And I think it's interesting that we've got the star of the champ here. So I don't believe in coincidences. And I'm very appreciative of friends that I've made along the way that are patriots. But, you know, back, Mel, what you were asking about being free and the whole, it's a terrible, until you experience it, you can't even describe it except for to say it's a total loss of control of your liberty. You don't make choices over your life anymore. There's someone that has control, and so it's an exercise in mental toughness. You have to decide that you're going to trust God. You're going to trust that the process, and there's a reason that you're there. And so for me, it was okay. What am I supposed to be doing while I'm here? When is this going to end? When am I going to be done with this part of it? And then it got very discouraging, because in 5 years I hadn't seen any change in the information that was exposed from the risk that I took in the elections to expose what
Right. If you had to go back and do it all over again, had you have a chance to go in a time capsule, what would you do different?
Okay, so there are some things that I don't know if I'm at liberty to say yet, but I would have done a few things differently. It would have had a better outcome, and not quite. It wouldn't have. I think there was a way not to freak out people so that they take such a radical approach in the way they went after me. I always said that Jenna Griswold should have just stayed calm and not drawn so much attention to what happened. Yeah, there's a few things I would have done differently. Nothing that I did was illegal. They tried to still say that I breached the computers, that
No, you did. You were good.
that I had an unauthorized person in there. So those are things that I want to clear up. But yeah,
Let me hold on a minute, Mel. Let me bring in Dr. Frank, because he's here and we want to acknowledge him and his time. And this is the reason we're all here. Dr. Frank, we call him the Johnny Appleseed of election fraud, because he is the one who sat Tina down and said, "Excuse me, ma'am, you think you had a good, clean election? I beg to differ." And he showed her the evidence. I've seen Dr. Frank's presentations with graphs and charts, and you just walk away going, there's the evidence. He's got it all. It's right here. So Dr. Frank opened Tina's eyes. Dr. Frank, give us your story. What's the one story of Tina Peters' story that comes to mind?
Scotty, I think you give me too much credit. I think Tina, when I walked into her office, she already knew something was wrong. She just kind of needed me to confirm it, and then I made the connections on how to get things backed up. But I don't want to take too much of the credit. Tina really is the superstar in this case, and I agree with her that she didn't do anything illegal. And Tina, as I've been traveling the country for years, people have been, I've been promoting you and looking after you. And I wanted to tell you something personal. About a year ago, somebody came up to me at one of the meetings and they gave me a donation. And then they handed me this $40. And they said, "Dr. Frank, would you give this to Tina, please?" And so I wrote your name on it. It's got your name on it. And I've carried it in my wallet every day of my life since. And I prayed for you every time I see these bills. And it brings me great joy to see you out right now. And I can't wait to see you in person and to hand these to you in person and give you a big smack on the cheek. I'm just so delighted to see you. And I everywhere I go, I vouch for the fact that you did nothing illegal. We had to protect a couple of identities. And so that made it look a little bit cagey, but you're a true hero. And I just want to, I've been telling everybody, I think that Jenna needs to spend 3 days in jail for every day you did. And same with the Rubenstein and the other tyrannical prosecutors. Sorry I wasn't here earlier today. I just spent 2 weeks in Korea, and now I just arrived in Vegas. We're doing the fraud fighter summit in the next 2 days. So anyway, it's
Tina,
great to see you, Tina. You look great.
Tina was guilty of one thing: being over the target.
Yes.
That's it. Tina was over the target. She could articulate the election fraud in a way that I don't think any other, there's no doubt in my mind, there's not another county clerk in America. Tina was chosen for a time such as this. It's a tough price to pay. Tina, I'm going to remind you, you bring a new definition to the meaning of the expression, taking one for the team.
Thank
you. Because that's what you did. And you really were chosen. I just believe, like Donald Trump was chosen. We've all been chosen to play this role. Yours is just a little tougher role to play, and it's so good to see you sitting there. I agree with Dr. Frank. It's just the joy just to see you there with the mountains behind you, eating Colorado barbecue around friends. It doesn't get any better, does it?
Dr. Frank, can I ask you a question? This is Ricky.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that there'd be a chance at defeating the Dominion and Smartmatic juggernaut without Tina having gone to jail, or do you think her going to jail was part of the plan all along, or to get caught so we would still be talking about it?
I think the plan was to persecute Tina, to scare all of the other clerks around the country into compliance. And as I've traveled the country, I can't tell you how many clerks I've met with, and they all know who Tina is. And when we expose fraud in a county, the county clerks, the blood drains from their face, and they look at me, "Oh, Dr. Frank, I don't want to be Tina Petered." They tortured her on purpose. And a lot of times people focus on her time behind bars, but to me, that is, I'm not minimizing that, but to me, the way they treated her husband and her father, to me, that is the best evidence of all that the intent of their persecution of her was to go beyond the law and they made an example out of her. They didn't just say, "Okay, you committed a crime, we're putting you on bars." They made her life hell. With her son and his effects, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that they did was designed to make her life hell. Now, in terms of God's sovereignty and the overall plan, the story of Joseph comes to mind, and the fact that his brothers sold him into slavery, and then later he ended up being, number 2 in Egypt. And what people meant for evil, God meant for good. And so, Romans 8 comes to mind as well. And I would never wish this on Tina again, but I just know that God is sovereign and that he'll have a purpose and a meaning in this. And I know that Tina now has, I just came back from Korea. In Korea, people know who Tina Peters is. Wow. It's an amazing role that she's found herself in. And, we don't always know what God has in our lives. Heck, I didn't know I was going to be doing this. I didn't choose this, but God knows what he's doing, and God is sovereign. And as Tina recovers and heals, I just pray that the Holy Spirit will fill her up and make her strong and beautiful. Well, she already is, but you know what I'm saying, that God will use her in a mighty way. My family, by the way, is vacationing in Colorado in October, and I just might have to swing by and let Nellie give her some hugs, because those are especially nice.
I see it like it was a setup, sir. That there were forces trying to defeat the Smartmatic and the Dominion juggernaut, and there was no way for them to defeat that juggernaut without creating the narrative of a 7-year-old woman put in prison for 9 years.
Yeah.
And I believe there was forces that had good intentions, but Tina was the collateral damage in the
Agreed.
program.
She was collateral damage, that's for sure.
Yeah, Ricky, I've had other people put forth the same idea you just did. I have people that suggest the whole thing is a script in a movie. I think that goes one step too far. I don't think Tina signed on to be an actress in a movie. I don't think that's what happened here. But yeah, the forces of good and evil collided, and Tina was a casualty of war. I mean,
Yeah.
they had to silence you at the moment, Tina, because had they not, how many county clerks would be coming forward today? How many more county clerks? Instead, they all retreated. Like Dr. Frank said, they don't want to be Tina Petered. So amazing time, though. It's so wonderful to see you sitting there. What do you aspire to, Tina, going forward? What do you have? Have you thought about? I know you're not done making an impact on the world. Everybody here knows you're not done. You're not going to retire and fade away. So what's next for Tina Peters?
No, you know, and I've said this before. I won't back down. I won't give up, and I won't give in.
Atta girl.
So, you know, whatever God has for me next will be his plan. And I've signed up. You know, when people say to me, they say, well, thank you. And I always feel inside that I need to say it's my duty. You know, it was my duty. You know, my son took an oath. I took an oath. A lot of people haven't brought that up, that I took an oath, not only to the not only to the United States Constitution, but and the Constitution of Colorado. So I took an oath when I took office, and that oath never goes away. Just because they, you know, they did what they did to me to try to take me out of office, that oath between me and Colorado and the United States Constitution still stands. Just like my son took an oath, and every military person takes the oath. The president takes the oath. So I think that if I could tell people out there that you all need to take an oath, and I've had people do that before when I've spoken in front of large groups. I've actually made them raise their right hand and repeat after me the oath to protect our country, to protect and the Constitution of the United States. You should be able to go out and speak freely. You should be able to redress your government and all these things. You should be able to pursue life, liberty, you know, the pursuit of happiness. You should be able to do all these things that are given to us not by government but by God. And when you see these things being infringed, and you see a person like me or anyone else, Bolsonaro, you know, it's happening all over the world. When you see these things happening, then you have already entered into tyranny. And so, you know, I don't believe. I just saw we were watching the president come in for the fight tonight, and you know, he's a fighter. There was an ad on Rav, actually, which surprised me. It was an ad for Jenna Griswold, and in Jenna Griswold's ad for her campaign for Attorney General, the largest or the biggest attorney in Colorado, he had a whole diatribe about me, how she had defeated me and sent me to jail and all this stuff. Well, I wasn't in jail. I was in jail first, then I was sent to prison. There is a difference. But that's what she's running on. And you see people like that have committed all kinds of felonies that are running for office, and they're backed up by machines and other entities like ERIC and you know, the Electronic Registration Information Center and all the other things that are run by people that have no oversight. There's no oversight. That's what needs to stop. We need to be able to have transparent, free, fair elections, and every American needs to stand up and not be afraid, because that is your right. Is to protect. You know, the Constitution gives every person that right to choose their representatives, not to have them chosen for them. So for me, I will continue to fight. The Democrats are going ape over me being released. They would have liked to have seen me die in prison, serve out the 9 years, and then another 3 years of parole, to silence my voice. But as you can see, Scotty and all those that are on this broadcast tonight, Not only have they failed to silence my voice and your voice, the voice become larger, stronger, and louder. And that's what happens when persecution happens. And so I count it an honor and a privilege to have gone through what I've gone through if it helps save our country. And I'll continue to fight.
Well, Tina,
Scotty, can I say something about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
So I just came back from Korea, and they have an organization there. It's a worldwide organization. It's called AWEB, AWEB. Stands for the Association of World Election Bodies. And it's like election fraud central for the entire world. They export election fraud. So I think this battle that you're fighting, and by the way, we've linked it to ballots being mailed to the United States, like the ballots seized by the FBI. So I think that the battle that you're fighting, Tina, is not just a battle for Colorado and not just a battle for the United States. This is a worldwide battle we've enjoined. We've enjoined it together. And I didn't understand a lot of the significance of this when we started, right? We didn't understand how far reaching this is. But for example, South Korea just lost its country. I'm not serious. Imagine if, I'm serious. Imagine if Kamala had won the election in 2024, God help us, and then she arrested everybody in the former administration and put them in prison. That's what just happened in Korea right now, in South Korea. The communists have taken over the country using 2 illegitimate elections in a row. Well, that's what's happening in Colorado. That's what's happening in California right now. This whole strategy is not just a United States strategy. It's not just a Colorado strategy. It's a worldwide strategy that we are engaging in. Our enemies are well trained and well equipped and well resourced. So we've got our battle ahead. This is just the beginning, but it's fun to have you out and fighting with us.
You know, as you were talking, Dr. Frank, I was sitting here looking around the room, and we've got at least 4 documentary film producers here, all up against the power and control that these people lust for. We all know about Ricky Schroeder's success as a filmmaker. Mel Carmine, the last couple of years, has become a very efficient documentary producer, going up against the power and control of the deep state with the straw man. David, you made a wonderful animated documentary. I forgot the name of it. Would you fill us in?
Let My People Go.
Let My People Go. Unbelievable. Really spoke to the power and control they have over the election system. Guys, I made what were supposed to be innocuous documentaries in the sports world with the Blue Angels and offshore boat racing, Al Copeland, Popeye's Chicken. But you know what? I saw the power and control that the cabal had over the Blue Angels. These men were highly controlled, highly malleable, and highly doing things, I believe, in their soul were against the grain. Yeah, they're great performers, the greatest pilots in the world, but some of the things they were forced to do, some of the things they had to say were not of their own will. I'm sure of that, but it's really all about the power and control we're fighting against.
Yes.
Ricky, what have you seen the last few years in Hollywood? Is the power and control of Hollywood fading as I believe it is?
I believe absolutely. They're not aware of it yet. So many of them are still in denial. But many Americans are realizing that they don't have an authentic voice. They're a controlled voice. They're a programming tool for the liberal agenda. And I believe they're losing credibility. You know, the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences, the Academy Awards. I was a member when I was 8 years old. I think I'm still the youngest member ever. And, they changed their guidelines for best picture category so that you had to have LGBTQ plus storylines and themes and stories and characters and crew to be eligible for best picture. And they've fallen so far from what they could have done and become. And so, yeah, I think a lot of Americans are losing faith and trust and hope in and them having an authentic voice. They're a controlled asset. You know, the Office of Scientific Intelligence and the CIA realized the power of the programming way back when, and Operation Artichoke and MK Ultra and all those programs. The power of the radio, the power of the TV, and to manipulate and socially engineer us, and we see that, Democrats, I call them. I don't even call them Democrats anymore, but yeah, we've all starting to wake up to the, to it, and the COVID is what woke me up. COVID really shook me, just the propaganda and the way they hid Hunter Biden's laptop right before the election and the vote. I saw it unified against Trump, and I realized then that we've all been programmed, and so there's just a process of deprogramming us and counter programming, and that's sort of what my mission was as a child, put into the program I was in, was a counter programming effort. And so that's what I've been engaged in since waking up in 2020 and getting in the fight in a real way.
Hey, Scotty, I got to go. My ride is here, but I just arrived in Vegas. But I loved seeing Tina, and I wanted to support her today, and
thank you,
and give her my love and let you know I owe you $40. But I'm carrying it in my wallet, and I'm praying for you every day, darling.
Thank you,
Dr. Frank. Before you go, there's a guy named Conan. Can you ask him where my donkeys are? He took my 5 miniature donkeys in 2012 from my farm in California.
Okay.
I'd love them back.
Okay, if I see them, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Take care. I love you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Frank. We appreciate you stopping by. I know you're on the run. Thank you.
One thing I'll say, Scotty, is I think part of the Mexican standoff that we're having with the reevaluation of wealth is exactly that, because they know that a lot of patriots are so positioned with this wealth transfer, like you and I, for example, and we're just two of many millions, that they know that the tide will turn so fast if the money gets in the right hands of the right people. And you and I would have no problem spending that money to bring this country back and get rid of the corporation and bring back the republic for which it stands. I think things would change very, very quickly under the republic. I think David Clements might be able to add a thing or two, because the law is very different under the republic than it is under the incorporation. I know there's a lot of paperwork floating around the internet that it's been reinstated, and it's nothing more than just propaganda. I don't think it has been reinstated, but I think Donald Trump, even though he's doing a great job, I think he needs to move very expeditiously towards that.
David, I think he prompted you to speak.
David.
What I've told people is when they get caught up on, the District of Columbia being incorporated in 1871, you're looking at over 100 years of, slow erosion. And the reason why I don't really entertain, it's not to say that it's not fascinating, is that if we can't take away the slave master's tool, which is the black box, that's why Tina went in, is because she identified the slave master's tool. And it doesn't matter what you think about any particular policy, whether you're, got traditional values, whoever controls the black box controls economies, it controls people. And so the fight for me, at least what I've been advocating for, until, Trump miraculously got back into office, was the power of saying no. I mean, you've got all of these certifying bodies, these canvassing boards, and clerks. And Tina's, you can count on one hand the clerks that understood that I'm not going to go along with a lie. I'm not going to certify a fraud facilitating defective product. And that's why Tina's special. And there's a few commissioners that did the same thing, but we all saw the videos where we had commissioners saying, I'm certifying, but I'm doing so under duress. I've been told I'm going to be arrested. I've been referred to the Attorney General. And one of my clients is Jeff Lemberg. They were trying to squeeze him like crazy. He was one of the few technical experts that got to look inside the Dominion ES&S tabulators back in 2021. And there's still a black cloud over people's heads in Michigan. Several folks that are still being prosecuted. But I'll tell you this, I think what Tina went through, Harry Waite is another guy that was exposing fraud in Wisconsin. And praise be to God, he wasn't sentenced like Tina. I think even the Democrats are seeing that the political, capital, there's a boomerang that's going to come back. And so in some ways, I think they're saying if the payoff's not quite there, whatever our plans were to scare people and to punish people, through Tina as kind of the sacrificial proxy, isn't going the way that the deep state wanted it to. So now that we've survived and we've learned as much as we have about the machines, you can't put the toothpaste back into the bottle. There's no way you're going to convince the American people at this point that you can have a safe and secure election using the Smartmatic design, Dominion. And I don't care how you rebrand it. You can call it Liberty Vote. You can put lipstick on it. These are still rigged devices. So the question now is, what can Trump do? And I think he's doing a lot more than he is telling. He is playing the ultimate game of misdirection. I've maintained, the viewpoint that he entered us into a continuity of government framework. And it's the only way to make sense of what we've seen during the Biden regime. And unfortunately, there was collateral damage. There's a lot of civilians that came on the scene that Trump didn't know that Tina Peters was going to materialize. Trump didn't know that I was going to come up and give up my career for this. And so whoever was read into Trump's plan, they're the ones that were read in. And I think he's done what he can to not disturb the plan that's already in play. But look, I've said this a million times, and I will not change this opinion because I've done RICO cases. I've done prosecutions. I've done racketeering cases. You cannot drain the swamp through racketeering. It's a wonderful tool for the mafia. It doesn't work against captured intelligence agencies that have committed treason. The only way it's going to be through military tribunals, military commissions. It's not to say that there isn't a place for the DOJ. There is. But when you're talking about James Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Hillary, former presidents, they're all in on this scheme of what I call the modern day slave trade. That's exactly what our elections are. It's the modern day slave trade. And, so.
No, I totally agree. I think the military is the only way. You cannot have tribunals in the civilian courts when all the judges are bought and paid for, and there's they're compromised. Every single one of them is compromised. Yeah. It would be laughable. Everybody would go free.
Well, it's just time. Like, look, we're how many years into the Trump term? Look, folks, I mean, due process rights are held at a premium. And so I'm not saying these things to be salacious. I'm not trying to get people's juices flowing. I'm just saying from someone who's done 170 felony jury trials and overseen law enforcement, you're going to need more. You're going to need more for what we need before November. And I think we're getting a taste of it in California with the Spencer Pratt race, with the treasure trove of ballots that keep materializing. All of that's integrated into the system that we have. And one of the things that people don't realize is in Colorado, not only can they rig the digital data that we see, what's reported, Runbeck, it was confirmed when there was a congressional delegation that went to the Runbeck facility in Phoenix, that when they found pallets full of ballots that they were sending to different states, Colorado was one of the states.
Right.
So they have to create the paper trail. Yeah. And, that's industrial espionage. That's treason of the highest level.
Sure. If there's two things, David, that you could tell Donald Trump to do better, what would those two things be?
Oh, I don't know if I tell him anything. I think a lot of the times we see what we see and we don't have the weight or the responsibility. You get to pull the trigger one time. You get to execute on whatever this divine plan he's on one time. Like I said, there's a lot of misdirection. We operate and we get very mad when he says things that we don't understand. I like to look at fruit and the results, and I have faith in our president. I really, and I think he's doing an impossible job. There were things that I would have liked to have seen with Tina's release happening a long time ago. In fact, I put out a video on, architecting a release, and had to have peace. And I was actually comforted by what Dr. Frank said about Tina, which was, because everyone's asking me, like, why do you think Tina's there? And Tina's probably got a better answer than anyone, but the story of Joseph came up to me as well. And the idea of Joseph going into a pit and emerging in a palace later. And it's the power of Tina's suffering that's given her a testimony. I mean, if she was arrested and went in for a few days, would that have been traumatic? Yes. Would have been wrong? Yes. But it wouldn't have given her the currency where I said before she got on, she's a modern day civil rights icon.
Yeah.
And I just know the palace awaits. I mean, I'm so proud of her. I'm so impressed by her. I don't have many heroes, but Tina, you know that you're one of mine. And I'm so thrilled. I want to cry right now because I'm so happy seeing you sit there.
Well, you can cry, David. It's quite all right, because I did a couple times today. Listen, as for the military being the only way, as Mel said, David, you said, dare I mention the 17th letter of the alphabet? Q. Yes, it was the military psyop, but I do believe the military is the only way. How we're going to get out of this. That's not to say at a local and state level they're going to come save us, but I do believe at an overarching level, particularly globally, and there's things going on globally with military alliances upsetting the human trafficking apple cart, undoing their tunnel system. A lot of good things going on. 30 militaries working together to destroy that pedophile network. Arrests are happening every day with the human traffickers and the pedophiles. Maduro's extraction leaves a lot to solving the election fraud, because he does know where the bodies are buried, Maduro.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand he's been told, you want to sit in solitary confinement the rest of your life? Go ahead. Or you can sing like a bird. And I hear he's singing like a bird on election fraud.
So something happened, because when I talked to the president, I did ask him, I said, we've got Maduro. Now we have Delcy Rodriguez, which is the person her and Jorge that were running, wasn't it Jorge and Delcy that were running the elections, the fraudulent elections in Venezuela. And, so I was asking these questions, and he said, and we're going to talk about it. So, and I'm very grateful for that.
Hey, Scotty, Juan is wanting to come on.
Oh, fantastic.
Finally.
Is he here? I don't see him.
Mermaid sent me the message, so I don't know if you can see him backstage.
Yeah, he's not in the room. I would have seen him pop on and let him in immediately.
Yeah. Listen, Tina, I'm not sure if Mermaid has told you, but we offered our services to you in Cape Canaveral.
Thank you.
Yes.
In Cape
the
Canaveral?
Healing Center. Yes, it's a wellness center.
Yes.
Yeah. My wife and I run that wellness center.
Oh, fantastic. I went to the website, but I saw books and information like that. I didn't see.
You might have went to Staying Alive. You might have ended up with the Bee Gees instead. It's Alive with 2 E's.
I did.
Yes.
How somehow
Staying Alive with 2 E's at the end, which stands for energy enhancement.
Okay. Yeah.
David, would you text Mermaid, because my phone has died. I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning. Tell her to make sure we get Pastor Bryant back so he can close us out in prayer. And I'm sure Juan has the link so he can pop in. I'd love it.
I sent him the link. He's got it.
Yeah.
I think you understand the frequency, vibration, and sound healing, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
A testimonial.
Most people don't know this about me. I have my 4-year degree in holistic nutrition, and I've got heart math and in a lot of different things as far as frequency. I sleep on magnets, which
There you go. Yeah.
I was so grateful I miss those so much, and that's going into part of my healing. Is just
We
getting
have so many miracle stories, Tina. It will make your head spin. Seriously. Yeah,
wonderful.
go to our website and check out our testimonials.
Okay.
Hey, Roger, I wanted you to come in and
Roger.
Tina loves you, and I wanted you to be able to say something to Tina while she's in. So fire away,
I just
Roger.
saw your donation, Roger. Thank you so much. It was very generous, and I'm grateful, very grateful. I don't know if you heard me talking about that. My air conditioning went out. My truck, the brakes went out on my truck. Squirted brake fluid everywhere, and so all of that will come into will be very helpful. And then of course my ongoing legal fees with being right now in the Colorado Supreme Court, and if they don't accept the case, then going to SCOTUS. So I'm very grateful to you and everyone out there. Thank you.
I know I speak for everybody, Tina. We're all feeling very privileged to be with you, feeling grateful that you're out of prison. And as I said before, putting together a 12-hour telethon, is it easy work? No, but it is nothing. I thought nothing compared to what you've been through, the price you paid, and taking one for the team. We all understand what you've done. Roger, do you have anything you want to say to Tina?
Yes, I'm so glad you're out, Tina. It's something, everyone who's been involved with anything in election integrity has been praying for and working towards. I know that just before your birthday, I spent like 2 weeks preparing stuff for that time when we were truly pushing to get you out. And a lot of that stuff is going to show up in the next few days in Nevada. So
I'm excited to see.
We've been doing a lot, and you've been on my mind every day while you were in prison.
Thank you.
We all been praying for you, and I am very concerned that your brake lines went out, by the way. We need to keep still praying for you.
It was so that's why I'm at undisclosed locations. I'm not really anywhere all the time, because we know that the left's rhetoric is very inflammatory and motivating to people that are crazy out there. And
All you have to do is read Jenna Griswold's press release after your sentence was commuted.
Yeah.
And then the Colorado Democrat Party has sanctioned the governor for commuting her sentence.
Well, we just watched. Here's the president. I was just saying a few minutes ago that here's the president, into the fight and to view the fight for his birthday and at the White House. And Rav has an add-on for Jenna Griswold, which I was really surprised. Rav, what's up with that? And she is one of her hallmark accomplishments is sending me to prison, and how she will be the great next Attorney General of Colorado.
That's so scary.
It's very scary. And why isn't she in prison for all the things that she's done? And, she's still coming after me for campaign finance, for ethics violations. I mean, they're not done. They're hoping that I will violate parole in some way, or,
well, what the problem is that you failed to die in prison.
Yes, they would have fight for that.
Yeah. So a lot of the stuff you've been talking about is this, oath of office and integrity and upholding your oath. The entire conference coming up here in Nevada is really focused on on what's been happening in Texas is this bond fraud, school bond fraud. There's trillions of dollars of fraudulent school bonds where they've multiplied the assessment values to support more and more bonds, to the point where there was one time in a special election in one of these counties where it was a special election. They had $1.5 billion bond issue. And one person turned out to vote. One person turned out to vote, passed that bond issue. And so it's all tied in. It's the same kind of fraud because it's done with the software and the machines that they use to do the appraisals and the assessments in these counties. And then it's tied in with election stuff. We've done our analysis on the fraud issues, like we did with your stuff in Mesa County with the candidate issues, with the candidates against bond issues, and in Arapahoe County with the the lockstep motion on ballot measures,
taxes, and
we did this with these bond issues, and they gave us the highest correlations to the formulas that we've ever seen. So this bond fraud is also election fraud.
Yes.
And
it's interesting you say that, David, because Assistant Sheriff Sean Taylor, Millersville, Tennessee Police Department, he's got a 17-state RICO case with mortgage fraud that includes election fraud. It includes, wire fraud, every kind of fraud imaginable, also trillions of dollars. So this has all got to come out. Over time.
So there's one guy that's going to be speaking is Mitch Vexler from Texas, and he's been pursuing these criminal complaints on the bond fraud, and people have been arrested, but not the people that are really in control of this. And so what the problem has been is this refusal of the law enforcement and the investigative agencies and the courts to actually accept evidence and bring it to trial and try the cases.
Well, Roger, this goes back to, you can trace this directly back to Soros and to the Secretary of State initiative, to the district attorney initiative, and judges that have been put in place because of the fraud to perpetuate the fraud.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But this all comes down. What it comes down to is they're by violating their oath of office, and with knowledge that these things are going on, by refusing to adjudicate or to investigate, they're violating their oath of office. And when an officer of the court or a law enforcement officer has knowledge of a crime that's been committed, or knowledge of a crime that has about to be committed and doesn't do anything to stop it, they are also guilty of a comparable crime.
That's good.
And so the most recent one was the Supreme Court of Texas refused to hear his case. And so he's going to the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court has also done the same thing. If you remember the Texas case just before the electors met in 2020, the Supreme Court wouldn't hear the case, even though it was an original jurisdiction case. So there's a lot of, this is the biggest problem, is that all these officers of the court and the judges, they know what's going on and they're not dealing with it, which is what a requirement of their oath of office. It's the Brunson case. Everything is the same. So that's what's going to be talked about this week in Nevada. So
it'll be interesting to see if the Colorado Supreme Court will take my case and save themselves the embarrassment of it going on to the to SCOTUS, to the U.S. Supreme Court. Because
Tina, what does Peter think about the Colorado Supreme Court case?
Well, it's John Case is really, and and Peter and Pat and all of them are, they should be deciding if they're going to take the case any day now. Within the next week or two, traditionally, that's when they, especially a case that is this significant, that has garnered this much attention. So we'll see if they're brave enough to uphold the Constitution, especially in the area of due process, the supremacy clause, and free speech.
Deprivation of rights. Deprivation of rights.
Yes. If they're not, I would, and I'm no attorney, you know, that's why we have attorneys for this. But if they don't, and, you know, David could probably weigh in on this, then I think it could be a smackdown like what we've seen 9/0 when Trump when Jenna Griswold went after Trump to keep him off the ballot. And, you know, it's interesting that the woman that was behind that whole case, Norma Anderson, is the mother-in-law of Pam Anderson, who is the one that they put in place when I was running for Secretary of State in Colorado to be the spoiler to hand the election after they cheated. And we saw in real time how they changed the votes. I mean, literally, the cyber experts could see them flipping the votes from me to her. And magically, in many cases, I came in last. And I was, even the media, the corrupt mainstream media, said a week before the election, we know you've won, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I raised more in 4 months. I came into the race 4 months before the election. I raised more in 4 months than my other two opponents raised in the whole time they've been running. And then all of a sudden it just flipped. So Pam Anderson was the one that they put in. She was the one of the chairmen of Center for Tech and Civic Life. You remember that, CTCL, which is where Mark Zuckerberg funneled. You know, I mean, I'm preaching to the choir. You guys know all this, but the point of it is I'm curious to see if the Colorado Supreme Court, they're in a place where they can stand up and save face and do the right thing according to not only the Colorado Constitution, but the Constitution of the United States, to stand up and do the right thing, protect free speech, protect the supremacy clause that says if a person is performing a duty that is required of them by a federal mandate, by a federal law, that they cannot be prosecuted in a state court. So it will be interesting. This is the next landmark decision that's going to come down in my case to either expose more criminal activity and corruption, or is going to set things right. And this is Colorado.
I'm sorry it comes down on you again, but I was very concerned that Governor Polis might pardon you, and then this would never come out. You see, he made a mistake. He could have pardoned you, and then you don't have an appeal.
Right.
And so I was actually pushing people to ask Governor Polis to commute your sentence, or to and exactly what he did, really, to get you out of jail, get you out of prison, so that you could pursue the appeal, because these people need to be spanked.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
and your appeal can do it. And I'm sorry that, you know, again, it's you have to stay in the fight for another, you know, indefinite amount of time. But I'm telling you, we're going to back you, and we're going to help you with this. Okay.
I don't think Tina's ever been afraid of a fight. I brought Diamond Dave back into the room.
You've seen the video, huh, Scotty?
What's that, Tina?
You said I wasn't afraid of a fight, and I said you saw the prison video.
Yeah, sure. Listen, I want you, Tina, to meet Diamond Dave. We've been auctioning off diamonds. He was the appraiser for the diamonds recovered from the 9/11 towers. The towers went down. The diamonds were found in the ashes of 9/11. He bought the diamonds. I'm going to let him tell you about the diamonds. And I think he's got an offer for you. So, Dave, jump in. I think you wanted to make Tina a little special offer.
First, I just want to say how thankful I am that you are safe and free as can be. And we pray for you that you'll be away from evil companions and evil inclinations, and that the rest of your life will be, I know, a battle, but it'll be a good fight. So we love you.
Thank you.
And
Dave.
we've never met, but like I said before, you are the mother of all J6ers. And I just feel that, this project of mine was God's way of bringing me closer to, humanity and freedom and the pursuit of, the beacon of what this country is. And so God inspired me to make this beautiful pin, and I call it the J6 Patriot Flag Pin. And I told Scotty, I feel like you have to have one. If you're willing to accept one, I want to make sure that you will get one. And just so thankful to be able to get it to you while you are healthy and free. Thank God.
David, so much. Thank you. I'm very grateful to accept it. I watched as Mickey Whithoff and all the J6ers and the people that stood out in front of the Gulag for so many days and supporting the J6ers. And I was very honored that they added me to the list of those that were still incarcerated. And I stand very proudly with them. And to look out, celebrating, well, not really celebrating, but acknowledging the death of my son and for Memorial Day and being out there outside the prison and being able to miraculously have been moved to another unit where the window was right in front of the parking area that did not belong to the prison, where they were standing out there for 72 hours. I don't know if everybody is aware that they did this, but they were out there around the clock 24/7 for 72 hours. And so I was able to, at first they were, the guards were just freaking out. They locked everybody down. They were, stay away from the windows. They were yelling at us. And finally they realized they couldn't prevent us from looking out the window. And I was able to give them the heart sign that I did in the window and just to love on them. And David, I'm grateful to be included with such great people that also stood up against tyranny at a great cost. Thank you for that.
David, can you hold up one of the pins so Tina can see it?
Well, I don't know which. There are two versions, and I only have one example of the necklace. And if you are more inclined to wear a necklace rather than a lapel pin, I would be willing to reserve that for you.
Tina, their diamonds are mounted at the top of the flagpole. And they're very, by the way, clear diamonds on the rating scale of clear. These are very, hold it up a little closer if you could.
Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a piece of history, Tina. And David, we're so grateful you're donating one to Tina, and she'll wear it well. I mean, she's a walking billboard for you now.
Wear it with my Navy SEAL, my son, Navy SEAL necklace. Yeah. Thank you.
You will. So you would prefer the necklace?
I think so. I mean, either way, I'm very grateful for the pen, for the necklace. Yeah, whatever you think is.
Well, why don't you think about it and give Scotty an answer, and then Scotty can coordinate it.
I will.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. And Diamond Dave, please tell us where people, you have 3 pieces, $2,900 to $3,900 starting bids. Give them the address where they can send their bid if they want to own that piece of history. This is much more than a piece of jewelry. You want to go out and buy a Rolex, you want to go out and buy a piece of jewelry, This is a piece of history. This is a symbol of American strength. The diamonds from 9/11. It's just an amazing piece of jewelry you created, David. So give everybody the email address they can reach you on.
Okay, yeah. If we can auction off 2 more pieces, this one is the 3rd one, and it would be reserved for you. But if we can auction off 2 more pieces, please call me or email me at david@justappraisers.com.
David at justappraisers.com. David, it's been amazing for you to spend your day today with us, for you to come forward and offer these literal gems of history. Can you imagine 10 years from now, Tina, presenting that necklace to be able to show it off 10 years from now? It's really amazing.
I remember where I was on 9/11. And 9/11, David, I don't know that you're aware of this, but 9/11 is my birthday.
Oh my gosh.
And when that happened, it was my birthday, and I remember my husband was driving, and he called me and said, you might want to turn on the TV. And so, I'm so grateful. A lot of people went to war because of what happened on 9/11. And so to have one of the diamonds that were part of that, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
I love the birds chirping. That's got to be where you're at, guys.
They're very happy. They're very
What a beautiful sound. To hear it around Tina is really great. Look, we're at 12 hours, 17 minutes. There's that number 17 again. And 17 seconds. We're at 12 hours, 17 minutes, and 17 seconds. Is there anybody here that's a prayer warrior that can pray us out? But before we do pray, I'd like to give everybody a chance for a final word. We'll start with you, Mel. What is your closing thoughts here today?
Well, now I understand why Tina's so tough. She's a Virgo. I'm a Virgo. My birthday's 9/9/63. So yeah, tough people.
You're a young buck.
I don't know about that. 63 is knocking on the door, baby.
Roger, any final words?
Tina, we all love you. I'm sorry that you have to keep the fight going because you've done enough. You've earned some rest, but I'm also know that you're going to carry it out to the end, and we will get there because, as we all know, we've already won. Jesus already won.
Yes,
absolutely.
Let me tell you, let me tell you that when the Democrats will look at this and they'll say she doesn't have any remorse because she's still talking about the election conspiracies. And I wear that, like I'll wear that flag with the diamonds from 9/11 from the towers. I'll wear that with pride. And when I was running for office, Jenna Griswold said she's a dangerous woman, and I just want to remind them that yes, I am a dangerous woman.
just to the criminals. You're the dangerous to all the criminals.
Just to the criminals.
Tina, before I give you the final word, I wanted you to know he couldn't make it. He's doing a show in Vegas. His name is Tom Kaz. I don't know if you met Tom on the road, the freedom roads that we all traveled fighting for our lives. But Tom is a country rock musician, amongst other things. He's got some kind of show in Vegas that he's doing. He couldn't make it. He wrote a song for you called
the last song you guys did when Garland.
You did okay. I'm glad you heard the song. Great. I wanted to make sure you heard it.
Yeah, I did. So I can only imagine how beautiful it is. Thank you.
Great song. I really, really like it for sure. So Tina, we're going to give you the final word. It's only fitting that you can close us out with the final word.
Thank you, Father God. I'm just so grateful. So grateful for people all across the nation and across the world that by one person's sacrifice, which is actually many people's sacrifice, that each person has found a way and a reason to step up and fulfill their personal purpose with God and their destiny in this fight to save our country. Not only save our country, but for our country to be strong to save other countries as well. And so, Lord, I thank you for each and every patriot that's represented here and everywhere, that even the people that maybe no one knows their name, that wrote me a letter or did something of personal sacrifice that stayed with me throughout all this and persevered. Because, Lord, you tell us that he who perseveres to the end will be saved. And so, Father, I ask that you would increase the endurance, increase the stamina, increase the fight in a righteous way in each and every patriot that is listening to my voice right now, and each and every patriot that has stood up to the voices of tyranny and said, no more. Lord, I ask that you bless them, you empower them, you direct them, and you keep them safe from any harm. And Lord, I say to those that have opposed your truth, St. Augustine said, truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Just let it go and it will defend itself. And so, Father, I pray that truth and freedom will ring true. Lord God, will be a loud ring that will blind out and snuff out any voices of the evil one that would try to interfere. Lord, I remember after there was that thing that you impressed upon my mind, that there was something blocking, interfering with my release. And when I prayed that, and I asked the prayer warriors out there, and so many of these people are nameless, ordinary people that have done extraordinary things. And there were all these black birds, literally, even the inmates around me were commenting on these big black birds, ravens that were there. And as soon as we prayed, and I told Marcy, my best friend, to pray, have the prayer warriors pray that there was something blocking my release, to pray against it and pray about these black birds that appeared and were there for like 2 days. 2 days later is when my release was secured. And so, Lord, I know that you are a God of miracles. I'm humbled that you would choose me to suffer for you, Lord God, and I count it a joy. And Father, I just ask that you just continue to instill that in each person's heart, that they will fulfill their purpose and their destiny in you. And we give you all the praise and all the glory and all the honor. And bless and protect our president and those that are fighting to keep us safe. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen. Well, Diamond Dave, thank you. Everybody, I appreciate your time. Roger, we thank you for your contributions. Mel, much the same. Tina, Godspeed to you and your family and friends there. We'll continue to pray for you. And much love is coming your way. So you guys have a good night.
Scotty, thank you. Thank you. This was a very act of love and stamina to be going the way you've gone for 12 straight hours. Most people can pop in and pop out, but you have stayed in here for 12 hours. And I just honor and deeply from the bottom of my heart, thank you for doing this.
Oh, listen, it's my privilege and it's my honor to participate and hopefully get you back on your feet. Time is not over. People can continue to donate. I'm going to say goodbye to Tina and Ricky Schroeder and the other lovely person sitting next to Tina. We didn't meet you. Your name?
His wife.
Julie. Hi.
Can I get my team around us too?
Yeah, be great to meet them all.
And last thing, Scotty, is we have dominion. The Lord gave us dominion over the earth, and he gave his children dominion over the earth, and that includes the vote. Dominion does not have dominion over the vote.
Amen. And look at the earth behind you guys. You are in special. Colorado is a special place if that's where you're at. I suspect I recognize the mountains, but we don't want to tip anybody off.
Yeah,
Tina, please stay safe.
Marcy.
Apollo, thank you, my friend.
My pleasure. I appreciate what you did today, Scotty.
Yes.
Anybody else, Tina, you want us to say goodbye to?
No, they're all very shy and don't want to take any credit, and that's really the way that most people on my team have been, and I'm very grateful. They got me through. All of you got me through a very difficult time, so thank you very much.
Love you very much. Take care. Godspeed. Wow, what a long day, but well worth the price of admission for all of us. I don't know if we raised enough money. I feel like we can always do better, and time is not over. There is more time to donate. Tonight, that's all the time we have today on the Lift Tina Telethon. 12 plus hours come to a close. Thanks to producer Joanne and producer Mermaid for making today possible. I could not have done this without them. Thanks to all of you for joining us. One day, one mission, one community. God bless you for your donations. And again, the day's not over. You can still donate at tinapeters.us. Until we meet again, please stay in prayer for our nation and for Tina. Go perform a random act of kindness this Sunday night or during the week. And please give someone you love a big hug. You've been listening to the Lift Tina Telethon. I'm Scotty Sachs. Over and out. Good night, everybody.